Welcome back, everybody. We had a little bit of a brief moment because we had to switch it over from the first 6 hours, and now we're down to the 7 to 12 hours. Here we are, back for the JP Broadcasting. We're broadcasting, of course, the OCE Racing Team. You can see a massive battle occurring at the moment. What's B12, and these are the drivers that are in the currently one of the splits that we have. That'll be the OCE Team Red, and the OCE Team Red at the moment is doing a fantastic job. They're currently running a little bit up the road here. Oliver, believe it or not, up in a P6, and you can see the pictures on there right now. But just to give everybody an elaborate, because it's been a long and grueling race, and this is the first time I actually had a chance to bring in Mr. John. I am Dean Biggles, but Mr. John Murphy... Monday, sorry. Oh. It's a 4K screen all the way down over there. I get 5 screens, but apologies about that one. But you are racing in the Team Green right there for the OCE.
Yeah. So I've been running with Team Green at the moment, and just keeping an eye on everyone else as well, basically. So I've just finished up my 4th hour. I've just come straight out of the car.
And how was that, mate? Sweaty. It's getting heated up, right, as you get into the hot temperatures. Just to give us a bit of a recap, my friend, because once again the pictures are only, unfortunately, on the Team Red. But from your race start and all the jazz, that's everything occurred in the 6 hours. Give me a 6-hour recap.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the moment, everyone's running similar positions. So, Team Green is currently P8, battling for P7. And Team Blue, the third team's actually sitting P7 currently as well at the moment. So, yeah, we started off in P34 is where we qualified, so quite down on the order. First hour, we worked our way up into P17, sitting nice and consistent on the lead lap. Until we had a bit of an incident after the first pit stop, so basically got caught up at the cutting with a blocked track, which gave us about 10 minutes of repairs.
Oh, so that happened a little bit earlier, and that was thankfully didn't cause a problem for the Team Red, but that's the reason why Team Red started the pit road, my friend, because they didn't want to get involved in that. Once you get a block there, mate, isn't it? It's like Sydney traffic and trying to leave the city on a Friday afternoon, isn't it? It just gets horrendous.
Oh, it was terrible. It was classic pile-up stuff. We managed to pull the car up before we hit anybody blocking the road, but then the other 2 BMWs behind us probably weren't as cautious. So they came up and piled into us. But yeah, no, otherwise we've since then just had a very solid, consistent running. So we're only on a 12 times incident points at the moment.
Just watching Chris lock it up at the top of the mountain and it goes down.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a classic thing that everybody has done. Thankfully, touch wood, none of you guys have actually dropped it anywhere around the dipper, I have to say, at all. Just been
no, the car has been super stable over the dipper, so the setup's been working incredibly well in these conditions, which I'm quite happy with. And it's really just given us a platform to go out and do laps consistently without having to worry about the car being unstable or twitching anywhere.
Now, OCE, I'd have to say, this is what I was mentioning earlier, and I know that I've been talking before about quite some time, of course, at least 6 hours, along with many of our fantastic broadcasters and casters, as well as the team members here at OCE. But speaking about that, mate, like OCE, across the board, every one of those teams right now have improved, and we're talking about, you guys starting pretty much almost plump last and so forth, and now you're saying right now every one of the OCE racing teams are inside the top 10.
Yeah, that's correct. It's been an absolutely massive effort from everyone across the board here to really just push. The amount of practice that's gone in before this event is really paying dividends at the moment. These guys are showing a level of maturity I haven't seen from them before in this endurance style racing. And I think the results currently are speaking for themselves.
They are. The Bayo racing team, that's the Panda racing team, mate. Well, this is the thing that happened with this team as well. They were running P2, and you know what, mate? They went up the hill there. Somebody made a little bit of a mistake. Bang! They had the tank slap the back of them, caused a big damage there, and forced them back into P13, way down the road actually from where the OCE racing team is, and they had a bit of traffic. Bit of a luck up and down the mountain, hasn't it? Being in the right place at the right time is also something. And you guys, how many errors you made? Now, it was mentioned before that Oliver had made a little bit of a mistake. Chris made a little bit of a mistake. I'd have to say that Martin's probably one of the only ones so far that, thankfully, touch wood, hasn't made a mistake there for the Team Red. How did you guys pan out? Like your mistakes, not the mistakes from everybody else, but the mistakes from your team members.
We've had none. So Gwackle had or Cameron had a bit of a spin in his first stint heading down the mountain, just out of the chase. It wasn't anything major, just a quick little off track, and he managed to get back on. Other than that, the only other issue I've had was just myself. Probably 4 laps before I finished my last stint. Just there, I touched the grass on the last corner, and just went for a bit of a slip and slide, and we nosed the wall a smidge, but the car actually didn't sustain any major damage, so we only lost about 10 seconds out of that. That has actually been the extent of driver-caused incidents, just 2 in the whole 6 hours so far.
That's the OCE thing. It seems to be it's a pattern emerging, isn't it? And is that Murray's Corner, of course, that final one? Is that the one that you guys are kind of disagreeing with? Like somebody took one of those pets out there and dropped a couple of boo-boos in the corner and you slipped on it. That's just it. But it's not the end of the world, actually. Yeah, you guys have actually, Drive to Survive, Netflix, pay attention. That's been one that you haven't really copped that much damage. And hey, but wouldn't you rather just have a little bit of a solo mistake rather than have to go climbing down the dipper and seeing a car sideways and T-boning them?
There's been a bit of that. We've definitely had a couple of times coming over Skyline or down the dipper where there's been a car sideways, but we've managed to avoid most of it. The spotters have been doing such a great job of keeping an eye up and down the road, and just giving the drivers enough of a heads up to make sure that they're not piling into anybody at full speed. So yeah, honestly, so far couldn't be happier. The small mistakes that have happened, normal racing style stuff. It's kept the car in condition. It's kept it on track, and honestly, it's running about as well as it could be right now.
Mate, I'm running about across the Pacific from you guys here in Central America and Panama, but I'm Aussie, of course, born, bred Aussie, Queenslander. I'm proud, as an Aussie. And with OCE here, of course, I'm very proud of you guys for allowing James and myself and everybody else to broadcast your fantastic racing, because as a proud Aussie, it's proud to see the racing that you guys are doing. It's just it's an up and up, isn't it? And we're still early days, so we're not going to jinx it just yet, but true Aussie spirit, mate. A mountain. This is your home track. This is our home track. You got to be able to deliver. We can't have these obviously foreign invaders coming in, Brazilians and Americans and everybody else around the planet, as much as we do love them coming to Bathurst, but it's like, we got to have an Aussie. We got to have Aussies win this one. We have Aussies do best. You can see this battle brewing between Jinju of the BU Racing to Panda Racing Team, I believe it is, that trying to make their way back up from P2, that they dropped a lot of places and they are making their way back up. But thankfully at the moment we have a bit of a gap of about 5 cars between them and the OCE Racing Team. But they have the pace. Nothing you need to worry about at the moment. Yeah, are you proud to be an Australian right now, my friend? Because you should be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The excitement before this sort of event is always palpable.
Challenge for a lead at the moment, mate. Believe it or not, see this 159 and a 95. I know you're trying to handle your the racing. That's not actually for the racing lead. That's a racing for P2, but that is close. And at the moment, yeah, you also got to mention, you want them to be clean racing. At the same time, you also want them to maybe go off track a little bit, have a bit of a spin, and bring everybody else back into play. How many laps are you down from the race leader at the moment?
Currently, we're 6. We're 6 down from the race lead. The people ahead of us, though, are only 1 lap up on us. So the race lead's kind of got a completely clear track ahead of them, so to speak. In our split, so they don't really need to worry too much. But yeah, no, we're actually within striking distance of probably about 5th currently. Oh, that is a massive hit.
Yeah, that's Scott Stevens, and we always been saying it's a Croatian flag in the back of it, but it's a beer manufacturer, of course, from Munich. But they've been battling.
That's an old school DTM livery.
It is actually the OCE. And now I think Oliver doesn't have to worry about it. They've gone on the pit road because that was a massive, nasty impact there from Scott Stevens and the Scott Stevens Motor Racing Team. So a little bit of a breather, you'd have to say, for the OCE Racing Team. But I'm sure OCE Racing Team with Oliver and the likes of Gilles, as well as Martin, would probably prefer to be racing on track and not racing down pit road.
No, absolutely. Those guys are doing such a great job. They've been fast. They've been consistent. and they've really sort of paid attention to the subtle nuances of this track to get themselves into a good position at the moment. Particularly Jules. He's such a quick driver, and his consistency has come a massive way over the last year. So the
Jules,
last couple of weeks.
Yeah, one of the admins, of course, no doubt, here at the OCE Racing Team. And if you want to be a part of this family, the racing family, the Discord channel's in there. Now, this is another thing. See a bit of flashing lights going on. I saw this before, too, from Jung, the number 15 Ferrari car that was running a P2. Obviously, they qualified very high up on this one, but because they had a back field marker. What do you feel about these drivers that start flashing lights behind you when you're just really in track position? How does that feel in a race driver? Like, what? You don't have to yield. I don't understand why sometimes they do that.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of conjecture out there. I don't think everyone's quite read what the correct racing rules are when it comes to things like that. They think you should yield for them, but if it's for position, you don't have to.
And that's the frustration that's creeped in at the moment, because I kind of read this on the wall there, my friend.
Oh, no.
John, I was looking at this going, there's too many cars in the very difficult part of the mountain, and you can see the overspeed difference from most of the drivers, and that is,
it had accident written all over it.
Didn't it?
There it goes again.
Yeah, there's more to come as well. Look at this. How do you pan this one? Like, quick drivers, slow drivers,
I think,
all over the place.
yeah, that is absolute textbook target fixation. I'm afraid that Ferrari just drove straight into the back of him. He just was not looking up the road, looking for the corner.
And I think, that was this Ferrari as well too, because I think that they were frustrated because they're quicker. Now the car that's ahead of them,
again. He's turned the BMW now.
Wait, yeah, you can't. This is the good thing about your Aussie racing team, mate, and you guys. Somehow you said, I think that practice makes perfect, doesn't it? Because you guys said, look, you know what, you put the effort in there, and you guys are chilled, right? Down under, mate, you're just like, she'll be right, mate. I don't see you guys stick your nose in these situations that cause these potential issues.
Absolutely not. You're just asking to put yourself into the wall and, ruin somebody else's race at that point in time.
Yeah,
I think Oliver's
cars. Remember, there might be cars lap downs or lap not, but they're still racing their own.
Absolutely, Oliver's going to be a cool head right now. He's going to let old mate go for sure.
Yeah, because it's different, isn't it? Yep, old mate. I like it. Definitely an Australian when you call anybody an old mate. That's for sure, mate. Welcome to Australia. Now, I miss it, mate. Living overseas, I don't going to have a Panamanian come up to me and go, "Yeah, how you going, mate? You're an old mate." I'm like, no, I'm not going to get that one. Yeah, you see, that's clever play, isn't it? Like, fight your battles in different times.
Absolutely. And he'll sit in the toe now, and it will give him plenty of speed down the straights. He won't have to work the tyres quite as hard. He'll get a little bit of fuel back on it, which will just make the safety margins a bit better.
And talking of fuel, remember, that is the strategy, isn't it? I think across the board there for the OCE Racing League, just to try to just shave one pit stop off, really, in the overall race, isn't it?
Yeah, we've calculated it out. This race doesn't allow you a huge amount of flexibility. You have to save a huge amount if you're going to try and shave a complete pit stop out of it. So what we've sort of figured out is just to get the full stint completely done. We're leaving a lap of fuel in the tank in case anybody happens to miss a pit box or there's an issue. But realistically, at this point in time, these guys are free to push as hard as they can comfortably right up to the end of the race. They do not need to fuel save at all. But sitting behind another car when it's a bit faster than you really just helps your lap speed.
And something that's very patient. Oliver did it at the start of the race too. I remember he was like sizing up a lot of these opponents for some time at the moment, and he can clearly look like he was quicker, and just selected and waited and bided his time sometime, and eventually just said, all right, now's my time to make a run, perhaps down the chase and make a run here. And you guys don't, I'm not seeing any real bold and brave overtakes up and down the mountain, which is probably one of the reasons why every single one of the OCE racing teams, red, blue, and green, have not sitting at the back of the field right now, but actually gained a lot of positions because you're bold and brave not to take those opportunities and just wait, really chase right, mate. Maybe sometimes in the final corner, maybe into Hell's Corner, and maybe into Murray's Griffin's Bend, actually. That's pretty much the overtaking opportunities that you guys have seized so far.
Yeah, down the chase is absolutely the best spot to make a move. And particularly if you can take the inside line, you really force the person on the outside to hold it wide. But there's a massive trust factor, obviously. You've got to make sure you're racing against somebody who will give you that racing room and yield that spot to you if you're legitimately faster and legitimately going ahead.
Well, I'm touching on that one, my friend, because my friend has been John out here in the broadcasting booth with me. Thank you for joining. Is the fact that your team members seem to be just waiting a few laps, studying your opponent a couple of laps to see how they are entering and exiting the chase.
Yeah.
And then
absolutely.
realizing if I am going to send it, now I've kind of just seen this drive. I've been following them for a few laps. I get an idea that they're going to be coming out of the corner this way and on this line. And if I put my car here, I doubt they're going to be turning into me, and I doubt they're going to be risking that. And that's because you've been studying that opponent for so long.
Yeah, the drivers are doing a really good job of, just holding themselves and studying the opponents, really building up a bit of a trust factor or knowing when somebody might not be capable of handling a bit of a battle, I suppose, to put it nicely. And that's the other thing that the spotters are doing a really, really good job of at the moment. They're ensuring that the driver's aware of whether or not the person in front of them is quite quick, whether or not they've been in the car for a while, or if they're fresh and really struggling their way around. And it just prepares the driver to make sure that they, either give them a bit of a room or make a decisive pass, or even in this case here, just sit there, just keep going at the current pace. That guy ahead of us is not our race. He's he's overlapped us. He's much quicker. The best thing we can do is just stay on to our strategy at this point in time.
The strategy's paying off crucially. On top of it, I had a question to ask for a second. Just got a little bit sidetracked. It will come to me, mate. Don't worry, I've got 5 hours and change to think about it. But yeah.
Well, everyone's got to know each other quite well after 6 hours.
We've switched over to another stream, so hopefully everybody has started to retune back in that one. We did that obviously for the safety of YouTube. I do apologise before YouTube disagreed with the video that I had. That should be all perfectly fine for stuff like that. But
some very interesting chat in the public chat in our lobby, unfortunately.
Anything you want to repeat to anybody or what? Not quite sure.
Not hugely. I think the best one I did hear, though, which was quite amusing, was somebody telling another person the best place to allow faster cars to pass was to pull onto the escape road in Skyline and stop.
Ooh. Now, stopping? No. In a motor race? No.
No, I don't think it was. I don't know if the advice was necessarily intended in the best manner, to be honest with you.
Now, you guys are also hearing, I don't broadcast that, of course, because, there could be a lot of, when drivers, I pressed the wrong button, I'm muting myself, but when there is a chat, obviously, for the racing chat, that you guys will hear, so if somebody says, overtake, or somebody complains about something, because there's no live stewarding here for the iRacing, for the Bathurst 12-hour, I had a look at a real quick crash there, I think, from Miguel, and that's, Mingwell's back in P27 at the moment, and I think there's going to be a classic snap.
It's going to be a classic.
Yeah, it is. Just too deep, right? That's just too greedy, I guess, in the lab pedal in the corner.
Too greedy, too much. I really think he just held the brake on too long there. As he's turned into the corner, he's trying to trail brake it a little bit. And the car's already at its maximum extent forward on the front springs at that point. The rear's completely unloaded. If you're trying to take too much into that corner, all it's going to do is result in the back end dropping out on you.
Something you guys haven't done, thankfully. The only time I've seen the rear end drop out is at, I think, Hell's Corner, and he's just into the final corner there of Murray's, which is the best places you could possibly lose the car, because, the walls are a little bit further out than what they are as you go up and down the mountain to the dipper and down the chase, etc. like that.
Runoff is always appreciated.
G'day all for the top tech. I'm very excited to have started iRacing, and well, thank you very much, and trust me, my friend, if you hit that subscribe button and this network, you're going to find all the iRacing you could possibly find. There's so much of it, it's insane. Different cars, different tracks, different everything. Believe it or not, my friend, just here on this broadcasting network for the Lightspeed Racing, They threw some Formula 1 W12s around this track, and I was absolutely impressed in how well they did do it, because I saw the sensation of speed going through, and I'm like, how are you going to throw a Formula 1 car up and down the mountain, mate? And they did it in style, and I believe, I mean, there's a lot less instances that we've seen them do it, and that was, give or take about an hour race. And just seeing these GT3s, and that's what caught me off guard too, mate, because I was trying to do a lap guide around the mountain, but I'm not quite used to being in front of a Formula 1 car going, okay, and now they're down in Forest Elbow or whatever like that. They were actually in Forest Elbow while they're still going up through the dipper. That's how much they caught me off guard with pace.
That's incredibly quick. We did, obviously Liam Lawson did his demonstration laps at the real 12-hour last weekend.
Wasn't that amazing?
Yeah, it was great. I hopped into Assetto Corsa to have a bit of a crack at, with a similar spec car and see what lap time it could actually achieve.
Why don't you throw the W12 around here, mate? Or the W13 if you're bold and brave, because not many people have practice on that one.
I was going to say, it's a bit of a long wheelbase, a bit heavy for this track, I think.
Yeah, that's basically, at that point, you're a millisecond, left, right, down in the dipper at that point. Like, if you get that one wrong, you're in the fence, for sure. But I was just surprised that the league, and of course Lightspeed Racing, is one of the leagues that we do broadcast here on the JP Broadcasting Network. And, I was shocked. I was like, I was sitting there when James had told me, all right, because we're going to Bathurst next week, the Formula 1 cars. I'm like, all right, I've only ever seen Jenson Button go around here back in the day. And of course, recently, this is before Lawson did the Bathurst 12-hour. That was also probably that was a very early Formula 1 car as well, too, because they're not going to put the latest Formula 1 cars around here. But I'll tell you what, mate, as an Australian, how proud were you to hear Red Bull rev the Australian national anthem? Did you catch
it's a pretty cool party trick, isn't it? Yeah, you can program it in and just have it rev out whatever you want to hear from it.
I think ages ago, if I'm not mistaken, was Renault that did it. Renault did the French national anthem, I think, one time. I think they may have been the first ones to do it.
I would have liked to have heard a little bit of Great Southern Land or Man Down Under or something like that.
Man Down Under as well. I was chatting to one of the... It's at the very start of the broadcast, and I'll have to put the links in there a little bit later. But the HSCC, which is one of the biggest Australian cover bands you can find online right now. These guys just annihilate covering songs. Absolutely amazing. Australians in Adelaide. And they did Land Down Under, my friend. And if you get tuned back into the start of the stream, you can listen to them. I'll put the link in there. You can follow them. Because they're a very success story in Australia. Almost 1 million followers each subscribers, and about 14, 15, 20 million in each of the songs that they do. And I tell you what, mate, they do a cover song, like, most of the time, better than some of the original songs you hear. But either way, tune in to listen to them. And they're Australians, so support them.
That's pretty incredible. Jeez, they've obviously come a long way. It's so hard for, I think, live bands these days to get a decent following, with music streaming and the fact that, everyone's only really just getting back into going out and seeing live gigs. That's great for them. Yeah,
they do live gigs as well, which is, I think, thankfully, they're going to do more and more of. But once again, cover band, so... they'll have some, hopefully, we'll do a bit of original material come out. Original material is very difficult, of course, these days, but they do the covers so well. Why would you want to be changing it up? And once again,
technically,
and they switch the singers around too, mate, which is amazing. You did listen to these singers, you're like, they just pair the perfect singer at the right place at the right time. And I'm just amazed. I just listen to most of that music most of the time. Oliver is still driving. A little bit of a crash, perhaps. There were a little bit of a moment there from Tom. Now, Tom is a little bit further down the road from this one, P19. Let's have a look what's happened here for the Johansson Agent Inc. Racing car. That's a slow... That's what's happened there.
Backed right off. Is he out of petrol?
Could you
potentially run out of fuel?
I mean, when did they box? They've got an extra pit stop, my friend. They had 8 hours and change of repairs. No, that's...
Oh, no, he's sped back up.
Yeah, that's maybe a sibling come in there and pulled USB cable out of the racing rig. I don't know.
Yes. It's never a pleasant feeling.
I've actually had recently, I think before too, the Brew Squad Racing, another guys that I chat to. They're kind of like what you guys do as a racing community. You know, you don't run leagues and things like that, but you just all hang out as a bunch of blokes and just race, you know, together. And more so for these racing events, weekends. That's when you guys all get together as a community, which is fantastic. And of course, if you want to be a part of the OCE racing community, jump on these lads if it suits your time zone. Of course, they're mainly Australian, so kind of have to work around your calendar. But they're going back to that Brew situation. That one of the drivers the other day, actually, for the Daytona, had to unfortunately box for a driver relief break per se.
Oh right,
have you ever
okay.
had to do that before in the past?
I can't say I have. I've had drivers in real life that have well, they don't drop out of the car. They just go in the car. To be honest,
of course, you have to go in the car. Yeah.
Which case they're the ones that have to clean that up.
Do you yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I can't say I've had to personally. I've always been pretty good at making sure I'm well and ready before a race.
Now, do you remember back in the day, as an Australian, mate, and this is back in the day when Mark Webber was racing, do you remember Mark Webber in Japan, I believe, having a little bit of a, oh, guys, I think I'm going to vomit, and he had to vomit his helmet?
2007 at Fuji, yes, it was a very, I mean, I'm incredibly surprised he persevered through that, and it wasn't until Vettel smashed into him that it took him out of the race, but...
Oh, that's right,
yeah,
yeah,
that's a... I don't know. I'm pretty impressed. You got to be committed to vomit in your helmet.
Yeah, and he still continued, and the guys was like, "Oh, do you want to box?" I mean, yeah. I mean, imagine vomiting your helmet. Now, if you are, I think everybody here has actually gone on a go-kart track before, right? You have to put your helmets in the go-kart track. You know how much that helmets can fog up and all that sort of jazz inside your racing helmet. Now, imagine if you had to throw a little bit of chunder in the mix there, like, you know, all of a sudden you probably can't see barely anything. And remember, you're in a Formula 1 car traveling at the pinnacle of motorsports. You can barely spot your braking points as it is, let alone when there's a bit of chunder and inside the helmet. So, yeah, hats off to Mark Webber for that one. He was sick anyway during that weekend. It's yeah, that's something else. That's something that goes through. You know, you aware that Jules was speaking before when he was racing, my friend. He had his full racing rig on. Now, you know, Jules has done some testing for real life racing. He went all out, mate. He got his old overalls on, helmet and everything. I'm not sure if actually Jules had his helmet on that way. I can't say one.
Definitely getting into it. Yeah, I've done some. Well, I actually did Jules' seat fitting for when he went and did some real life stuff. So,
all right.
Yeah, so Tim Macro, who Jules is doing, he's I suppose I'd say he's driving apprenticeship through. Shall we put it like that? He's a close associate of mine, so I work with Tim quite a lot. I do a lot of his mechanical work for his cars and his prep and things like that. So yeah, you know, Jules has got some talent. You know, it'd be great to see him out there at some point competing in real life. I think he could definitely make something of it.
And that, I didn't realize that. I want to pick your brain about all your technical mechanical skills that you're talking about, because you were telling me before you're a team engineer and so forth. Now, we all know, unfortunately, the downside, of course, as you all know, is the fact of the costs of motor racing, isn't it?
No, absolutely. You know, motor racing is unfortunately prohibitively expensive. It's one of those things, which is why we all love sim racing so much. It's, you know, it's still a bit of an investment in LA, particularly when you're talking about iRacing, but, you know, it does allow people to get out and exercise a lot of those skills and get involved in the community around motorsport in a lot more of an accessible fashion. But yeah, it's pretty expensive to run in real life. Depending on what people think, it might be more or less expensive than what they're thinking. I'll give you the high end if you like, Super 2, which is V8 Supercars second tier category, kind of like an entry level for V8 Supercars. You would be looking at around about $700,000 a year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that just for running the cars, or just for you as a race driver to be able to be in the seat to drive the car?
That's what the racing driver would be bringing to the table via sponsorship, obviously.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
where...
so you won't get the seat unless you can provide a bit of a cash flow to the team.
Absolutely, yeah, 110%. There's very few opportunities in motorsport that are paid, unfortunately, in the sense that the team is paying the driver anymore. It's really the top flight categories. But obviously, that's where the sponsorship side of things comes in. Drivers, young aspiring drivers, really need to get out there and put themselves out there and sell themselves as as a brand almost, but also as a person. To get that money on board and get that cash injection that really carries them through. And it has a snowball effect. You get some good people behind you, you get the support around you, find a good place, go out, achieve a little bit of success, and it'll generally carry through. It's just getting that initial push over the line that really makes it quite difficult.
You're right, and going back to like the Mark Webber days, average blue-collar family, let's say in Australia, no major cash from his family. Had to make his way up. Luck, of course, it always comes into play. You gotta have talent, but you also have to have luck. And Mark and was fortunate to get a few little sponsors there and make his way up. Daniel Ricciardo had a little bit of an easier path there because his family was already in a fairly wealthy-ish family, you'd have to say, from Perth, Australia. That it definitely still had to throw money in as a team. As a family, you have to risk investments and push Daniel up into that one. But on top of this is a question I wanted to pick your brain on this one, John, because the future now is you're getting like 13, 14-year-olds that come into these racing sims, right? Racing rigs, and of course they got started out basic racing rigs, even controllers, and then a couple of years later, as they upgrade their equipment, they get super quick, and they're so talented in the real sims. These sims, racing sims, that are getting closer and closer, as you know, day to day to the real thing, apart from the physical aspect. Then they can be kind of like a little bit more on the spotlight, can't they? That may be another opportunity for them to get some sort of like sponsorship behind them to perhaps give them a race seat in the future when that might not have been a possibility on real racing situations.
Yeah, I think esports is one of those areas that continues to grow year on year. I know it had a much bigger impact during COVID or during the lockdown period that we had for a couple of years there. Oh, this is going to be a pretty decent hit.
I think she actually collected a couple of cars behind. Look at this, because I saw this. Yep. There it is. And this is what fears you as a race driver, as a racing team, isn't it? Because he's blocked the track. Nothing, of course, the car behind can do. And really nothing that Hong can do. Well, then at this point, what do you think, mate? Is it just go to a tow because you're blocking now?
Absolutely. If you have hit the wall that hard coming anywhere around the top of the mountain, you 100% have to tow. It's the only realistic option. Trying to pull a 20-point turn in a Ferrari GT3 car is just not feasible.
Ends up like a Austin Powers movie, doesn't it? It's not going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this platform has a massive future. I think it can be a really, really good opportunity for sponsors to get on board with young drivers.
You see it actually for some people. JPBroadcasting is obviously one of those big ambassadors, and this is what happened here is all the cars just have to sit there and just slow down. This is when your spotter is your massive best friend, isn't it? Because your spotter has to be there with the helicopter cam or whatever they have to see to go, there is a jam down the dipper.
Oh, no.
You guys have been lucky, I had to say, touch wood, to avoid those situations today.
Yeah, there's definitely been a healthy dose of luck in with the preparation and the spotters. And that's what you need. You've got to have a little bit of everything.
From Oliver. Now, that's not flashing a car up the road. That's a flash to say, I'd have to say, to the car behind, thank you very much for being a gentleman and allowing me through that. So even though I don't think the car behind could even see that, but maybe looking back later, they'll be able to spot that one. Pit lane territory right now, my friend. So the other stint's coming up. Oliver will be going in his second stint soon. But we do know that the OCE racing team are stretching this one a little bit further. How far do you think he's going to go right now as the leaders are boxing?
It's hard to say. Like, they do have a hard limit of ensuring there's a lap of fuel left in the car. That is, I was pretty strenuous on that. They do absolutely have to pit with one full lap of fuel left.
Oh, really? Okay. And then remember too, just to let everybody know, the BOP for the Ferraris are negative 2 point something seconds less gas tank than what the other cars are.
we're down 2 litres, and we're down 2% in the overall horsepower as to what the car's normally set up for.
Okay. Which is the choice of car, no doubt, because the front two cars are leading, BMW and Porsche in P4. And then basically more BMWs and Ferraris now. Oliver, as I expect, as Jules was saying a little bit earlier, but he came in and chatted to me, mate, that, yeah, you have been, and so far in every single pit stop, you'll see you guys tend to run about a lap or two after most of the other teams have boxed. So once again, I expect that similar situation, because once again, you're kind of maybe planning out that not having to box that one extra time towards the end of the race.
Yeah, potentially. It honestly depends on how everything pans out. The obvious benefit being that on the last stint, if we've managed to fuel save without dropping any time, we'll have less fuel to put in the tank. It'll be a quicker stop. The car will be much quicker. And it will put us into a better position to actually battle if we're fighting for position at the end.
Now, John, as you can see by pictures at the moment, we're going board with Oliver. Now, you can probably tell me whether or not he is lifting. This is a great thing that Dan was telling me before as well. I'm not a race driver. I just sit up in the broadcasting box, but get an idea of the speed and the gear changes. Is he potentially, Oliver, fuel saving right now, or is he just going home?
He wasn't out of the chase. He's definitely pushing it to the 125 metre point for the brakes, and likewise into the last corner. Murray's here. He's definitely not lifting. Pushing up through the gears into turn 1, Hell corner. Looks like he's going to be pushing to the 50 metre board. We should see about there. Yep. So definitely not fuel saving currently, but just sitting behind this car.
Yeah, because that car is in position.
Absolutely, just sitting behind this car in front, he will be saving. This could be a passing opportunity here if he's feeling brave, and he's definitely got the toe. Coming up on the inside into turn 2, this is going to be a pretty decent move if he manages to make it stick, and everyone gets through nice and easily. That's fantastic.
Oliver's done this before in the past, many times actually earlier, and does it again. Not much of a fight, I'd have to say, there to the number 4 machine.
No, and to be fair, that's smart. The guy behind obviously knows that we've got the pace advantage at the moment. Realistically, there's nothing you can do once you've got the toe going up the hill. All he could do is, if he tried to hang it down the outside, he would have lost a lot more time. So
clever plays an endurance race with under 5 hours to go. Now, we do know that the position is not net what we are here currently in the moment, P5. That's 32 positions gained, yes. But, however, a couple of drivers up the road have made their pit stops. They made their... We are currently showing 7 pit stops, and the reason why this is what threw me out a little bit before is because the OCE-Racing Red Team started in pit road. So, by starting in pit road, they're counting as an extra pit stop. So, they're currently at the moment sitting on 7. Even though they're realistically on 6. However, we got the leader of the race, that's the 40 car, they're on 6 pit stops. 7 pit stops for Ricky in the 159 in P2. The 95 car in P3 is on 7. 6 for the car up the road, P4. So they have to make a pit stop, as well as we have to make a pit stop for Oliver.
Definitely in the game at the moment. Definitely in the ballpark to start battling these guys towards the end of the race. The consistency's really brought the results currently. I think if they stick to their current pit strategy and plan, they're going to be up there.
I think so. Here's Mingo going, oh, that's a heavy impact.
Yeah.
He's going to be sliding down the mountain. I don't see anybody else is coming into it. Look at that. That's just like a just sit back.
And he's he's holding the brakes and straight into the escape road. So a little bit of presence of mind there to pull the car off the racing line. Maybe not so much now.
It's a great runoff. One of the luckily only runoff areas you're going to have down the mountain. And he
I'm actually
safely,
shocked.
I believe.
Oh, that is crabbing everywhere. That is well out.
So would you at this point drive it back, or you got to pit road it? Remember, pit road back's going to cost you all of that, mate. Yeah, he could.
Yeah.
Now you're also thinking about how you're going to affect anybody else behind you. Look at this.
This is definitely a tow situation.
I have to say it's a toe, isn't it? Because you got to remember, you've got so much further to go. You've still. I mean,
he's got to go down Conrod.
You can't go down Conrod like this, mate. You're pointing to the right, and the car's going to the left.
It's got a 30-degree angle. It's like an aircraft trying to.
And now it's dangerous right there. You're on the exit, and luckily,
he's towed. Yep.
Yeah, you got to play your games. You got to play your magic tricks, and you play your cards right, though, because you still have 5 hours to go on a race, so it's not over just yet. even if you're going to lose a bit of time, you're always going to lose time anyway. The damage is going to cost you a bit. Pit road just helps the cool, calm, collective OCE Australian drivers like you guys.
Absolutely, and that's been the MO the whole way through. Ultimately, there's no point trying to tackle a 12-hour if we can't get to that last bit of the race in a reasonable position. If we just constantly crash, that's not going to get anyone anywhere at this point in time. So, 5 hours to go, anything could happen. If we've got guys that are 2 laps ahead of us, a simple accident like that, a tow and a repair, would put us onto their lap.
Anything can happen.
So much to play for.
Now, talking to Jules before, I'd even thinking myself at the start of this race when you guys started, well, this team started in P46, starting a pit road after not the best of qualifying performances. Oliver had mentioned he had a full tank. He forgot to take the gas out of the tank for his qualifying. So they could have gone a little bit further up to the field, but it's probably a great idea they didn't because they elected to start the pit road. There was a bit of an incident between the midfield on lap 1, as you'd expect, up and down the dipper in the mountain. And at the moment, I don't think anybody would have really predicted this team to be in P5. Now, well, they're in P10 situation, at least in the top 10. After this pit stop strategy will pan itself out. But definitely not something I don't think they would have expected.
I'd look, in the previous Enduros, there's been a lot of eagerness for results and a lot of focus on lap time and track position. And there's just been so much hard work to bring the focus back to developing consistent stints. And not really worrying too much about where we are sitting in the race, as long as we're driving to where we want to be. And the guys have just really, really brought their focus forward on that. Oliver's doing such a fantastic job right now. He's obviously sitting very, very consistent. The car's looking incredibly well planted. His lap times are looking great. There's not much more to really gain at this point in time.
Yeah, low fuel as well too. Expecting a pit stop soon. We're going to see how far they can stretch it out. Thank you very much there for Chanan. I think in the chat there said we do have a really young hopefuls of motor racing, Liam Lawson. I presume you're from New South Wales, from New Zealand, saying the 20-year-old looking for a spot at Red Bull in 2024, and Lotus Sharp, I think the 14-year-old, also looking to follow the same kind of line. And pit road right now, Oliver will be following in. So what's he going to happen? Oliver, just spot that braking point there, get that car up on jacks, and
nice and steady is the name of the game on the pit entry and also into the box. No point overshooting.
That's something that Jules did before, my friend. I think when the jacks dropped, there was a little bit of miscommunication, and he came out of the pit box and then stopped and then had to resume it. That was a stall, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken. Something along the line. He said something happened. He said, I think there's miscommunication, something with the team. I don't know how that pans out in iRacing, but it was like kind of go, don't go, something like that.
Yeah, okay. Must have been on the pit exit, I imagine.
No. This was like out of the pit box.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
His car dropped down the jacks. I sat there for a second, and then he just went and then stopped.
May have been. He might not have had his pit limiter on, because it does disable the pit limiter when you do a driver change. Yeah. So yeah, for the uninitiated, it's very easy to catch a penalty in the pit lane if you don't turn that limiter on.
Well, remember, if you are actually in the real GT3s, I think as well too, you can't be spinning your wheels if the car's jacked up.
No, absolutely not. And that's the same. Most motorsport categories have very strict rules around that. And with good reason, to be honest. When I was working with V8 supercars, if I was doing a tyre change and I've got my hand wrapped around the spokes of the wheels, I'm either pulling it off or putting a fresh one on, and somebody dropped the clutch on the rear of the car.
Oh, somebody dropped the clutch in the corner there, so you managed to avoid that one. You're right. I'm going to pick your brain on that one, John, because I completely forgot you have been involved in the V8 supercars. So anybody wants to know about the mountain, anybody wants to know about machines, you are the man. I think that was Silver actually that's came out of there. That's probably maybe out of a pit stop there too.
This will be a classic case of either too much gas or too much brake into the cutting here, and we've got too much brake.
There it is. And look at that. You got to remember, right now, in a second, we will be zooming past to the OCE Racing Team right there. See?
There we
Very,
go.
very lucky. That could have all gone pole shaped easily, isn't it? As you all know, out there.
It's the worst feeling in the world because you know you can't catch the car right, or it just lazily starts to drift away from you.
Now, so you worked with the V8 supercar teams in motor racing in Australia, and obviously, what you could elaborate to us, John, what you were doing as a part of your career, obviously, in motor racing.
Yeah, so supercars, I was a mechanic. I started off with Brad Jones Racing up here in Albury, where I'm currently located in the border between Victoria and New South Wales. I
was about to say, you got to tell everybody outside the world where that is. I don't even know. I know where that is, mate. Albury? You said the border between New South Wales and where?
Yeah, and Victoria.
Victoria,
so,
okay.
Yep. So the two southeastern states within Australia, basically. And yeah, so I started off as a mechanic there, fresh out of doing a mechanical sort of course, I should say. And yeah, worked on their Super 2 cars. So I was a mechanic running a Super 2 car, which is essentially an older V8 supercar that runs in the junior category.
Like this car that's
and the Porsche's gonna nose
right now,
straight in. Yeah, and that's the danger trying to get back to the pits really with the tow out in the car. You're just looking at putting it in the wall. But yeah, I started with them, so I worked with a driver named Zane Goddard.
I don't know his name, my friend, because I've been out of the country for a little bit, but yeah, just tell us anyway. It's good to know.
Yeah, Zane's now doing the co-drive for the wildcard for Triple Eight Racing in Australia, which is a premier supercars team.
Yeah, the Triple Eight, mate. Yeah, exactly. That's that's definitely one of the things you look out for the V8 supercars.
So he's come a long way in his career, and I also worked on the main series cars at Brad Jones Racing. So basically, we did the wild card for Macaulay Jones, and it was a great experience. It's a very labour intensive job, a lot of time commitment.
Yeah, to pick your brain on that one, my friend. Do you travel with the teams around Australia, obviously, for all the... Do you follow the regular V8 supercar circuits?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So you obviously base at the workshop. You build. You're doing complete level of servicing and building on all the cars within the workshop, and then you're traveling, packing it all up, putting it into the truck, flying out to the track, setting up the pit garage and running the car the whole weekend, packing it up, going back to the workshop.
And when do you do that? Do you travel with the team? Like, do you turn up a couple of days earlier, you leave a couple of days later, or what? How's that pan out? What your job there? So you know, as soon as obviously the car has to be there, or the parts have to be there, or something, you have to be there ready to receive it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Depending on where the round is. So obviously with Australia being such a vast land, if we're going to be racing in Western Australia and we're based on the east coast of Australia, that's that's a good 3-day drive for the
yeah, mate. People don't realize that's like going from Miami, Florida, all the way up to Portland into what? It's a bit of a grueling drive.
It is. It's a massive drive for the truck drivers. So we
do you fly?
Situations like that.
Do you drive generally?
Yeah. No. We fly. These days I do drive because I work with a smaller team with Tim. I tend to spend a lot of time travelling in the truck or driving out to the track with him, and doing the setup as soon as we get there, essentially. But yeah, back then, with the major teams, you're flying everywhere.
Yeah, the teams are flying. So were they just like, just regular airlines, of course, probably just like throw a Qantas flight there, and you'd probably be there with most of the crew. And then you get to the track, and then you start. Hopefully, the equipment's either there or being ready to be turning up, so you can prepare for it.
It's a massive setup. And I think sometimes with the broadcast side of things in real motorsport, you see the shiny garages. Everything looks neat. There's sponsorship all over the walls. All the tools and everything are neatly arranged. That's been set up, in a matter of hours. Yeah, really.
That's something. If you get a chance, of course, everybody out there. I mean, Formula One's probably the one that has to be the more grueling, isn't it, around the world? And I've enjoyed watching those videos of logistics of Formula One, of course, when they do set up, and that's something you're speaking about too, as being a part of those members that are doing that, because we always see Max Verstappen just turn up in their cars from their hotels and just, a couple of hours before a race and just get ready. But you don't see the massive effort, don't you, from all the teams that have turned up for days in advance and had to build everything to be ready for these drivers to put that show on. And that's what I'd really more enjoy to watch. And you can obviously capture all that one on YouTube. It's all there. Unfortunately, probably not so much for your tiers of racing as it is for Formula 1, but you can kind of get an idea of how the panic situation and stuff. And what about, and actually come and think about that, because in Formula 1, they kind of got more contingency plans because they have more money, right? So if somebody doesn't turn up, they can charter on the next plane over, and it costs them money. But what happens if you had a situation where something hasn't turned up and you're in a stressful situation, go, well, oops, what do we do?
Yeah, we've had a couple of situations where we've been waiting on parts. In particular, I think 2017 at Bathurst, 2 of the cars in the team suffered major incidents before the main race.
So then you got to get parts, and usually from your factory, right? Which is maybe in Sydney, Melbourne, something like that on the line.
Yeah, it's interesting because we actually, so in the transporter, we carry enough spares so that each car has a whole nother set of panels completely available to it. And the truck itself has a bunch of work drawers set up in it that have almost every bolt, every sort of bit. What we don't have is obviously spare metal or spare chassis. So when we actually bend a chassis in a major incident, if it's deemed safe enough to repair, we have the fabricator come out from the workshop, brings all the welding gear, brings metal, and basically, cuts off certain parts of the car and re-welds it there at the track. It's a pretty unusual situation for that to happen, mind you, but yeah, that turns into a massive slog. We had an incident. The car had its accident at about 3 p.m. in the afternoon. We didn't get it repaired until 6 a.m. the following day. So
that's the thing, isn't it? Because you're always going to be working as a team in the garages at night. Obviously, the broadcast is ending during practice and qualifying sessions before the race day, and then as those lights go down on the cameras, you guys the lights in the garages are fully flowing as the teams are scrambling to repair. You guys get no sleep whatsoever. You must feel sometimes if a driver has a moment or an accident in practice sessions or qualifying or whatever, and then the car hits the fence hits the car, and then you're like, damn, all right, here we go, boys, we're up all night. Start stoking the coffee because there's going to be a repair job that we have to do. Here we go, look at the clock watch, we know exactly how much time we have to get this car fixed and get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. You do look at it, when it does happen, you kind of get an idea of what needs to happen very early on once you understand the cars particularly well. So you generally got a couple of people scrambling around just to get parts already before the car even comes back from the, before it's even towed back to the garage.
That's another one to go because, when a race session's on, right, the tow truck's going to pick it up, of course, and pull it off the track there. As the track will go green flag or not like that if it's red flagged. Sometimes that tow truck that comes back there with your car that's on it, and you know exactly what's needing to be fixed, scrambling, the team's trying to work out looking at the pictures going, okay, we kind of have to start planning on what we have to do. How long does that take before that car actually gets back into your garage after a session has ended, so you can actually physically touch the car to work on it? Because there's rules in place, aren't there, in racing regulations of when you can touch the car?
Yeah, so the first thing is it depends on the track and the accessibility behind the circuit. So if there's service roads to the pits, we'll generally get the car back relatively quickly once
Does that mean service roads to cut you off as in behind? Because you can't go down pit road, can you, in an active session? No way. You can't get a tow truck go down there. You have to wait. It has to be behind.
No, correct. Yeah, so it needs to be a large enough thing. If there's an active session on, the car will be put off to the side, and once the session ends, the tow truck will bring it around back through the pit road when there's no active racing. And then when it drops the car off, the first thing we do is we generally go to the scrutineer, the head scrutineer, who does all the Parc Fermé inspection and things like that. And we'll ask, we'll say, hey, car's coming back in, it's had an incident, can we work on it straight away?
Okay.
and he'll give us a go or a no-go. So in a practice session or a qualifying session, if it happens, he'll generally be like, yeah, as soon as the car gets back in, you guys are cleared to start working on it straight away. But if it's been as part of a race, and, you know, sometimes there's a bit of conjecture or, you know, it's a major race, then we might not be allowed to touch the car until after the race finishes.
And you talk about it because sometimes you have multiple splits in the races, right? So you have 2 events or whatever in a race. It won't just be one big long.
Yeah, correct. Race. You might have a race on Saturday and a race on Sunday.
Okay.
So yeah, we might actually need to wait until after the event has completely finished before we're allowed to work on the car. That is on a Saturday, for example. And then once we've completed repairs on the car, we do have to take it to the scrutineering area, put it up on scales where it's tested for weight. And in most categories, the other things that it gets tested for are generally the width and the length of the car, and also the angle of the front and the rear downforce devices. So whether that's a splitter and a rear wing or whatever else.
Interesting. Yeah, of course. And you'd have to give it to the stewards and stuff like that, scrutineering. They're just looking for safety, right? They're looking for also rules and regulations not to be bent or broken, which can happen because, you know, some teams can just go, well, I'll just crash a car or pretend maybe to crash a car and then all of a sudden just put a little bit of an upgrade in there. They're not going to see it and bang, we have an advantage. Of course, that doesn't happen.
It's definitely has happened before.
Oh, it probably has.
Definitely. So, yeah. I've seen people do interesting things. So you're only allowed a certain amount of wing angle in some categories, and
this is what I wanted to ask you, my friend, because it's always been debate. I mean, that's probably maybe because of the less of knowledge that people have. I'm going to go back to F1, which is, you know, not something you experience, but you were experiencing motor racing when you have two drivers in one side of the garage and one side of the other. People sometimes always say that, you know, you say it all the time. They go, "Oh, they're clearly favouring one driver and not." And I've spoken to mechanics like yourself in F1 and in other racing leagues. It's like, to me, if I was a mechanic on one side of the garage, regardless of what side of the garage I'm on, right, whoever the driver is, I'm going to put 150% in my job to do the best that I can. Now, if anybody was to tell me in team principles or anything to say, well, how about you just like slacken up your job because we're going to favour the other driver on the other side of the garage, I doubt that would ever be possible, because I know for a fact for myself, I would never do it. I know for a fact, you probably know for a fact as a mechanic doing your professional job, you would not want to be deliberately making mistakes or you know, erroring things just so that you're favouring the other team. Mind you, the other garage, the other driver, that you're not even taking care of that car, you wouldn't do it, would you, as a mechanic? You would never say, oh, I'm gonna be a little sloppy. You know what? I'm gonna not tighten this wheel nut a little bit more. I'm just gonna slacken off a little bit. It's never gonna happen, is it?
No, never, absolutely not. You know, you come to the track to be competitive, and it doesn't matter if, you know, there's definitely preferential treatment within teams. That does happen, particularly at the higher end of motorsport.
I'd say so for sure,
you know,
as a fact of maybe the team principals, but if a team principal, for example, you were in Formula One, right, and you're on one side of the garage, you say Max's garage, or say in Sergio Perez's garage. Say you're in Sergio Perez's garage, right? You're one of those key members. If a team principal told you, or somebody told you not to do your job to the best of your ability, I'm pretty sure you would turn around and say, no, I'm not going to agree with that, and walk away. So I doubt for a fact that throw that whole conspiracy theory out there that that I hear a lot from people in chat going, well, that's because they want this person to win. Yeah, maybe across the board and on top there for decisions, but I guarantee those mechanics like yourself and everybody else that are working in there, as hard as possible, you're not going to deliver less of a result.
No, it doesn't happen at all. If a team principal ever came and said that to, and I would go out on a limb and say this is for at least 99% of all sort of motorsport professionals out there, if anybody ever asked you to do that, you'd probably quit your job.
Yeah, I know you'd walk away for a fact, mate, because I wouldn't do it. No, we would tolerate. I would never tolerate that in my life, because it's like, I'm here to do the best of my ability, and if you're going to tell me not to do the best of my ability, I don't want to be part of your team anymore. Bye-bye. Take a walk. So let's throw that
Yep.
conspiracy theory out the wall. If the conspiracy theory comes up further up the top of the chain there, as in making calls from their race engineers to do certain things, maybe that's something else. But as race engineers yourself, as team mechanics, a part of the team that are doing that, you're not going to sit there and just all of a sudden go, I'll leave the tyre in for another 3 seconds, to slow this driver down. You'll never do that in your life.
No, absolutely not. And I think what people sometimes get confused with is they don't realise how chaotic it actually is in a race meeting. Formula One, they've got a huge amount of information coming in as to what's happening on track. But there's human error, and people do make legitimate mistakes when it comes to, a pit stop or telling a driver, where they're currently at. People definitely make those sorts of mistakes in real life because it's so chaotic.
Isn't it, mate? It's never intentional, of course. Yeah, no, you will make mistakes, and that's what happens. And sometimes do it more than others, and who knows? I think sometimes that might come into those radio calls. Remember, if you are a tire changer or a stabilizing car or lollipop person or whatever, you got a call in your ears. You got a job to do. You practice it over and over again, and you do it. And the car turns up, there, and you do your job. And if your call is to put this tire on and that was not the right tire, that's not your decision. You put the tire on as quickly as you possibly can. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. We're going a little bit off for what your particular job was in the past, mate. But going back to that, it's a quiet zone. Hopefully we get James in here, of course, the boss man that's here for this broadcasting network. And James and I have gone back in this. Actually, I want to pick your brain in this one because James and I have disagreed in the past, and you're well aware, of course, of Lewis Hamilton's race win, right? World Championship win in 2008, and the Timo Glock moment. Now, this is something I've debated with James.
Oh.
James has told me that he thinks that it was kind of a bit of a conspiracy that Timo Glock did move over to allow Lewis Hamilton through. And Timo Glock has came out after a bit of a radio silence recently for many years and said, look, man, I was racing, but I was in the wrong tire, okay? I had no pace. That's what Timo Glock had said. And, as a race driver, as a race team, don't you just want to just deliver well? You're not thinking, are you, as an engineer or as a team, just to allow another team or another driver to beat you? You're out to your own race.
No, that never happens. And, you might be a little bit more preferential to one competitor to another, depending on the history that you've got. As a driver on track, but I don't think anyone's ever going to deliberately move over and let another person through, particularly not at that level. And I remember watching that race live. I remember sitting at home and it was 4:30 a.m. in the morning, and I was up on my feet screaming at the television, like a lot of people were, because I thought Massa had won the World Championship.
He was doing the right thing, unfortunately, but yeah.
If you go back and you watch it and you just look ahead and you look away from the action, you can see Timo was struggling massively. He's out there, he's trying to get traction down, the car's wiggling around all over the place.
He still believes there's a conspiracy theory or something on that, James. I can't believe that, James. James's car said probably more races than what even Timo Glock has even competed online in real racing. In hours-wise, it's still... I don't know why you believe that one, James, but that is what it is.
It's interesting.
Timo Glock took about 10 years, mate. He only just came out, I think, last year and actually finally answered the question, because they've been asking him for years about that. And I feel for that driver, Tim, and this is Toyota, remember, too, Timo Glock was in. And I feel that, people always go throw those conspiracy theories at you and say who you're favouring. Now, you got to remember, there's no reason why Toyota would ever want to be favouring any of the other teams, of course, either Ferrari or Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes, because they were not powered by those car engines at all. So it's not like, junior Red Bull team favouring Red Bull or Alfa Romeo favouring Ferrari. There was none of those situations occurring as well.
I don't think, who was the team principal at the time for McLaren? I believe it was Martin Whitmarsh.
Martin Whitmarsh, yes. Here we go. A little bit of a here between Thomas here, down the dipper. What's happened here? Oh, no, he's yeah, it's a similar mistake, isn't it, mate? Deja vu over again. Now, he's on the racing line. Does he get off it? We'll
toe.
see.
It needs to be a toe. Yep.
Got to allow him through. No, he's not towing, mate. He's trying to bring it. Oof.
And that car is going to be... it doesn't look too bad. He actually might have gotten away with that in in some capacity.
I don't think he went in pit road as well, too. That's Thomas running P14, so yes. Yeah, sometimes those racing or smashing into the fence there, it looks a little scary, but we did see this from Oliver earlier in the race, and you weren't here at that point because you were racing in your split in your OCE Racing green team. I think got that one right. So yeah, I mean, that was a nasty smash. I thought Oliver's steering was all bent and done dusted, but it wasn't. Toyota was trying to get... James, you're not going to get out of this one. You are the boss, my friend, but I got to speak my mind every day of the week, and we have that. He's try to get a engine supplier to McLaren. And not going to just... Yeah, James, they're not going to yield it. All right? We're going to go on for this for years and years and years, all right? I'm not going to back down on my decision. You cannot back down on your decision.
It's going to have to eventuate with getting somebody who was in Toyota at the time in for an interview, or, you know, I think maybe we just need to call Timo.
Even if we did, nobody's going to believe it. That's what happens. We could have McLaren and Toyota engineers in here right now, team principals and everybody in here, and nobody's still going to agree with that decision. They're both going to stick to their original things. It wasn't definitely not a Singapore moment, of course, that was proven for sure for the Crashgate scandal.
It just looked weird too when that happened at Singapore. Watching it live and Nelson, and you know, the initial thought was, oh, doesn't have much talent, but
it's difficult to do, isn't it, man? You gotta bin it out of a corner, right? And you also a racing driver. You got to remember your life is at risk here. So if you bin it a little bit too much, you could be like in a hospital. But you know, just hit the loud pedal, go out there and spin and crash. And sometimes you don't crash on a location where you are. Well, Singapore, of course, generally going to cause a safety car. But he was off the racing line, believe it or not, where he did crash into that wall. But obviously, the FIA and Formula 1 have to think about safety first. Anyway, that's in a whole nother ball game to talk about that Crashgate scandal. But they went through all that. They scrutinized it. They went to courts, and they deemed that one to be that. And so you have to respect their rules, because they're the ones that have to study the tape over and over again and listen to the testimonies from the teams and stuff like that. So if we don't trust them, then there's no point us talking about it.
Yeah, exactly. I think Oliver's P5 at the moment.
Oh, James. I know James was talking about this before. James went to bed after having a bit of a chat to us. James, did you expect the OCE Racing Red Team right now to be P5, considering they were in P45 on lap 1? That's one for you. And somebody, and I do. Unfortunately, I did skip somebody who was asking earlier. I apologise. I'm going to scroll up at the moment because at JPB Broadcasting Network, we actually do love to engage in the chat with everybody that's watching it. And if I do miss some of your messages, I do apologise about that. But I think that's Charm saying that's the leaders for most of the 7 hours and fourth now. What something happened to them? They did actually. A few of those main drivers had a bit of a moment. This driver himself right here, I think, in P12. That's Young Tune, I think, for the Bauer Racing team. Like, almost not Panda Racing team. They've had a lot of moments, haven't they? Even the time you've been watching, John, that was some of those moments you'd have to say a little bit too risking it for the biscuit for the Panda Racing team.
Definitely pushing too hard, and you know, it's a bit of a mental effect as well. Sim racing, much like real racing and any other sort of sport, is about mental perseverance. And you know, when you have one incident and you start to get a little bit antsy and you're trying to make time up, it generally leads to more incidents. And I think they've just snowballed out of contention a little bit here.
I think the frustration's creeped in for them. Now, I'm saying China because the flag is not really showing China, but I have to pretty much put it around there. They've got pandas and stuff like that, of course. Chinese. Oliver, as you said, P5, looking solid. Oliver has been, you know, I don't want to say it because I don't want to jinx it. I have the casting cursings and I have the casting blessing. And Oliver's been flawless.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello, we have Mr. Guapo in here. Well, we go. Welcome along, my friend. Now, you can give us an update of what's happening with your team in the OCE Racing.
Yeah, we're progressing quite nicely. We've had to deal with a couple of problematic BMWs. One in particular, but no, it's all sort of coming up Millhouse now. We're in P6.
Okay, yeah,
we're
you're
sitting
the team
about
green.
half a lap.
Is that correct?
Team Green,
Team
yes.
Green, yes.
Yeah, OC Team Green. We can't see the pictures, of course. So now, where did you start? And you said where you are currently at the moment again?
Oh, where did we start? Like quite at least
34?
20-something.
We started on, P34 is where we started.
Oh, we gridded 34th.
Yep.
Yes. So we're running 6th now. And, it's looking pretty good. The track temp's getting quite up there. We're into 52 degrees now.
Oh,
it's
it's
quite
good that we did
sticky.
all that preparation, isn't it? It's like somebody drilled it into you.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you have a V8 engineer in here as well, too, as your work, Grackle. But it's right, it's 52 degrees currently at the moment. It will get hotter and hotter as you go into the evening. We're about, what? We're looking at about 1:27, 26 in the evening. This is what was pretty much predicted. Now, you guys kind of think 60 was the peak?
I think it's getting pretty close to the peak at the moment. We've had the conditions change in our session to go from kind of clear to partly cloudy. So it's fluctuating a little bit at the moment, but I don't think we're going to get too much hotter.
This is Australia, mate. Crack an egg and put that on the
It's
engine.
great.
right
We're
now.
having a really good OCE
Dry up
day.
and-
OCE Red doing so well. OCE Blue doing really well in their split as well. It's
Yeah,
been
to
great.
let everybody know. Now, you guys didn't have a very good start across the board, all of the cars from OCE Racing, but guess what? All the OCE Racing cars at the moment are in the top 10, I believe.
You can't win the race on the first lap. but,
See?
you know,
Listen to the Aussies, mate.
That's
Aussie. You know what out there, Ian? Oi, oi, oi. Everybody knows that one.
We've got the
can I
New
borrow you
Zealanders
for a
too.
minute,
It's a
John?
little bit of Anzac spirit. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to borrow him because...
Where were you going, my friend? Is it bid? James.
Talk strategy. I shall return at some point soon. But thank
Okay.
you for having me so far.
Gotta leave me all alone. All right, they've all left me all alone. It's okay. They have jobs to do, and thankfully we have everybody in here to keep us occupied. Ian's still awake. Ian, my friend, if you hit the Discord button at the bottom there, I know Ian was to come up and chat to me. Ian has been around the block a few times with me, and helping support my Discord and helping to support me in my broadcasting career. Thank you very much, Ian. If you are around, maybe you can have a quick chat to me. See about organising some permissions for you to come and chat. Grekel's back, of course. Hello, Grekel. You going to leave me alone, my friend?
I am going to, but I didn't want to leave you alone without telling you.
All right. Okay, that's okay. And what are your
No,
predictions
I'm coming
for
up on
your
my
team? Yeah.
Say again?
Your team, you can come up for a racing switch driving as well. Are you guys also looking at the same plan of maybe fuel saving a little bit longer to cut one of those pit stops out later in the race?
Nah, the margin is we're not really going to benefit anything from trying to do that, so we're just sort of sticking with it. How we're looking with our plan is looking really good, and with the pace that we've got a bit more pace than we anticipated, so it's kind of bringing us back again even more into a really positive place for how our plan lines up. So we don't really need to do anything but drive the car, keep it safe, and manage the temps a little bit. It's looking really good.
I like that. So when you get switched into the car and you get the other drivers to car out of the car, have them come up, have a chat to us when they have a bit of a break.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'm just going to go and get myself ready because I'm about to jump in a few laps myself.
Good luck, my friend. You don't need it. You're Australian.
Thank you very much. Great
We'll be all good to
broadcast,
go.
man. It's looking fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Great job, Biggles.
Thank you very much. So, Graco, good luck on your OC Racing green team, blue team, and green team, and the red team I'm currently looking at the moment. We'll see
Thank
if
you
we
very
get
much.
to fill a few of the other gladiators. 4 hours. I'm going the whole 12. No, I'm committed to it. James has given me the permission to broadcast this network. Thank you very much, James. He jumped in there for a second to say g'day and talk about the whole It's Glock situation. James should be making his way into venturing these deals he'll be doing to continue his fantastic broadcasting network, to continue to broadcast more and more and more league racing. We've had Dan earlier, the Dutch commentator that commentates a lot of the racing. You can find all that racing course on this channel at the moment. Hit the subscribe button, hit the bells, and hit the thumbs up. But thumbs up at the moment has been quite good. We got 3 here. We had a lot more earlier because this is the second part of our 12-hour endurance race. So we split the broadcast up. This is the second part. And I'm loving those thumbs up, showing the support, the love, not just for necessarily here for the James Broadcasting Network, but also for the OCE lads. The links in there for Discord. This OCE Racing League is just a bunch of friendly Australian guys that like to hang out and do some endurance racing every once in a while, and they do it quite well, as you can clearly see. Every one of these drivers and teams have made again and again and again by being smart, driving smart. They say drive hard and not smart. They are driving hard, but they're driving smart and hard at the same time. Not taking the risks, the maximum risks that you've seen for a lot of the drivers that have made most mistakes, which is aka the reason why this team at the moment, 11 cars, 32 positions gained, the most amount of positions gained, currently in the top 5, and doing a brilliant job, driven by the man himself, Oliver. And his third stint, he's done the first 2 stints. And Jules jumped in the car, did 2 stints. Martin jumped in the car, did the other 2 stints after that. And now Oliver's in this one. We'll get a little bit of feedback whether or not they will be switching those stints up a little bit to rather than doing 2 at a time, maybe doing 1 to 1 to 1. We'll find out definitely about that. I'll have a little bit of a breather. Let's have a listen to the cars, and we'll be back in just a... Pictures will be there, but don't worry. The broadcasting and the casting will be back in just a little bit of a memento. Don't go anywhere. Just listen to the pure pace of a Ferrari around the mountain. You can see if I just rejoined after a little bit of a breather of a break at the moment. A little bit of an incident occurred there from Salvatore's there, and I think Dean it shows and went off track there. Nothing that Oliver was actually involved in pretty much around both of those ones for the 11 OCE League Red Racing Team. Currently running in P5, about a lap down from our race leader. Not too bad, about 10 seconds down from the car up the road there, which is the Porsche running in P5. Up the road, you've got all Ferrari-powered vehicles. In fact, you can see a bit of a Ferrari domination. A couple of BMWs there in P7 and P8. So far, so good. Olo is doing a flawless performance so far for his third stint. Going to fourth stint, actually, very, very soon. Doing a brilliant job. Loving it. We've heard from many of the drivers here at the OCE Racing League. We've heard from many of the casters here at James Parfitt Broadcasting Network here on YouTube. Broadcasted live. The second stint of this, the hours 7 to 12. The 1 to 6 already done and dusted. 4 hours and 15 minutes remaining. We've had 7 hours and 45 minutes. I'm the Dean Biggles. I'm going to try to bring this one all the way to the end, no doubt. I'll have a little bit of a breather and a pause, and thankfully we've had everybody in between come in, have a bit of a chat to us. What a great chat I had earlier there from John, who was an engineer, of course, for a V8, the Australian class series there. Worked with the V8 supercars, worked with the sub tier 2 V8 supercars. So, but 12 moment is very good awareness from Oliver as another spin up the mountain, and that's Miguel. And let's have a look at that one. And this is the heart and throat moment, the Code Brown moments that you don't want to be having as a racing team, because all they're trying to do is deliver the car home in one piece, and then when a car goes spinning exactly like this, up into the cutting, I think. Look at the marbles on there. He's going to back up a little bit, and soon you'll see, right there, very, very soon, our OCE car is going to squeeze on by. I certainly don't want to be seeing a car facing in the wrong direction right there. Oof. And just like that, Miguel will have to get this QR team and doing a beep, beep, backing up. He's in a very, very dangerous, and that's it right there. That was the point. And that is a very dangerous situation. He should not be doing that. And look at that, he's also compromised another racing team. Just as mentioned before from John, you do not try to back it up when you're in the tight streets and the tight walls of Bathurst. Gets back on there, but that'll be a bit of a no-no, I'd have to say, in some of the roads. And that could have absolutely, easily destroyed Oliver, as well as the OCE Racing League team chances right now. Because if that was a daylight dollar shot, that wouldn't have been that whole front end right now you see at the Ferrari of the 11 machine could have been bent and bent and bent. I just don't like to see that, and drivers have to be a little bit more aware about everybody else's around. Let's have a look at the Epic Falls Motor Racing there of Dean. That's my name. Hey, Dean. Dean, my friend, if you're going to earn that name, bang. Oh, that was Dean. No, it's not his fault. That was the reason for that accident before. Dean was on the outside of the marbles and probably copped a little bit of damage from the 123 machine. And I'm sure Dean right now will be saying a few of those words in that cockpit. And this is another crash, believe it or not, from the 231 team. They're just not having a good time right now in this Ferrari. It's all banged up, it's all binged, and there it is. That's a slide into the tyre power fence. That the tyres that you want to be having now should be able to point in the right direction and not really affect anybody else's racing, as the 13 machine should make their way around. If they get off the racing line, Hong, if you're coming back on the racing line after making a mistake, they should allow that car through. Well, I wish we had live stewards at the moment. There'll be a lot of things to be reported about this one. Some of the drivers at the moment are being a little bit greedy, I'd say. If you make a mistake, you suffer the consequences. The mountain will punish you. So far, so good. Touch wood, we've been good. We have been good. We being the OCE racing team that we've been supporting the whole time long. Oliver in the cockpit. In the controls of the cockpit, you control the wheel, Ferrari, see him right now, making his way down the mountain to the depot, and doing a fantastic job. Flawless. Look at that car. Look at that. It looks beautiful. It's got a little couple of scratches and dings on it, like most cars do, but the steering's pointing great. The car has great performance. The last lap there from Oliver's is 206.2. 205 for the race leader, and 206s and 207s on average, and in fact it was a little bit quicker than some of the other drivers, and it looks like Miguel has had a little bit of another moment here currently at the moment for the QR team. Definitely a lot of damage suffered on this car, and I don't know why, if they are still making a mistake. There it is, bang. Hopefully that's off the racing line, should not be a problem. Backing up Spotter's got that one. Put it back on there, allowing a couple of cars through. I'd have to say, your number 5 car, you'd have to be looking at boxing very soon. I would not want to be nursing a damaged car like that around the mountain. It's up to them. I'm not the one inside that cockpit. I don't know how it feels. Either way, if it feels good enough to be safely driving up and down Mount Panorama, then that's fine. If it's a little bit banged up and needs a bit of duct tape, then get that one back in the pit lane. You still have 4 hours to go. Anything can happen. It has happened so far, because you would not have believed at all that this team, the OCE Red Racing team that started essentially in the pit lane, last place, has now climbed their way up 32 positions and currently sitting in P5. The reason why? Flawless driving. No contacts of any other driver, just a little mistakes there from a couple of drivers into the fence, as you'd expect. It's grueling. Bathurst is punishing. But they've just managed to tuck their noses in at the right place at the right time, get it done, putting consecutive laps in, not taking risks where risks are needed to be taking. Good lap times, 205.4. In fact, that is actually quicker than the other 3 drivers up the road recently, so absolutely great pace. Smart driving, and that's not just this OCE racing team. We have also 2 other racing teams, OCE racing teams, that are at the same time at the moment. That's the blue and that's the green, and they've also gained so many places. At the moment, I believe every single one of the OCE racing teams have started outside or inside the top 20-ish. Now they're all inside the top 10, and that's what you call endurance racing. That's the mountain, and that's Australia. Welcome along. It's Bathurst. And about 4 hours to go. We'll get some more people to come and chat in a minute. And we'll just once again run on board, have a listen to the Ferrari. It sounds great. It sounds perfect. And it sounds brilliantly driven by Mr. Oliver. Live commentary will be provided very, very soon. I have a bit of a breather at the moment, so be going for a whole ruling at 7 hours and 54 minutes, as well as most of the drivers. Of course, all the drivers have been doing here this evening. They'll be ready for a switcheroo very soon for the next round of pit stops that will be occurring very, very, very soon. Of course, in the 4 hours remaining in this Bathurst 12-hour iRacing event. Broadcasting live, of course, for the JP Broadcasting Network. And if Bathurst isn't your thing, or GD3s isn't your thing, well, we have plenty of other events going on. Hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up. Motor racing is JP Broadcasting. I'll have a bit of a quick breather at the moment. We'll get more drivers, and many people will have a bit of a chat too about how to handle these cars around Bathurst. So far, the OCE racing team have been handling it quite brilliantly. We're on board right now with Oliver for his final few more laps or so before he's going to be looking for a pit stop run.
Why, hello there, Biggles.
Well, hello, welcome along, because I said a really tight battle at the moment between Mr. Oliver. He's got caught behind a little bit of traffic. He's battling up the road with the the car that's in P4. That's the Porsche just there. So that little bit of traffic has cost him some time, but I like to see Oliver was patient about that one. I elected not to choose the inside or the outside, climbing up and down the mountain. It will compromise a bit of time, but he lived to see another day, because he risked it for the biscuit up on the inside there. There could have been a bit of 15-minute repair time. Hello, and then joining me in the casting block once again is Mr. Kiwi. How is your racing going there down into the OCE Blue racing team, I believe?
Yeah, so we are currently holding down P9 on the same lap as P8, but we're 2 laps ahead of P10. So we're sitting pretty, just driving consistently. So for our goals that we've set up today, we're doing well. It's great to see OCE Red doing as well as they are. an outstanding team, and if they can hold us out, it'll be probably one of our greatest achievements. So
Teams, mate, with an S on the back, because all of your OCE racing teams are doing great.
Yeah, we are. It's really great to see that we've managed to get 9 drivers together, 3 teams, and all 3 of them are putting on a show, driving outstanding, top tier stuff. So it's great to see.
Yeah, considering everybody was outside the top 20 really at the start of the race, and now everybody's inside the top 10, as you mentioned.
Hey, no, even better. I'm pretty sure we're all in the 40s at the start of this race.
Wow.
All 3 teams dropped down, had a meatball repair time, and we're in the 40s, and now we're all inside the top 10, which is a big effort from everyone involved.
Effort, of course, to Kiwi himself. And are you the sole Kiwi driver here for the OCE? Of course.
Yeah, I'm the sole Kiwi for I think the active racer in the OCE Racing League at the moment. I'm the only active.
And mate, Kiwis are fast. We saw a Kiwi drive a Formula 1 car around recently in the mountain.
Yeah, he's actually racing a go-kart not far from my house today. So
really,
I chose to race the Bathurst 12-hour with the boys rather than go watch young man Lawson with the go-kart round.
Yeah, Lawson. Lawson he was stoked, wasn't he? He was like, damn, it was great. Even though it was an older Formula 1 car, it doesn't matter. It's still quick around the mountain. And he backed off, mate. He wasn't going for a lap record, even though he probably could have smashed it if he wanted to.
I'm pretty sure it was team orders.
Yeah.
Team orders. No, don't go out there and show them what we can really do. Just give them a bit of a show. They were
out for the crowds, of course, doing a couple of burnouts. Here we go. Oliver on the back here. This is for racing for position. This is a racing for P3, perhaps. And Oliver's just biding his time at the moment. You know that. He's got the Porsche up the road. What do you think about this one, mate? I'm not quite sure if you're out seeing these pictures because I know you're involved.
Yeah, I'm seeing these pictures.
Yeah. What do you think?
I think Oreo just needs to hold off. Just bide his time. He's clearly faster than this bloke. So if he can just hold out, not push too much. But if we all know Oreo, he loves to stick a nose in there and get the move done. So
he stuck a nose in a couple of times, mate, and he threw the opponents off. They had spins in front of him.
If he has a sniff going up into turn 2 here, he's going to go for it. But I don't think he's close enough. Oh, actually, he's getting a bit of a run. He might do it, you know. He's having a look.
Oh, I think so. I think he called his bluff on that one, mate. He is going for it. You have to commit now. Oliver, time to shine. The 11 car sends out the inside, says Murray's, and says, welcome to Australia, my friend. Welcome to Bathurst, and welcome to the OCE Racing Team. That's P3.
What an absolute move from Oreo there, mate. That was some ballsy stuff. What are we, 4 hours to go in a 12-hour race, and he pulls out a move like that? Top tier.
And on top of it, they are equal on pit stops too, my friend. So it's not like you got an extra pit stop or 2 between them. That is racing for position. That's racing for P3. Can you believe it? Now, the bubbly stuff's starting to like bubble in your mouth, isn't it? Foaming in your mouth a little bit. But don't worry about it. You still got 4 hours.
That's next level stuff right there. So that's got me real excited to see how these guys go.
Oh, that's going to spice up your team, your racing team, of course, with the green and blue OCE racing team. That's going to give you a little bit more, upshift, an extra couple of 1,000 RPM, mate, when you get behind the wheel soon.
For sure. Oh, I've got 8 laps to prepare for a 2-hour stint, so I'll leave you to it. I'll try.
Thank you. No, I appreciate you chatting in there. Anybody else? You grab some of the other blokes in to come up chat to me, mate. It gets a little bit lonely up in the trailer here in the Bathurst. I feel like I'm a little bit tent there, firing up a barbecue, and nobody's here to have a snack with me.
All right, sweet. All
right, mate. Thank you very much. That's Kiwi. Yeah. He's going to be back behind that wheel, and they've been doing a fantastic job as well. We just heard, which it looks to be like the car to be in around Bathurst at the moment has to be with the 3 letters next to your name, OCE. And if you want to find out about the OCE Racing League, of course, the Discord link is in the description. What an overtake. I have to even go back and replay that one because that was classic textbook 101. Let's have a look at how Oliver delivered it down the chase. Up the chase. Actually, no, that's Griffin's Bend. Yeah, that's bold and brave. Trusting in your braking, trusting in your car, trusting in your team, and a job. There it is. Excitement was right there. There's never a dull moment around the mountain. That's for sure. Certainly not when you're watching the OCE Racing teams deliver the job. Now, Oliver's going to be the end of his stint soon. I believe Jules may be very much next to ready to jump into the racing seat on that one. And Jules has delivered some of those fantastic overtakes. Martin as well, too, one of the other racing pros in this team, has been delivering a fantastic flawless performance. Flawless performance all around. Can you believe? Well, you have to believe that the team right now you're watching on your pictures, the 11 car, 34 positions gained, currently sitting at P3. Pit stop windows coming soon, but that is legitimately the case because the pit stops have not occurred yet for the other drivers, and up the road and down the road. Ferraris are working here in the mountain. No Holdens or Fords, unfortunately. That's something you have to stick to for the V8 supercars, but at the moment you're in the Bathurst 12 hours. Just under 4 hours to go. I'm a little bit of a breather again, and we'll just listen to once again the sounds and the revs and the engines of the performance of the OCE racing team. Back for the broadcast, you wouldn't believe it at the moment. You would not believe the team that started from the pit road right now in 3 hours and 35 minutes, 8 hours and 7 minutes gone, but they are currently running in P3, and the gap right now to the leader is essentially 23 seconds. You can see that on your screen. They're about 1 second to change down from the P2 position, but they are down 22 seconds to the race leader. What an absolute monster of a drive that the OC team has performed. I don't think they've even thought themselves to be here. Jules a little bit early that was racing and should be stepping into the seat soon after Oliver was kind of saying, Biggles, well, you know, at best we're probably hoping for a top 10. My friend, you may be hoping for a race win soon, because at the moment they will be jumping the pit road, and they'll be jumping the pit road right now. They have to make their pit stop, but also those other cars up the road will have to make their pit stops as well. But that is something that probably nobody expected. But then again, it's Bathurst, and if you're an Australian, this is where you come to life. Let's just have a listen, and I'm just in awe of the performance this team's been doing. Not just this OCE racing team, Red, as Jules will jump into the driver's seat right now, but overall the performance from all the OCE racing teams that are all occurring at the same time. Unfortunately, we can't show you all the pictures at the same time, but we do have the green and blue team as well. They have 3 teams in this time split, all doing great. Positive because of the effort they're putting in there. And these guys have been putting in, trust me, all week. I've been just in here trying to set up the cameras and set up the broadcasting stuff, and I jumped in. The blokes have been happy to allow me to jump in there and just listen there and have a chat to them and see their strategies and how they're going to pan out for this grueling 12-hour event. And they just been prepared. They have been very smart about this one. They've played their cards right. They're laying the cards down on the table. They're pulling the bluffs when they need to pull the bluffs. It's been paying off brilliantly, and right out of the pit road right now, just one position drop there from Jules now in control of the race. But then again, there is pit road there for P2, So that position should very much come back, I'd say, maybe soon, to resume that P3 podium position as we're getting down to the dying stages of this grueling race. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, you come out of that racing seat, my Mr. Oliver. What a perfection. Peter Perfect, of course. Peter Brock was the legend. He's won more of the Bathurst races, of course, in the V8 supercars and back in the day than anybody else. Well, I have to call you Mr. Perfect Oliver, because that was a perfecto drive that you did, mate. Can you believe, currently at the moment, you guys are essentially sitting in P3 and P4 in this race? You remember where you started? Pit road.
Yep.
How's that feeling for you
crazy.
after that stint?
Well, I can't feel much, I'm going to be honest. My arms are... I had such strong tunnel vision, it took me a few seconds to read any numbers bar what was exactly right in front of my eyes. So that was challenging towards the end. If it wasn't for like the just adrenaline, yeah, I don't know if I would have made it.
You did make it. You did make it with style. Your lap times were consistent and great. 206, 205 is just the target you'd be setting. That's what leaders are doing. In fact, you're probably quicker than leaders most of the time. And great overtaking. And you have to mention, too, there was a little bit of a moment when you're going up the mountain there and the car that you were trying to challenge a little bit further up there, you got stuck in traffic. But I love the patience that you had. Patience was like, you know, I'm not going to challenge you the other car through the mountain, even though clearly they were slower. The leader's in right now, my friend, as well as actually, yeah, so Carlos is in. Are we going to be looking for a P3 here soon? Keep an eye on that track map. Now, they're a little bit further up the road, but just before I was looking at the gap to leader, you got about 34 seconds to the gap to leader, so this is going to be, should be a P3 for you very soon.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it just depends on who they put in, because
Are you in the car right now?
I'm not, no.
Yeah,
You're
Kiwi's just jumped in for a second there, Kiwi. No, he's not. He's just coming. He's come out of the car, mate. He's been doing 2 hours of
but I seen the pass. I seen it. I was there for that.
So there it is.
Well,
so the race leader's in the pit road. You can see that on the track map at the moment. Now, where is that OCE Racing down the final Forest Elbow?
Who's in the car now for Reds?
Jules. So
Jules is in,
ultimately,
yeah.
what really matters is that depending on who Scuderia Little put in their car will depend on if we can beat them or not. They have a few really, really talented drivers. I think this one that's in now is at like a 4.4 thousand iRating.
Yeah,
so
they had
really
the number 4 car had the highest iRacing driver I saw in here. It was about 6.7k. But then they actually
good luck, boys. I'll see you later.
Oh, thank you very much, there, Kiwi. They actually had in one of the stints before, they had a driver that had an 800 iRacing. That's the reason why their overall balance for the iRacing for the team has been different. It's because of that. They had an 800 iRacing driver, and then they had a 7k iRacing driver.
Yeah, the 800 got 800 iRating. Every single person on the track, I can guarantee you, was treating him like he has never driven a lap before.
He did a great job, by the way, didn't he? Did he really? Was he really that bad?
Shane, he was, from what I could tell, he's only in there so that the iRating has dropped down. He's probably done that one stint, which has gotten him over the minimum.
You're right. Yeah.
And he was 10 times worse than any other driver on there.
They're throwing Connor at the moment, my friend. Connor is a 4.4k, the US driver, in the car that's just up the road from you guys. That's the exactly the Scuderia little machine. Now they're 44 seconds to change. Now we still with those cars up the road. They're still yet to box, my friend. So they will have to at some point visit pit road.
Yeah. The Connor Fisk, he's setting competitive lap times. He's in the high 5s, low 6s, which is what I believe I was sort of entering towards the end of my stint. So ultimately it really just depends on how quickly Jules can get readjusted since he's been out, because the temperature, the track, it's like a whole new track from when I first got in to when I got in for my second drive of the day. So it's the track temps are so high compared to early in the morning.
49.
But it's
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, I mean, early in the day it was about half that. You know, I was setting, I think I did a 2:02, and I was just struggling to keep it in the fives towards the end of that shift.
It was cold.
It was. It was.
This will be about the peak of your track temperature. Most of the drivers that I mentioned to expected probably about 50 Celsius peaked. Now we are about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which would be your peak general time at the track. So all that sun that's shown in here. It's been partly cloudy, so you might not get the full sunshine in the mountains, Blue Mountains of New South Wales. So yeah, 48, 49, 50 probably will be the peak. At the moment, this might be the peak as Jules is trying to handle the machine quite well, you'd have to imagine, after he's come back on a heavy car and fresh tyres. 15 seconds and change down the road from the team that was leading the race for a long time. That's the number 4 car up the road there that's driven by Connor now. So that'll be interesting to see how Jules matches the pace currently at the moment.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see. With Jules, it's more, you're not actually asking for lap time, you're asking for him to hold back a bit. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes, whether or not he takes some more. I can see he's already in the 5s on his second lap. I can guarantee you I was not in the 5s on my second lap of the stick. But yeah, he, as long as he manages to just try and tone it down a little bit, he should be able to bring it home in one piece for Martin to finish it off.
Get back to you in 1 second. Keep letting everybody know at the moment, my friend, how it's all panned out while I just sort something out in the background.
Yeah, all good. But yeah, pretty much as a bit of a rundown for anyone else who's joined now that wasn't here a little bit earlier, I qualified the car. I qualified it on full fuel from previous practicing, I haven't done a lot of low fuel running purposely for surrounding qualifying. So up until 9:30 this morning when quali started, I wasn't actually sure how I was going to approach it. So, ultimately I just decided in the moment I'm going to run quali in full fuel. That way then I can suss out the track temps, what it's going to be like in the race. I was honestly more surprised the fact that I was like third last in qualifying with a 4.8, 2:04.8, which is a reasonably quick lap time. So I made the split decision with Jules' help we'll just start it in the pit lane because, if we're last, why not give us a bit of breathing room in case something does go wrong. And then from there, like the first 2 hours, I was just banging out consistent laps. I think we went from like 48th to 20th or something like that. So solid beginning. Then we had Jules hop in. He had a couple, only I think 1 or 2 moments where it was a bit, whether that was mechanical, like his physical pedals, I think, were playing up for a second. But yeah, he managed to climb us up into the 10s, so up into sub 20 position. I think we got to 15th after his stint. Then Martin got us from 15th up into pretty much the top 10. So it was just ultimately about carrying on from what the others have done, and just pretty much setting consistent lap times it's sort of like going just beneath what you're ready to risk the car on. So it's all about pushing as much as you can without putting the car in a position where you're not sure if you're going to make it out the next corner. But yeah, so I was finding the dipper quite challenging just after the Peterbrook skyline. Just managing to change the car from going right to left, while also, obviously, as the dipper says, it's a dipper. So that was probably the challenging part. And just into turn 4, managing to stop it. It was a particularly scary moment where I had a car that was pretty late on in that second stint, actually. It was a car that had, lost its rears and just went straight backwards into the wall, just pirouetted.
I saw that on the pictures,
shortly.
mate. That was a heart and throw moment, of course, a Code Brown moment, because, we got the replays of that a few times over. You could check it back in the stream later, but exactly.
Awesome.
That, and you had to lift a little bit there and choose a direction. And thankfully, so far, so good for OCE. You've, in those incidents up the road there, you've just happened to kind of a little bit of luck, always a little bit of luck in the mountain. And of course, I felt for you. Once
That was a
again,
scary
it was
moment.
1 second earlier, my friend, and that could have been a T-bone moment. That could have been 15 minutes in repairs.
Yeah, that would have been race done. Well, obviously not completely done, but anything performance-wise. But yeah, I literally came around the corner, saw that car rolling backwards into the wall, and I had to stop myself from slamming. If you slam those brakes into that corner, that rear is going around along with that other guy. So it's about trying to put enough pressure to slow that thing down, but not enough that the rear comes around, because that was, I think I had the rears were not facing the same direction as my front wheels were in that moment, but it was about trying to stop them from going completely out to make that corner. So I narrowly fitted through there. As far as I'm aware, I'll obviously have to check the replay later. But yeah, that was not a fun moment at all. But you know what? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Oh, absolutely. What doesn't murder you in the mountain makes you stronger, of course. And you survived that one. Drive to survive, of course, is what it is in an endurance race. You can look at some of the other teams that were way up the road from you, of course, my friend. But unfortunately, they got involved in some of those collisions that weren't necessarily their fault, because they were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Now, going back to that one, my friend, when you came out of one of those pit stops, what I was really, really impressed with, I don't know if that was just the luck of the draw, you came out in clear air. I'd look at that track map at the moment you can see on there, and the moment you can see Jules in that track map, he's got a bit of traffic up the road, but you came out, mate, and it was almost like you were in one sector all by yourself. Nobody else was around you. And I think I was chatting to some of the other OCE members at that point going, how would you be feeling at that one going, am I actually in this race at the moment, or am I in a practice session, or am I DC'd? Because you had nobody around you up and down. You could just put your head down and put some grilling laps in, which is exactly what you did.
Yeah, there's nothing more relieving than seeing a clear track in front and looking and finding out you've got a bit of room to wiggle from behind as well. So that definitely did help me keep my calm. And yeah, just pumping those laps was really critical to hold it on for Jules and Martin. Who obviously will be.
And you pumped them in, mate. That's the reason why you're currently at the moment P3, P4 on the timing table. But yeah, it's a great thing as drivers to be out there, and you can just concentrate, right? You don't have to worry about traffic. You don't have to worry about anything else. The fence is there always in Bathurst, but you were just focusing on your own driving. You're putting those banker laps in over and over again. You don't necessarily see it in an endurance race of 12 hours how much that makes a difference, but it did make a difference, because it's currently the reason why you guys are 33 positions gained up. I believe we have somebody else in the chat as well. So
we
say
do,
hello.
we do.
And just let us know who you are at the moment in chat there, so they can hear your voice and tell us. Yep.
Fusion, pretty much. I did a lot of practice with these boys for the 12-hour, and yeah, that's about it, really.
Now, Fusion, are you racing this evening?
No, I'm not.
No.
Just here to get my support on for the boys,
All right, so have you been jumping into many of the teams there as basically a spotter, or there as an engineer? How have you been helping the teams tonight?
Not yet.
No?
I've just been through all the chats, making sure all the boys are hyped and still keen for the 12-hour, ready to 3 hours to go. Just got to push to the end. And they're all doing pretty well by the sound of it. So
yeah, Fusion, mate. Yeah, if you're a cheer squad, mate, right? You're cheering for the right teams because they're doing a brilliant job. Absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
And just as you recap, maybe I'm not even broadcasting this one here on James's broadcasting network for the OCE Racing Team Red, but if you chat to the other lads there, overall everybody's up and up. Everybody's essentially inside the top 10 now, from starting way outside the top 10. Any one of the teams that impressed you most? Like, what's the chatter you heard from the teams?
I would say, honestly, Bathurst Com3 with Kiwi and Confirmed. They're doing some pretty good laps, just about to their pit stop when I hopped in. And, they were just pretty excited, pretty keen still, you know, banging in some good laps and just having some fun while they're doing it. So I think that's the spirit you need, you know.
And what about Mr. Oliver that's driven that wheel before here for a couple of stints? Now, actually, there will question. I'll let you answer that question in a second because this has been on my mind. Oliver, when chatting to Kiwi and stuff, they're switching that strategy up now. So rather than doing double stints, they're going to switch it to 1 and 1 and 1 stints. What are you planning on doing there for the red team?
It's safe to say we'll be doing double stinting. So pretty much Jules will run from this stint, he'll box one more time, drive again, and then Martin will jump in for the last 2. Obviously, unless something unfortunate happens, that's the game plan.
Okay.
But yeah, I also have to take my hat off to Confirmed and Kiwi's team. Coming into it, I would say they probably weren't the most prepared, just on the fact that some of their drivers haven't done as many laps. I think one of their drivers, Eckers, didn't even realise the race was on today. So for them to be going this well it's really a commendment to their just their driving abilities. And before today, for them to be, I would have, without throwing them down, I hope they aren't listening right now, but I would not have thought even a top half finish for them was particularly likely.
Whoa.
But they have gone well and above and beyond. They're to be honest the standout for me today. They have done an amazing job.
Are you denying the OCE racing team a racing performance around the ruling 12 hours of Bathurst? You better not be, because they've been delivering it.
That's what I'm saying. They
always say you
out of the 3
don't
teams,
in your own backyard, mate. All right, this is your backyard. You do not do that.
But no, I would say they are definitely the standout today. The only incidents, as far as I'm aware, have been them actually avoiding incidents and being collected in the process. But yeah, they have done it. From what I've heard, they've done a truly amazing job. So
all the teams have Fusion as well. Looks like the Ferrari's a car to be in. I believe all the 3 teams are racing in the Ferrari. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah. It's actually, Jules, who's in the car at the moment, he will not drive anything but a Ferrari. When there's an option to drive a Ferrari, he's in it. So we all sort of just got in the car, felt it out, it felt great, so we just kept on with it. But yeah, I think a few drivers were keen to drive the Audi, the Porsche, or even I don't think the Mercedes was a fan favourite, so that was stayed clear, but definitely the Audi and the Porsche. I was keen to drive the Porsche. I haven't got it yet, but I'm sure that would have been a fun adventure around the track with its, particularly to the top section. The rear on that car is anything but planted, so that would have been interesting. Then you had the BMW, who's going to be jumping in last. He was keen to try that one out. But ultimately, we've done the Ferrari before. We did it last year at Bathurst. It was the only way to go. So I think, everyone's pretty happy that we picked this car. We had John, who I'm sure was in the comm box before.
Yeah, John gave me a whole bunch of knowledge. I mean, John's a mechanic as well, mate. He could pull that brakes off your car in a second there, jack it up on there and replace the engine and the gearbox if you need to. So he
provided us the car that's getting us this far as well. So it's definitely to his credit.
You can see it's a Ferrari domination if you look at the timing tables right now. You can see all the Ferrari logos there. A couple of Beamers there. The Porsche, only a solo Porsche there up at P5 at the moment. And then you have to go further back there for another Porsche and Mercedes, and unfortunately the Audi's down there in P20 and 21. And you have to see all the rest of that one, but it is basically more of a spread. You have to say a majority of it has been Ferrari. Ferrari have been paying off at the moment for sure. So if anybody is going to be racing in the Bathurst 12-hour event for the other time zones at the moment, you have to be looking back at these ones, the first at least time zone event here for the splits for the Bathurst 12-hour, and go, well, I'll tell you what, maybe I'll be having either pizza on my pineapple on my pizza or not, but I'll tell you what, I kind of would like to be at a Ferrari around Bathurst right now. It seems to be the machine to be in. Bit of a moment here from Claudia. That's running at P28, and that's not a... that is your Porsche. Let's see what's happened. 13. Yeah, it's a little bit too deep, isn't it? Down into
That's exactly what happens when you're in a Porsche. That's exactly what happens.
You know what? I just got a call from Porsche saying we were about to give you a car as a sponsor, but now that you just talk trash about a car,
Not
we're not
anymore.
going to get to you anymore. All right.
That's okay. Ferrari's doing me just fine. So
But Ferrari, I go, Pucky, you'll be parking that car, maybe, mate. I tell you what. Right now, did you feel that there's a possibility, once again, of tasting the bubbly stuff on a podium? Because, yeah, now I'm P4.
oh look, I mean, I didn't think P4 was an option, so you never know, do you? But yeah, as I said, I think as far as performance goes, I don't think we can push it any further. It's just going to really depend on what the other teams do and whether they crumble in the last few hours. But, you know, never say never. There is obviously still a chance. I think P1 is only just in front. We pretty much clawed our way back from nearing being lapped 2 laps down to essentially being on the lead lap. So that alone, you know, is pretty good achievement. But yeah, the Ferrari, it just seems to be the most well-rounded car around here. You know, the BMW, like, it seems to have the mid-corner ability, so as they don't, towards the end of the track, particularly the back straight, it just doesn't seem to have the speed you need around here. You know, the Ferrari, particularly this setup, when you see, let's just see where Jules is at the moment. Yeah, he's about to be entering the spot where our setup particularly just shines above the rest. Coming through McPhillamy Park, down through Skyline, through here, the car is just planted.
Oh, it looked good. Looks solid. You're 20 seconds away from our racing leading team. Now, our racing lead, that is the number 4 team. They've been leading this for, you'd have to say, 90% of this race. They're currently running at P3. That's Connor. Connor has a 4.4k I rating. Remember, the lead driver that started for the first 3 stints, I believe it was nearly 7k I rating. So you got to be pretty impressed to be battling it out essentially with the race leader, or at least the race leader for a long time right now. Only 20 seconds to change down the road. Now I'm going to go for a little bit of a quick bathroom break, but I do have the capable hands of Mr. Oliver and of course Mr. Fusion can talk about this one, as the cameras will still be pointed right now on the OCE Racing Red Team, handled by the mastermind of Jules, one of the administrators in the 11 machine. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, well, as anyone would know, he has put in quite a few hours helping us practice for this event. So, something has happened.
Oh, crash it! Let's see if Jules avoids. Oh, Jules is.
No. All right.
Hopefully, he doesn't have a lot of damage there.
Just need to be patient and wait to appropriately get back on the track.
See how he recovers.
We've obviously lost P4.
Oh, he's gone for a toe.
Right.
Obviously his wheels came off or something there, so...
Well, that's a bit unfortunate, hey. Oh, well, let's
Hopefully we can have a replay of that when Biggles gets back and just see what's actually happened there to the OCE car.
Yeah, that's a bit annoying, hey.
He's just, obviously, I think that Porsche's just spun around on the exit and, you know, that BMW's tried to avoid the incident and it's just gone all wrong for everyone, so...
Yeah, that's good.
It's not ideal.
No, it's not ideal at all. But oh well, we'll be out there. We'll do what we can.
Still 3.5 hours to go, so anything could happen, really.
Yeah. Anything could happen. That's just... Depending on... Look, when minimum, we're going to come out P7, but then we've obviously got repairs, so it's not looking too good. That's changed it a bit.
Yeah, it definitely has. Hopefully...
There's a BMW, so the BMW, I'm sure we'll see it on the replay, but BMW tries to avoid the incident in the process.
And pushes the Ferrari off the road.
Yeah, just like, I'm just watching this now, obviously you guys will see a little bit later. Jules, Unfortunately, I think Jules was just hoping he'd leave him some room. But yeah, he's tried to. The BMW's tried to avoid the incident in the process, just taking out Jules.
Yeah. Well,
I think
hopefully he
that
can get back on
Jules-
his feet.
Yeah, the car's toast. Unfortunately, I'm just watching the replays. Can't even move the car after he made the impact.
No. Well, he's got at least 2 minutes of the tow, 3 minutes of the tow plus repairs on top. So, well,
Yeah, that's no good. Oh well, that's motorsport.
yep, that's racing. 12
That's
hours.
racing.
Still 3 hours to go. There's plenty of time for team to get back on his feet and make up the position that he's lost. So.
Yeah, of course. Oh dear. I was just about
that's a
to
bit,
talk about how this was going to be our first enduro where we've, finished this far up. Who knows?
Obviously
it still
not.
could be the best. It still could be the best enduro we've had so far. Just depends how much damage we've actually got. We're still in the process of getting that car back to the pit lane as we speak. Obviously, it looks like it's waiting in there, but yeah, it's still a bit of towing to go. The car is physically there, but
Yeah.
in the game, it is still bringing around with a couple seconds left. I'll be
Well, I'm
interested to
I'm thinking some of the wheels might have knocked out of alignment or something like that, and it's just not allowed him to go, or we'll see.
Eagles curse, eh?
Yeah, we can't let him go for a P ever again. Yeah.
Just come back. What's happened at the moment? Because Jules is
Oh,
in the pit road.
Mate, you went for a P, and that was on you, I tell you.
Oh no! Don't tell me what happened. Let's have a look at the replay. Has been an incident or not? I hope not.
Yeah, it has been. We've been waiting for the replay.
Okay.
We can run through it again. From what I've seen, it appears that Jules has we've had a car backwards out of turn 1, and Jules has gone for the gap while there's a few cars stopped, and one of the cars that had slowed down went through that gap while Jules was fast approaching. And it looks like he's just,
has our luck run out? Unfortunately, let's have a look.
It has.
Can't really see it.
The Beagle's luck.
Well, I'm gonna go back in a little bit because I don't see anything specifically about that one with our team. But
It should be the beginning of lap 242.
242. So that means Lewis has had a crash. Let's have a look. Let's swerve around. That's a 999 car. Now that's it in the fence.
Look, we are still P6.
And where is... Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on this one for a second because there's more action. Might not have been this case particularly. I don't think so.
Yeah.
We'll have a look because there's also a crash there with Lewis. Oh, that was what we just looked at before. Don't think that had anything to do... No. And I'm just trying to scroll up. So I actually, believe it or not, don't have it in the... we have an Oliver passed here. This is a little bit earlier. Let's shout Julia. It says Oliver, but that's actually Jules. Oliver, you're in right now.
That was a pretty... I'm going to be honest. At that moment, if he didn't back out, I was prepared to run him into the wall. So that was the mindset. I was
that's way back
wary
there.
that he was on the outside.
I'm not getting any information, unfortunately, from this one. Just the fact that...
No?
No, it's crazy because all I see is this overtake here. That's not even an overtake on track. So nothing's in race controls telling us what happened. So what? No, nothing at all is showing as to the reason why Jules is going to pit road.
We're about to lose P6, so we have about 3 laps before P... So we'll essentially be P7, and then we have 3 laps from there.
I think I found it. I don't want to see this, but I think I found it. Here it is.
Uh-oh. Has he found it?
Ah, here it is.
He's found it.
Too. Now, let me go back, and I'm just gonna rewind this one because it's not showing up in race control. But unfortunately, I'm gonna have to do it the slow way. And there's a pilot. What was that? Out of Hell's Corner? Let's have a look.
Turn 1, Hell's Corner.
Let's have a look. So here it is. Jules crossing the line, all cool, calm, and collective there, and then this is where it all goes pole-shaped. Yeah, because he had to avoid that collision. Boom, and nowhere to go, unfortunately, and is said facing in the wrong direction. Well, I think I have to say, guys, we were lucky. That car go up into the... We were lucky to avoid a lot of those collisions, but, you know, it's inevitable, isn't it, in a 12-hour race that somewhere on the line, a mistake up the road is going to happen to cost you and Jules. I think that was a clever tow, right? Because, you know, you got it all the way. That's the first... That's Hell's Corner. You got the rest of the mountain to go after that, don't you? So...
Yeah, exactly.
That would kind of be silly to try to drive your way around there, and with the damage, we don't know how much damage they had, but obviously Jules is sitting in the pit road right now.
I'll go check for you. I'll be
yeah,
back.
you can check. That'll be fantastic. I'm sure they'll be a little bit upset, but he's still got 3 hours to go. Remember, I don't think they planned on being from P42 up into P. Essentially, 3 was the highest place that they went, and that'll drop them down a little bit at the moment, but not that much. That much, you'd have to say, considering it's an endurance race. You got to feel for it, Fusion. You got to feel for it. That happens, right? But then again, nothing that they did wrong. Nothing that Jules did wrong. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Oh, I think that's actually worse, if I'm being honest with you, for Jules. Like, you know, if I think if he did something wrong, he'd be able to come to grips with it, because it's someone else that's done something wrong and he's just walked into it. I think he's going to be really disappointed. But, you know, it happens. It's racing. I'm sure he'll get back on his feet and bang out some good laps.
Mate. Absolutely. This is the OCE racing team. They always have.
Going to come out swinging, I think.
See if we're going to come out in a second. So the repairs, we'll see how much time there is. Yeah, you drop a few. That's for sure.
All right. Oh, so I've.
Yeah, this Oliver's back, my friend. Oliver. What feedback have you got?
Gone to the garage. Hopefully, we should be able to come out in P7. We've got enough repairs that we should be coming out somewhere between, you know, 7th place to 10th. So we will still be in the top 10.
You're in 10 currently at the moment in pit road. Now, have a look at 11 on the track map. That's a little bit further back, so I can't even see 11. 11 actually going through almost down the Forest Elbow right now.
About another 40 seconds of his lap.
Yeah, true. So that's a whole stretch down as they're going to make their way down the Conrad Straight. You can see right now that Jill's in the P10 position is sitting there in the garage. The 11th is actually right there. I'll show you where the 11th place is, and that's going here. He's got to make his way. A bit of traffic around this driver as well. Now Jill's has got to hopefully get the power down and get ready, because that 11 car is going to be coming up very close to the final couple of corners soon. Jill's going to be exiting the pit road too. I think he might very well lose the P11 at the moment, my friend. Yeah.
Just not quick enough.
Yeah, I'm just checking. Your telemetry is a bit more updated than the in-game one, so yeah, it is looking like potentially P12 or P11.
Well, P12's coming around the chase right now, and you're still in pit road. May lose 12.
Is he 3 laps? Does your thing say 3 laps behind, or what does that say?
I'll pull it up in a second. Yeah, 3 laps behind. So yeah, it'll unlap themselves essentially at this point. Yes, you're right.
Okay, I can hear the engine roaring, so hopefully we should be able to go soon.
Yeah, Jules on the power.
We're off.
Yeah, he's like couldn't be done any quicker. You possibly can, but well, that's a lot of positions lost, but that's not that bad. You'd have to say with 3 hours to go on the race, and anything that has happened to the race leaders before in the past. So yeah, get your head down. But is that a fully repaired car now? Is this like a brand new out of the racing garage, or how much damage do you think is still here?
I believe he's done the bare minimum repairs, but it does look like it's in pretty good shape. So I'm not sure if we've snagged something extra there.
Let's ride on board, and you can give us a perspective if you are watching the pictures that I'm looking at, and I'll pull up that lovely dashboard information to get the speed. Now you can kind of give it a feel, my friend Oliver. You've been driving this car. Let's see how Jules is going to handle it right now.
look, I will say for cold tyres, potentially high fuel, he's taking it with a decent amount of speed. So I think I'd be fairly confident to say the car's in decent shape. Yeah, where are we? So we're P9 at the moment. 20 seconds to P8. What we've got to be worried about is that P8 car. Their racecraft isn't anything spectacular. Quite a few, we had a bit of trouble getting past them, and obviously other cars too. So, but yeah, back to the car, it does physically look like it's in pretty decent shape. So we've just got to see as well, figure out.
On the car right straight, mate, what would you be peaking before your braking point down to the chase? Is it 240?
I think Martin was looking at 273 for me, but whether or not that was...
Well, you got 270, yeah, 273 right
273.
there. Yeah.
There we go, so that's looking... That car must be in pretty decent shape then, eh? I don't believe he's filled up, so we're still running as planned, which is a good thing because yeah, he'll finish up this stint, probably do another one, and then Martin will jump in. So we should still be reasonably on track. Martin will just be able to add in a little bit less fuel towards the end. So, you know, I mean, how is not P7 a couple laps ahead, or are we sort of with them at least?
P7 at the moment, I'll give you gap to lead. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Gaps there. That's what you do when you do broadcasting for 8 hours and almost 9 hours. It's okay. I should be used to it. But the gap overall, there it is. So you are a lap, 5 laps it says down, but so is the car up the road 5 laps down from the race leader.
Yeah. So I mean, look, we could get up. I reckon I have faith we'll be able to take P8, and we'll just be working towards P7. They're a very quick team. They're Flying Farts, as they're called. They're a decently quick team. They had an incident probably reasonably early on, but they were top 5 from pretty much the get-go. So to catch them will be an interesting. Will be interesting.
Oh yeah,
to see
man!
if we
Flying
can.
Farts broke wind, and believe it or not, the car that's behind you is driven by the 123 car. I have spent a long time in the pit road as well, so they've had some damage to repair. They've been here for 3 minutes at least and change. You guys spent 10 minutes on those repairs that you had to do, which is long repairs that you've ever had to do the whole time. That means that'll bring the 09 car into play there. So Red Mist Racing will go up behind you guys, but that's still a bit of a distance down the road, so you've got a bit of breathing space for Jules to get it on, do the OCE magic.
Yeah, and I guess that's what's important, making sure Jules knows there is breathing space, so there's always something he can leave in the tank if needed. But yeah, as I said, keeping Jules from going quicker than needed is half the challenge of actually getting around the lap. So as you just saw before, Jules is desperate for that P3 slot, and unfortunately it's just come slightly undone. But you know, as I said, that's motorsport, so you can't really control things out of what you can control. But yeah, there's plenty more in it for OCE. I've got faith.
Oh, I would have faith, my friend, because you still have hours to go in a race, and we all know that just like that, in a heartbeat, just coming around a corner, a bit of traffic up the road, bang, damage, and that's 10 minutes in a pit road that you didn't plan on expecting. So it is what it is. The mountain that can be cruel. Could be cruel to the 777 car of Tom. As we're watching a replay of this, he's pretty much all by himself, but I have to say this might be a snap of, too much speed going in the corner there. So the 7... oh, that's not a great place as well. Now you gotta sit here, and then thank you very much. And that, I know it's painful for the drivers, and GG's for you, Tom. Nobody wants to see that happen, but I think that was clever. There's no way you're gonna get out of that. You're in a dangerous situation. You had to go for tow. A tow is gonna cost you a ton of time, as you are all aware. But it's more admirable as a driver. It's more honourable as a driver to do the tow than it is to risk destroying all the other drivers isn't it? As you guys know.
And then the process of trying to do like a 5-point turn, you could very well.
That's what I mean. You
collect a few
can't
other
do it.
drivers,
We were talking about this before. It's at the top of the mountain, a blind corner. Yeah, I mean, even if you were to manage somehow to pull it off successfully, I tell you what, you know, even that, it probably almost would have cost you as much time as a tow to go back to the pit road. Anyway, but I'll tell you what, the car up the road is going to pit road. That's the Ferrari. That's the P8. Now, you guys may very well get this position back in a second. We'll have to keep an eye on the number 1 car, whether or not they're going to do a simple in and out pit stop. Driver swap. Definitely, so Daniel will go into this car. Where's it going to bring us? Jules got past. So there you go. Jules has passed. Back up to P8 now.
There you go. Just give me 1 second. I'll just have to quickly double check.
But you did say that Jules did not have any gas on that pit stop before, so just a mandatory repairs.
He didn't top up.
Did not top up. That was
Correct.
10-minute pit stop as well, too. 10 minute 43 seconds overall. It was a lot of time. But an endurance race is not that much time, considering you have 3 hours remaining. And Jules is looking pretty comfortable in this car right now in the city. He's alone on the track, which is kind of a good thing. You can see he's got nobody. Just a little bit behind him is the number 5 position, the Virtual Racing Peru team. But I don't think they're going to want to be put up too much of a fight. And if they do get close enough, of course, to the OCE Racing team, Jules is not going to put up the fight, let him through. And battle a little bit later on, perhaps. You can see that car in the background. I have to say, yeah, Jules may be... We'll see how much of an exit that the number 5 Virtual Racing Peru team, you can see in the background, are going to catch Jules down the Conrod Straight. Jules got clean air, mate. That's number 16 up the road. So that's lap traffic. I think we have Chris, a few other people in here at the moment. It's getting jam-packed. Thank you very much, guys. I get a little lonely in here in the in the casting caravan, just trackside here with my tent folded up. All the action.
It's a nice little place to set up camp here at Mount Panorama.
Got a camp, mate. I was trying to fire up the barbecue. Every time I try to light up the barbecue, I just had to turn the buttons on to what's happening in the action. Now, I'm not quite sure if you were aware on this one. Chris has just joined us, but a little bit pearl-shaped. Not any fault of Jules, but unfortunately coming out, I think it was Hell's Corner or something, wasn't it? And there was
I did get a little bit of an update. We got the stream going as we were sitting in the other car in Team Green. Yeah, your heart always sinks to hear. These guys are going so great.
I think we're lucky, mate. You got to remember, we've almost 9 hours into this race, and believe it or not, touch wood, you have to say the OCE, pretty much all the OCE racing teams at the moment have not been really in a collision with other cars. There was a little bit of meatball incident earlier that you guys had mentioned, but we've been lucky over here in Team Red, and unfortunately, luck just had escaped us. And we each of the drivers had their share of mistakes, okay? But that's mistakes by themselves, not mistakes of having to, unfortunately, have a car to try to avoid. And
oh man, you do everything perfect, but it's still a dice roll sometimes.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah, and you have to say it could be worse, couldn't it? You got to think at the end of the day that was like in turn out of Hell's Corner or something like. If you imagine that happened in the car park, perhaps on the top of the mountain, that could have been worse. So,
oh, certainly.
And 10 minutes of repairs is not that bad, you'd have to say.
No, I think that means we've all done 10 minutes or so of repairs now. We had 10 minutes or 8 minutes right at the start. These guys have held out till now.
How's your race going at the moment too? Just to elaborate that one, Chris, and elaborate what team you're in at the moment and what.
Yeah,
did you just finish a driving stint?
I got out of the car like half an hour ago. I just had some dinner, but we're going well. Since our incident at the start, we've been
are you
pretty smooth
when you
sailing.
say going well?
We're sitting in P5 right now.
Oh wow, nice. Okay, and that's the team blue, green.
We're green.
Green. Okay, I get mixed up with that one. Oh, well, it starts with an OCE, and then the colours the rest of that behind. Oh, that's good to see. It looks like Dean's had a bit of a crash here. My name's Dean. I didn't crash. I would have crashed, but Dean's a little bit behind down the road. That's the Epics Fails Motorsports team, that whether they've epically failed or whether or not they have epically failed right there themselves in the fence. Boom.
Oh, that's easy to do.
At least they did it by themselves. You guys know as race drivers, okay, my bad. You just don't want to be in a situation
Definitely.
of you having to have a pile up on the I-95 highway.
Yes,
at
that's
Bathurst.
what happened to us.
All right, confirmed in here now. So we've got everybody joining the party. Welcome. Thank you very much. I was lonely in the booth. Now I feel like we need to have a little bit of social
You
distancing.
can't get your own air.
Yeah.
Biggles, only you could be lonely in a room that's got 3 other people in it.
Mate, I'm glad to be a part of Australia. That's for sure. This is the closest I've been to Australia right now. I'm still across the pond from you guys, but yeah, elaborate what's going on as we have everybody joining
Long
us.
story short, somebody spun at McPhillamy and crossed the track at Skyline, and they were in the runoff area, right? Stopped. So Kiwi went to take the racing line, and then they accelerated, didn't they? So then Kiwi tried to go left, and then they stomped on the brakes and blocked the whole track. So we copped a 10-minute meatball.
Oh, 10-minute meatballs are what you'd be copying currently at the moment, the OCE recently, unfortunately. But then again,
It
everybody's
is-
still inside the top 10-ish kind of zone area, aren't they?
Yeah, we're P12 currently. It's not the end of the world. We lost 3 positions effectively from the crash.
Which is about the law of
But-
averages. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I expected 10 to 20 minutes of damage on every car before the end of the race, just because in 12 hours a lot can happen.
And does happen.
Oh yes,
It has
I almost accidentally.
Now confirm, you have to
my-
confirm to us who your driving name was in iRacing, the team you were racing in, and what stint you were doing, because you're just joining us at the moment. And perhaps people that are tuning in at the moment, if you are tuning in, give us a like and subscribe and a thumbs up of your team and what you've been doing.
We've had a fairly good race. Long story short, I am from OCE-RL Blue. And yeah, like I just said, besides the recent incident, we've been doing pretty well.
Been a major crash
went
here at the moment. I'm going to get some pictures in this one because it might have been multiple incidents.
Gaze.
Let's have a look. Fabio's coming down the mountain at the moment, and that's you can see a little bit of break up. No, there is going around
One
here, and that's a
wide,
dangerous
yep.
place, and there could be a bit of a pile up behind. We'll have to look. Now, I'm
If he
seeing,
reverses,
yes, he's
Fabio,
going to reverse the
please.
racing line. Somebody's coming around. I know Adrian may be coming around here in a second as he get out like a left.
Okay, he's staying out of the way. You know what? Like, he did the right thing there. It
There's
looked
another accident
really
here.
bad
Let's check this one out. This is actually a separate part of the track, and this is Adrian, P13
through the
car.
chase.
Gonna lose-
He's just outbraked
gonna lose the
himself.
rear.
Yep, right there.
Yeah.
Oh, too wide. And,
Sorry, buddy.
And
Better
another
luck
one that
next
occurred.
time.
That's Mingol. That and then these drivers. Been
No, it's the same guy. He's gonna like. It's just him driving off into the grass. That's fine, as long
Yeah.
as he doesn't rejoin into someone.
They've been off quite a few excursions here into the gravel traps of Bathurst. Anyway, live to see another day. Another crash, of course, but let's go back to this one. This crash was actually for the Japanese driver in P20, and oh, that's a collision.
Oh, that's huge.
That's a big collision. Chopper cam
that
has the
is.
only one to capture that one.
No.
Go back and look at this one again. Is that because Matthews went off? Yeah, going
He
backwards.
did the right thing, I suppose. The other car in this that ended up on the racing lane, he pulled back off into the runoff, which is what you want to do. Don't you
Yeah,
dare.
I know. Don't go on the racing line. Clever to lift off from that one there, Mathis. Good job, mate. It's the
Okay,
only little bit of runoff area you're going to have in the mountain, so use it wisely.
I mean, they could have been worse. I'm sure they're set for at least 10 or 15 minutes of repairs after that, though.
Yeah, they are on pit road at the moment. So keep an eye on
I
that one.
almost had something similar in my first stint. I braked too late coming through Skyline and lost the rear and somehow managed to avoid every single wall and come to a stop and then not get hit.
That's because my friend told you, you buy, you take those walls out to a nice dinner, buy them flowers. They'll be kind to you later. That's what you do in Bathurst, man. It paid off.
You don't want to
didn't
get into an abusive relationship
No,
with the walls
no.
around here.
Do not get an abusive relationship with the walls of Bathurst, my friend. Yeah. Many legends throughout the past have tried that one, and they have not necessarily succeeded. Peter Brock
you
probably
need-
is the only one that's actually managed to definitely do that over the years and survive and be the king of mountain, per se. The V8 supercars.
You can't channel any Ross Chastain vibes around Bathurst.
Jules is doing a fantastic job after that moment, after the repairs. Just got his head down there and just delivering the results. Fantastic. I wonder if Jules had mentioned to us before in the chat, and you guys weren't around necessarily, but I believe Jules is in his full racing kit gear, so he'd be sweating. It's quite hot right now in Melbourne, I think it was, where Jules is.
The man just wants the immersion factor. I wouldn't be surprised if he had his bloody helmet on too.
Yeah, I can't say full helmet, like, Mark Webber, like, I'm sorry, dude, I just vomited my helmet, but...
Broke in my helmet, but I'll keep going because I'm a fucking legend.
Be careful of the language, my friend. We're on JPBroadcasting network.
Sorry
Yeah,
about
it's all right.
that.
It's okay, I got the beep. It's a day late, dollar short, doesn't matter. It's all good. So
Wait,
the virtual
I'm just
racing
beeping it up.
Peru team are boxing up the road from P5. Keep an eye on that one. That is the P5 position on your dot map. If you look at the dot map at the moment, that's
It's on the
yeah.
time. That should be a fuel stop.
Yeah, it's pretty far away. I think they should be able to go in and out. Pending there's no extra repairs or whatever they'll be conducting on that car.
The car looks fine.
Yeah, they're
it
back
was
out
just
again,
fuel and
look.
tires.
Yeah. So we won't gain that position, unfortunately, if Jules makes his way back down the depot. He's got some traffic up the road. You can see on the track map at the moment. It's 16-17. That's lap cars.
It'll be
P7
fine.
on the track map is really hard to spot. It says P6 there up the road.
P7's just gone through Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, so a bit of a spread there, isn't it, between P6 and P7?
P5's behind P7 as well. So everyone's out of bloody order, but
They
it's
are way
fine.
out of there. That's what's caught me off guard there, because you kind of think P6 would be ahead.
We're
Oh,
what,
P7,
9
but they're
hours
not.
deep into a 12-hour race?
Yeah, mate. We're in 9 hours committed. Pretty much on the 9-hour marker. 3 hours to go. Hit the thumbs up, like, and subscribe there. On our second stream that we had to break up the 6-hour event. I know there is a few people out there in the chat. Stick with us. If I'm committing 9 hours of broadcasting and going to be committing 12 hours of broadcasting, I'm going to be here all the way to the end. For sure. And then don't talk to me for about 12 hours after I have a nap after this race. As I'm sure you guys will be as well. What time is it in Australia currently at the moment, local time?
It's 6:44.
Okay, this is the reason why you chose to split too, isn't it? Because it's kind of the best time zone. The other ones are a little bit later, earlier per se.
Yeah, with Kiwi being a Kiwi, you have the issue of him being 2 hours forward from us too, so for him it's nearly 9 o'clock at night right now.
That's true. And with a couple hours and change to go, P3 is now boxing. Now, that's
Yeah,
the P3 is the car that they should be in and out of pit road. They're the ones that were leading this race for the majority of the time. Now, they're the ones that had that 7K, 6.7K, I think, iRacing driver on their team.
So what, is 6.7k into 800s or what?
Well,
'Cause
they
I can't
had
imagine-
the 800 iRacing driver on their team. They had to be because the field spread is about 2.4k. Pull up the BOP. There it is. SOF, of course, that's the average iRacing for this split is 2.3. You got to think, you got a 6.7k iRacing driver. There's no way they're in this class of field. Ooh, almost a little bit moment. Connor comes back out. Connor at the moment is a 4.4k iRacing. But once again, they threw that 800 iRacing driver in there. That was a bit of a debate, wasn't it? That driver only came in for one stint so far.
If that's how they want to play the game, then that's
It's
how they
legal.
want to play
Obviously,
the game.
iRacing make those rules. It is a balance of their overall iRating, and as long as they do their stint that they have to do, that is what it is. We can't complain
and
about it.
at the end of the day, there's every
if it
chance that
works,
the slow driver wrecks and causes them more harm than would have been having their own split in a competitive field for them.
I have to say sometimes, my friend, that does it really mean they're slow? If you create a new, let's say for example, you're a great driver, right? Let's say you have
If you want to
if you have a 5K iRating, right? Then you create a new account. You create a new account, and then you start again. You could, and you go, if you got a lot lower iRating than what you really are for your racing pace, that doesn't really represent it, does it? In the day, like, I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see drivers do that.
Bracket.
Sorry.
Doesn't matter what game you play, it's always going to be, as soon as there's competitive matchmaking, there's people that'll try and abuse the system for easier games.
Yeah, and we're not saying that to this other team at all.
No, of course.
But I'm just saying there are ways of exploiting it. I just found one way of exploiting it right now, saying, if I create a new iRacing account, I could be quicker than everybody else in the field here right now. If I create a new account, my iRating would not represent my pace.
Drive.
I know that. I'd be less than 800. But then again, I wouldn't be behind the wheel. Endurance race. So, but P7's boxing. So is this a chance for Jules to get an OT and make their way up into P6?
There's potential for that,
7.
although he'd be getting P7, yes.
Yeah, P7's the pit road, I have to say for sure. Because P7's entered pit road. There's Shane.
40-second pit stop.
They're exiting right now. Oh, it's going to be close, actually.
Come out side by side. Or there'll be a second or two up the road, depending on where their pit box actually was, how long they have to drive at the limiter for.
There's Jules. Shane's out
right
here.
Clear.
And there's, so you at least see him. At least see your opponent up the road now. But about 5.5 seconds of change.
Although I can imagine that Jules is going to be boxing in about 5 to 10 laps time.
Yeah, Fusion, he's been crunching those numbers in the background. Any information you're getting from when Jules will be boxing?
Nope, not currently, but I'll investigate that for you.
Good on mate. The racing leader's in. The racing leader's got a bit of a healthy gap, you'd have to say. And you see the one dot in the pit road. Jules is climbing his way up the mountain. Well, yeah, you see the P8 position that Jules is in. That's with that'll be the yellow highlighted circle. P7 you can see just down the road. That's the red dot as they make their way down into the depot. Bit of traffic up the road too. Might come into play there for OCE Racing Red Team. As he's now down to on just under 4 seconds. My friend of the Flying Fast esports racing team.
I can imagine that with them being on a full tank, it will be quite easy for Jules to catch and pass them. The problem becomes that Jules boxes and loses the pit stop again.
But the other car's boxing as well to up the road. P3's in.
Yeah, I can't imagine that they would be boxing later than 2:45 for fuel if they're still on sequence.
So I went for a little walk down to the OCE Racing Red Garage, and the mechanics did say there's about 5 to 6 more laps till they're going to be pitting.
It does throw the strategy out, right? Because the OCE team have been boxing a lot later than the other teams, but that little having to go visit the pit road for 11 minutes and change for repairs, it's maybe throwing a little bit of a difference in that. I don't think it's setting the strategy. A little bit of a mistake, I think, from Dean. This is the reason why you saw some smoke, I think, on the screen.
Oh, I did see that in the background.
Yeah, that's Hell's Corner. That's Final Corner.
Straight, unlucky. Oh, no, you're fucked. Oh, he's been
Yeah.
hit too.
Gotcha.
Sorry,
Careful, the old
Biggles.
curse words. Here it is. That's I'm
Australian, I can't help it.
I know, that's this car here behind that, I think. This is another incident actually down the mountain. Ooh.
He's gone to... Oh, that's bad. I'll be
Now,
right
this
back.
06 car, my friend, you guys were even like following them before. They have been into the walls a lot. I'm surprised at the moment they're in P24. Somehow they're making some magic work. But I tell you what, I had to show them a replay a few times so far. And there's one thing you want to be in a replay in a endurance race is that you want to be a replay for your overtakes. You don't want to be a replay for you hitting the wall or the walls coming out and murdering you.
Yeah, that's true. Bit of duct tape and zip ties can always fix the car,
Zip
though.
ties,
You know?
yeah, exactly, mate.
I mean, at the end of the day, the wall is much stronger than the car is. I'm probably gonna jump off and run back to see if Kiwi needs any help. So it's been fun chatting.
Thank you very much for the update.
subscribe,
Everything that's going
everybody.
on. Yeah. So you have about 3 hours of change to go. So absolutely, I think
Yep.
I think at the overall we're looking at a target for a top 10 for all of our teams, right?
It's basically it, Biggles.
All right.
Alright, you have a good one. Look
Thank you,
after
man.
yourself, mate.
Take care. Good to hear from you.
We had
Go ahead.
We had a cozy little com box, and now everyone's just walked away, haven't they?
Yeah, jumped in for a second, mate, because they're all hyped up there about all the incidents and everything that's happened. That's good to see anyway. I love to see it. Don't leave me alone in the com box, and I hope you're enjoying me here as well, T-Fusion.
No problem, mate. We had a pretty full tent there for a minute, and everyone just go,
Full tent.
see you later.
Well, camping here in Bathurst, mate. Yeah, all of a sudden it was like, hey, somebody threw a couple of snacks on the barbie, and everybody's like, all right, let's have a feast. And then, of course, the food ran out, and then everybody's just departed us.
Everyone's gone. Yeah, gotta go feed, you know. It's hard work being a sim driver, mate.
Gotta get a snack in there. As you can see right now, climbing up the mountain there, Jules has got a couple of cars up the road there, lapped cars.
Oh, one of them's not.
I think. No,
Isn't,
one of them's not. You're
number
right,
7
actually.
right
You're
ahead?
correct. So that'll be the mix there, and Jules going to patiently find his way around. Now, I'm sure, is it lap car between Jules
I
currently in
think.
P8?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's the Mercedes. No. It's the one ahead of him. This Mercedes is the lap car, and the BMW is the car in front, which he's gonna have to overtake.
So that's the orange machine up the road. So that's it's 1.2 seconds. You can see on the time in table. Yeah. So he's got to get past this orange machine.
Ooh,
Forest elbow
slide.
exit will be the key, because the chase is coming up, and we all know the OCE racing leagues can handle the chase quite well, my friends.
Yeah, definitely can.
Got. Not going to send it there, but he'll send it here.
Ooh.
He's going to get the good exit. He does it. Gets it on the Mercedes.
Beautiful.
But Jules is thinking more about the Flying Farts team up the road there. It cost a little bit of time to him. That's P7 just there, but at least Jules has managed to negotiate that back marker and work on that. And of course, the Flying Farts racing team in the BMW needed to negotiate that car, as you can see, making their way on Hell's Corner.
Oh, it's been pretty quick, Jules, in this car. You know, a 2.5
I got
behind him on
past.
the car.
That was it.
Has
Just
he?
like that. Yes. Let's have a look. And this
We're
is
gonna need
Jules.
a
I think they
replay
was.
on that one.
I think they had to go. Yeah, look at this. He's backed off big time because I think there was traffic there. And Jill says, "Thank you very much. I'll take that one any day of the week."
I didn't see that coming. I thought
I
we
didn't
were
see
gonna
that
have to
coming at
work
all,
for that
mate. I
one.
was preparing for it, but that was already done and dusted. Look at that.
And the lap car's already giving him a good little gap there as well.
Jules doesn't mess around, my friend. At all.
He
No.
definitely does not.
Now he has that car behind him, and that's the Flying Farts team right there. That's the Merc. They just managed to sneak on by for Hell's Corner. I was looking at the rear wing there of Jules' machine. It's not just Jules' machine, of course. That's been Oliver's
Dave looks
machine
like he's
as well
keen to
as
get
Martin's
past.
machine.
Well, he just drops him through there, doesn't he? It's very stable down the hill. This
They did
Ferrari
say they
is.
had so much pace down the mountain, didn't they? Has it
just
achieved
looks-
out there? It said only 3 hours to go. Not to brag, but if I could make it to crash 50 times in that time frame, yeah, I would as well too. Gotta leave it to the legends of Australia and the OCE racing team to handle and challenge the mountain. They know it better than us, Ian. They're Aussies. I'm an Aussie, my friend, but I've been out of that country that much. I really can't class myself as being a challenger to the mountain anymore. Leave it up to you, gladiators. I suppose you're awake. Ian's in my time zone as well too, so we're probably cracking at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning at the moment if you're in the Americas.
Jules is getting close to this Porsche now. Hopefully he's going to make a move sooner or later.
Yeah, lap traffic, but traffic's traffic.
Let's hope he gets out of the way.
Well, it doesn't have to.
Yep, traffic is traffic.
He's just got to time it perfectly. You know that the traffic's always going to be a problem too on the mountain.
Yeah, oh yeah. Only about 2 spots really you can do it safely. So let's see how he navigates it once he catches up to him.
You can be patient, my friend, and if that Porsche does look actually pretty quick, that Jules has set
Yeah, he
this
definitely
patient.
does.
Remember, he's still trying to maintain that. Oh, he's actually got 2.4 second gap over the Flying Farts esports team, or the Flying Farts team that they've been really just overtaken. Brilliantly, mind you. And that just is that just patient to find a way to get past that, as you said, Porsche up the road. But that's not for racing position. That's just to try to gain something. And you know, Jules is going to be pretty clever at that one and just bide his time.
Definitely does look quite loose around that corner there, doesn't it? The rear.
We're getting close
Do we
to
have a
that pit
track
stop
temperature
territory.
currently?
Yes, sir. I'll pull that up for you, sir, right now. No problemo. And on top of that one, track temperature. We were expecting 47 still, so we haven't cracked the 50s yet. Or
No,
we might not
it's
crack
still
the
pretty
50s.
warm. Not a lot of wind. It's pretty still, pretty hot. So it's just, 47 is still pretty warm. So
And the wind does definitely play. We don't notice it up here in the casting booth, of course, in the trail or the background.
yeah,
But if you get that headwind, you're going down Conrad Straight, or if you're getting it behind you in Conrad Straight, that makes a massive difference. So far, drivers don't have to worry about it. 47 degrees Celsius, so it's pretty much stagnated around this temperature for now. In the evening, you can see local time, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There's a bit of traffic up the road. Tell you
yeah,
one
bit of
car
biting. Let's
I'd
see
be
how
worried
Jules
about.
navigates it.
Let's have a look.
Definitely getting closer now. He is, Jules.
Yeah, left it. Their car lifted. Didn't want to be part of this party.
No, I wouldn't want to be part of this party either. It's quite tight.
As Ian said, who
Porsche
needs
still does
safety
some
if you're
quick.
in a Ferrari? Well, unfortunately, there, Ian, it doesn't matter how much safety you have. You could be in a Volvo or whatever, or the safest car on the planet. Those walls in Bathurst, my friend, they don't give any safety. You won't be shaving 10% off your car insurance right now if you make a mistake down the mountain. That's for sure. Geico.
This Porsche is pretty quick still, though. I think Jules is just
The
losing out
Porsche is
to him,
quick.
actually.
Yeah, Jules can't really kind of catch this Porsche at the moment.
Is this the Porsche in fourth position, or just
No,
the
the
one
Porsche is
15?
P15, if you can see on the track map right now.
Yeah.
And that is, I'll just flip the camera over to that, and that's Blake Holden, right here.
Yeah. Right. He's doing some pretty quick laps
Yeah.
then, really, isn't he?
They actually were above. They lost 5 positions, so give or take. But we've seen a lot of these excursions before from this team.
Yeah.
Jules is in. You see in the background. We were
Yeah,
expecting a
you'd
pit stop
expect that.
around now, and I think we are expecting a pit stop now. Jules has done his second stint, or this will be another up and down pit stop because we were kind of thrown off in that little moment we had to do those repairs.
Should be a quick one. Just fuel, I believe.
Tires too, right, mate? You take fuel and tires at the same time. No, not
Oh,
on
they're
the
not
jacks.
double stinting?
Not on the jacks.
Wasn't sure if they were double stinting the tyres or not, but obviously not.
No driver change.
Oh,
Jules
always
in the
a-
machine. Let's have a look. We're on board. Yep. Now, you don't see the fuel hose going in and out, but definitely not up in the jacks, so no tire change. It should be quicker than what I would think it would be. They're at 44, 45 seconds. Maybe
Oh,
take a
there's
little
the
bit of
jack.
repairs. No, there was down the jacks, right?
Yeah, it went up. It went up. So it was definitely on
Oh,
the jack.
now
yeah,
up.
it's gone up.
Oh, they've taken repairs.
Yeah.
They've elected to take some repairs because they were 40... That's 40-something seconds into the pit road before they even got it up in the jacks.
They're
Now
down?
back out.
Oh, there we go.
That's a costly pit
So
stop.
maybe he was having some issues though. Maybe he thought he had some damage and he wasn't happy with it and get it fixed. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, my friend, they were suffering a lot of damage from the start, and what they were doing is chipping a little bit at a time to those repairs. Of course, that
Well, it does look
massive
a bit cleaner.
10-minute repair has hurt them, but we'll see, because luckily at the moment Derek behind them, P10, has boxed, so might have brought him a little bit of time not to lose that position, so currently at P9. Jules come back out.
Straight back in some traffic.
Yeah, they had the lucky break before getting no traffic. I mean, got stuck in a bit of traffic. No, I have to say they had those repairs fixed. Look at that. There is no massive damage.
It looked brand new.
Yeah, so that left-hand side there was all scraped up and damaged a little bit earlier. That's the right-hand side. And that's looking good right now, so I have to say those repairs. Because they're clever. They know that there's about 3 hours left in this race. And, hey, you got to have a car that can drive fast around Mountain first before you worry about doing OTs.
Well, there's no point in risking it, you know. Just that extra 10 seconds in the pit, you know. Just have that bit more aero downforce or a bit more straight line speed, you know. It's all counts.
And in pit stops, which I'm going to try to get you an idea on those pit stops. I'll pull that up in a second. So here's your pit laps. So there it is. Lap 259. You just look up the leaderboard right now. 253, 245, 254.
Yeah. So Kia Source will have to pit probably another 10 laps. And they'll be in 10, 14 laps.
Yeah, and they're 19 seconds down the road from them. So that should be a gimme to take that P8 back.
Yeah. And then everyone else has relatively just been in the pits and came out, really.
Absolutely correct on that one. 254, 255, yeah, that's pretty much that, so. They're battling currently at the moment, as you said, probably for about a P8 at this point, and try to, at some point, looking at unlapping themselves to the flying farts in P7. How that pans out a little bit later in the race.
Yeah, well, we gotta hope, you know, no more incidents, you know, just clean run to the end, and hopefully Jules will pick up some spots as well as Martin, who's getting in the car a bit later, I believe, so.
Yeah, Jules has done his pit stops, that means Martin will be coming in next. Now, 2:36 to go, will Martin be doing the final 2 stints? May very well be the case.
I do have some insider info. I'll have a look because I think they might be.
Yeah, everybody's done 2 now.
Yeah.
Oliver's done 4 stints. Jules has done.
No, 5. He did 5, didn't he? 'Cause he did
Oh
the
no,
first
Oliver
one.
did 2 at the start.
Oh no, he did qualifying. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he did 2. Went to Julesy. Julesy did 2. Went over to Martin. Martin's done 2. Gone back to Oliver. He did 2. Julesy's now on his 2nd, so he's looking to do his 2, and that means the only driver left would be Martin. But with 2 hours and 36 minutes to go, could there be another stint, perhaps, there to go back to Oliver, or not? Will be the question. I'd say no.
I
It
don't
should
think
be,
so.
Yeah, it should be back to Oliver because
I'm looking at their plan here, and it's just Martin for the end.
okay, that would
From
make
what I'm
sense.
seeing
Because
here.
we got to remember too that there's about 35 minutes to go, and Jules just came out of pit road, so he's got
Yeah.
at least 30 something seconds of racing to go, so he can get his way around this back marker at the moment. To exit out of chase, no problemo there for the 11 machine of Jules.
Oh, nicely done. Man, that livery does look good, I must say.
Now that's all polished and cleaned, exactly.
Yeah.
And most of those
I haven't
liveries
had
are
that.
polished and clean because trust me, about what, halfway through this race, before halfway through this race, those cars are looking pretty dinged up, mate. They like to just survive.
Just a quick polish
just
in the
like
pit lane.
survive driving from Melbourne to Perth. Couple of bugs and all sorts of jazz all over the cars.
This car is close behind. Is he a back marker or? Who's
He just
this
passed
lad
him.
behind Jules. Oh, did he?
Yep, that was the back marker that Jules just passed. So up the road, he's about 20 seconds of change from the team that they've been kind of grilling with a little bit. And that's the number one car right here. But look at that, my friend. They are banged up. This car's been banged up. This car's been in the fence quite a few times, and we'll see whether or not the damage is going to cost them a bit of time. As we'll keep an eye on those times. They did a 105.3 last lap. Jules did a 206, but remember Jules came out of pit road, so he's trying to get the temperature back up the tyres and get used to it.
Oh, have they crashed? Or have they?
Daniel
had a
went off
instant?
track. Let's have a look. I think you're right.
Just
You
down
are
a few
right.
Seconds there.
You are right. There it is. That is a car up the road. Now it's an off track. It's not a crash, but that's cost some big time.
Yeah, that was
I
about
thought
3
time
seconds.
was big
I
time.
saw
Time
there.
is definitely big time in this kind of racing at the moment. And now, what's the gap? I'll go back to live because it's on the replay screen. That's going to be shaving time. 19 seconds, my friend. 19 seconds down the
so
road.
about 3 seconds, I think, there he's gained, which is a bonus. You know, never going to complain about
I'm
that.
telling you what, if you actually have a look at this one, we'll go over to that number one racing machine. It's dinged up.
Yeah,
And
quite
it
a bit of
doesn't
aero
look-
damage, I'd
Doesn't look
say.
healthy, does it? Does not look healthy. Look at the runoff area coming out of Hell's Corner.
And that splitter, it's not looking ideal.
And we'll go on board and see how much Mr. Daniel's struggling with his car at the moment, if he is struggling. You can see a little dents at the front.
Yeah. Well, it gets it turned in all right.
Yeah, that's true. And some of this is very visual and not actual performance-wise. But now you go up to the cutting. Now that's a lap car up the road. So that's not a car that he needs to necessarily be battling with. But once again, he got stuck behind that car down the depot.
Yeah, it looks like it's handling pretty well still. Could be worse.
Let's see the exit out of the Forest Elbow. Will be the indication of the speed.
It should be at about 273. Is that what we worked out? Is about the
Well,
max
we'll
for the
pull it up.
Ferrari?
Yeah, let's pull it up actually. Good information to see right now. There it is. Look to your right hand side. There it
Well,
is.
he's got a toe here though, so it might change the outcome, but we'll see.
Now it's a back marker, so if the back marker elects to say get past me, but the back marker's on the racing lines. I was like, nah, find your way around to the chase.
Oh, that's alright. 273 with a toe, so could be on the slower side, I think, maybe. Bit more downforce.
Hit the chicane, lifted the car up a little bit, keeping on those lap times as well. So from Daniel, we're looking at 206.14, but Jill's just got a 205.54. We'll get those times updated as they're going to make another way around the lap.
He is flying, isn't he?
Yeah, because also Daniel's holding this traffic too, which is another reason why Jill's could put in some quick laps.
Yeah, hopefully this traffic just stays right there. Ideal.
Daniel has to send one up the inside here for sure. Yep. can he make it stick and keep out of fence? Yes, he does. So eventually, they managed to clear that traffic. Got more traffic up the road too as well. Just to add injury to insult. Further back at the moment, here's Jules, who did a 205.7 on that last lap. Daniel actually did a quicker 205.4. So where that damage looked on that car that we were looking at before, which is the one machine, hasn't affected the performance at all. They're still quick.
Bill's definitely still doing some good laps with quite a bit of fuel, so pretty impressive.
Just to let everybody know, on the timing tables at the moment, the cars that are in green and red are the ones that are a couple laps ahead. The cars we're looking at the moment of Jules in P9 and the car up the road, P8, are on that same lap. Behind them are cars laps down. No, not just a lap, but multiple laps down.
Yeah, we hope not to see OCE down there. Hopefully in the red eventually.
Yeah, unlapping yourself, of course, is going to be key. But, you know, that 10-minute repair kind of cost a little bit of that possible podium challenge. But then again, you know, we were unfortunate there for the OCE racing team to come out of, I think it was Hull's Corner, and have a little bit of traffic up the road and having to have a little bit of an impact. That can happen also to the race leaders, and it has happened to the race leaders before in the past.
And pretty consistent laps here, isn't he? 255.
Yeah, the 20-second
Ferrari's
bubble
still
at the
chugging along.
moment to the car up the road.
Well, he's got a lot more fuel on board, does he not? I believe.
Jules boxed
When did
on
the
lap
PMOS bit?
259 and Daniel boxed on lap 245. So we are expecting that the number one car up the road to be boxing soon.
That's always good news.
Yeah, because we kind of expected the OCE racing team here to be getting that P8. I will show you those pit stops, the last pit stops on your screen right now. That's your pit lap when they did box last.
Do we know what lap we are on now? 265, probably, I'm thinking.
Give or take, yeah. Can't really show that at the moment, but we're definitely in the 250, 60s or so. Bit of a moment there from Adrian. Now, Adrian is a little bit further back there in P26, and that's... this could be contact between drivers as they make their way into the Hell's Corner. No, he's going to go too deep. There it is. Boom. No
Just
contact between
around.
drivers. Yeah, that's sole incident. And hey, the OCE racing team have done the exact same deja vu on that one, so don't you worry yourself as a driver. It catches the best of everybody off. That's the reason why it's called that, for a reason. Hell's Corner. There's actually two reasons why Hell's Corner. Hell's Corner is not a difficult corner to approach and take. Hell's Corner is the very reason why it's hell, because you got the mountain straight after it. Okay, so kind of like Forest Elbow. You make a mistake out of Hell's Corner, you compromise all that speed up the mountain straight. That's where your problem will align with that. Hell's Corner is just a simple like 90 left. As you can see right now, as Jules just takes it perfectly. But if Jules goes wide and runs off a little bit like you saw before, well, that's run down the mountain straight right now is compromised by so much time. So by the time you get to Griffin's Bend, any chance of an overtake is not there. And then if you don't get an overtake there at Griffin's Bend, you have to be following everybody all the way up and down the mountain out of Forest Elbow, and then perhaps looking at an overtaking the chase.
Yep, well said there, definitely. Definitely, is Jules just losing a little bit of time on the car ahead, I believe. Is that 23? My stream's a little bit pixelated. Is that 21 or 23?
That is...
21.
It's a lap car up the road. Yeah, I can't really see it as well, too, because he's that number 9's lapping over it. I think you might be right. It could be a 21.
He's just slowing down a little bit, maybe, Jules. But you to remember they have less fuel. Still doing well.
Forest Elbow.
Martin will be in the
Jules
car in
gets a good
15
exit.
laps.
You're right. Looks like a 2-2 something car. Quite see. What did you say it looked like on the dot there? Because we can't read it right now, but...
No, nor can I. We might have to just play it by ear and see what
It's
what happens and who
225.
it is.
I just caught the end of it.
225?
Yeah, so the 225 machine, looking through the telemetry information right now. The 225 machine is running. Oh, geez, I have a lot to look through here. There's still about 47 or so drivers in this race, believe it or not. 225 machine?
How many drivers was it? 47?
47, I believe, is still. Yeah, 225 is actually in P11, my friend. And that's, yeah, believe it or not, P11. We're currently looking at Jules in P9. That's a lap down. And you know for a fact that the 225 machine is not going to want to yield this too much because they are thinking about battling, of course, the OCE racing team later on in this race, for sure. So
Yeah.
I'd imagine this is going to be a fight, and Jules is well aware of this one. But you can see that
Yeah, they're going to hold
that
him up.
225 machine is a little bit beat up.
Not going to stop him, though. I'm trying to slow
Oh,
him
he's
down.
lifted. He's actually lifted. He did left him and
Oh.
let him through, so we're GG's on that
Really?
one. 225 machine once again. It's like, you're not in... Well, they are in a battle. That's a...
But
Merlick.
just not yet. Just not yet.
Just not yet. But that, I have to say that's... I didn't expect it, really.
No.
Because you may
Nor did
very well
I.
see these two drivers and teams battling it out later on in the race later on, depending on how the pit stop strategies pan out.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I'm surprised they've let Jules go past there. If that was me personally, very much would be wanting to slow them down and hopefully give my team an advantage. But, you know, maybe they thought it was fair at
They're a
the
little bit
time
more
and-
beaten up with the car, but yeah, you're right. I mean, especially when you're in this position now, they are a lap down, but a lap down in an endurance race with 2:23 to go, 2 hours and 23 minutes, is not a lot. In different pit
Yeah,
stop
a lot can
strategies.
happen.
Yes. And that's when you start fighting a little bit more. Now, if you're in the first hour of the race and you're 3 laps down, you would not be fighting at all for that position. But in this case, as you get later on, for sure you have to be, because you're battling essentially for a top 10 position here. For sure.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
that team up the road have,
Top
well,
10 is
they
pretty
again, Derek
important
is in control of
for
that
achievement.
machine. They, my friend, have gained 20 positions in this race as well, so they're looking pretty good. They're looking to bring that BMW home and get themselves in a nice top 10. And of course, Jules has gained, and the OCE Red Racing Team have gained 28 positions. And there's a little bit of a crash here from Adrian. Now, Adrian's a little bit further back in the 26th position. But the third car, could there
Just
be
that-
contact? This is going to be into, yep, that's Hell's final corner. Oh, there is.
Oh,
Hit the marbles again, my friend. And you go around.
good save, though. Good save.
Yeah.
Could have been a lot worse.
And that corner's caught off the OCE Racing Team a few times as well. I mean, to Oliver, man, he had a nasty snap into the fence on that one earlier in the race. Luckily, didn't get a major amount of damage.
Every corner around here is difficult, you know. It's always, every corner is a challenge. So, you know, it's bound to happen eventually, I think, you know. Especially when you're pushing the car to its limits or yourself to your limits.
I don't think at all, my friend, that there has been a single race. So the race leader, right, let's have a look. In traffic, you can see the car. I'm just trying to see if they're all bent and done. Look at
Just
that. They
looks-
just tapped the
ooh.
wall as well, too, coming out of the corner. So I don't think any car here around here at the mountain has really
perfect.
survived without a tap somewhere along the line.
It looks pretty clean, though, that Ferrari.
Yeah, and let's go back to Carlos driving the number 40 car there for the Brazilian racing team. They look pretty clean. They had their repairs as well too. Further back, this is Connor. A little bit further down the road. We were battling, remember, right now with this Scuderia racing team. Very close before, unfortunately, that incident, of course, that cost us a 10-second in pit box. Otherwise, we'd be right here, right now with Connor.
Yeah, we'd be battling right there.
They were leading this race for a very long time, my friend, so something happened to put them back into P3 because they were the ones that set the pole and they were the ones that were leading most of the race. Further back at the moment, you have Tommy with a high I rating. And have a look at that
in
car.
A different
Looks
car
pretty clean. Yeah, it's pretty fresh with the Porsche. And you got to remember, this Porsche is the one that's broken up this field too. Back to the virtual racing Peru team. Their machine. We've had a few moments in excursions and racing with them as well. On top of it, for the OCE racing team, they do look pretty clean. Then you go back to the 999 machine. Now, you have to say the gainers of the day for sure right now would be this team, Lewis, and the 999 machine for the BMWs. 42 positions gained.
Oh, wow.
42 positions gained. But look at the scrubbing of speed going down there. Maybe I'd be cursing them if I keep that up. Mistake maybe here, going further down the field. P25. This is Hugo.
Bit of
dirt. That's deep.
Oh, I thought he was going to keep it out of the wall there.
Tangle the wall. Anybody else? I thought that car's just luckily. What's he going to do? He's on the racing line. A bit of hope. There's no traffic coming around the corner, my friend. Almost
wow, that is
the other beamer off.
Save.
Wow.
That was a pretty amazing save, I must say.
Now, Daniel's gone in. Jing has gone in as well. Remember, this team was running P2 for most of the race. Now they're currently at the moment way further down. They're still ahead of us. Well, behind us as a racing team, but they've suffered a lot of damage. Now this is basically the moment that you would expect that Jules is going to extend their racing stint again for the pit stops they have been doing. Because you look at that on the map right now, my friend. 2:59 was the last lap they boxed, and look at everybody else above and ahead of them. Only a handful of drivers have boxed on the same lap or later than them.
From our practice sessions we've been in, they're actually, I believe they're trying to actually do some fuel saving to just get an extra lap. So if you're down in the average of a 2.3, I believe we found out you could do an extra lap, so you might be trying to do that as well.
That's what they're trying for sure. How about this battle close, and close, of course, between P2, P3. Is a Brazilian team driven by Carlos Jr., the number 40. As for track position up the road, there is the number 4 car that was leading the race, and it's now currently running in P2. The Scuderia team, driven by Connor, I believe, from the United States of America. So he's sitting at 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon with me, depending on what time zone he is in the United States, but I guarantee you it's somewhere after midnight.
Alright, Biggles, mate. I'm going to have to love you and leave ya, as I have to go. It's been a pleasure being in the comms box with you today, mate.
Been a pleasure for you. I'm enjoying it, and share it with me, mate. Keep me occupied there for almost 10 hours. So you can come back and join me later on, please do. Because I'll be all alone.
Yeah.
Thank you. I always appreciate anybody coming up and chat to us. Chin wagon. Thanks, Fusion.
No problem, mate. No problem. Thanks a lot, Biggles, mate.
All right.
Been a pleasure.
Take care, mate. Yep. Bring it home for the OCE racing team. There you have it from one of the legends here, Fusion. Helping save my voice as my voice is getting to the end of its time. Not a wise thing to be broadcasting endurance races, but it's also a very good practice rehearsal. Drivers have to do it, and casting teams have to do it. Which means at this point too, I'll give probably my voice a little bit of a breather and a break, and we'll watch some of this actions occurring on the stream there. So now at the moment, OCE will get the overtake the OT done there because the number 1 machine is in pit road. So that Ferrari and our Ferrari is up into P8 because Gilles already made his pit stop a little bit before. And it's comfortable to hang around. Welcome to the mountain. Welcome to the 2023 iRacing Bathurst. 12 hours. We're in the part 2. We have 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining. We've done 9 hours and 45 minutes ruling around the king of the mountain, the Australian track of all tracks. And so far at the moment, all of our OCE racing teams are doing good. Inside the top 10. Back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere.
Biggles, are you there? Hello? Biggles! I think he might be sleeping. Hey, John.
G'day, I think we're definitely in the midst of some interesting battles right now.
Yeah, we definitely are. I think Biggles fell asleep.
Don't blame me. It's a hard job commentating.
It is. It definitely is. Especially where his time. I think what's the time for him? 8 or 8 p.m. for us. I think it's like 5 or 6 in the morning for him.
I think we can excuse him to have a little bit of a 15-minute nap then.
I think so. I think in the meantime we'll give the audience something to cheer about. We'll keep them going. How's it been going with OC Blue and OC Green anyway?
Blue, I didn't check before I came on, but last I spoke to them, they were P11 with the possibility of getting back up to P7. So they weren't too far off. We're currently P4, 12 seconds off P3.
Oh, nice.
So we're in the battle for P3 pretty solidly right now. The guy ahead's a little bit faster, but we've got some good pace consistency, and Chris has just jumped in the car, finish off the stints. So
sweet. So it's looking pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's good. You guys have got a good opportunity there to pick up. What do you got? 7th, only a couple of minutes up the road, not even.
Not even. I think they're about 60 or 70 seconds up on us. I managed to claw back a little bit of time.
Yeah, nice
for us, but
that's good.
Yeah, I'm a little bit upset with how I feel like it was unavoidable, but I also disagree with that.
Oh, look, it's just one of those incidents when you got a pile of cars on Mountain Straight. I mean, look what happened at this year's Bathurst 1000, or last year's, I should say.
That's true.
Had a very similar incident, so you know it is what it is.
That's true. I just feel like I wasn't accelerating, but I don't know. There's so many thoughts going through my head. It's just
It's hard. That's the mental fortitude side of things. You know, you need to. It happens. You just need to get back up on the horse straight away and keep plugging away. And look at you guys. You're sitting P8, having started plumb last, with a couple of guys within reach. That's a really, really good position to be in still, no matter what.
Yeah, that's true. Look, I'll take that. It's at the end of the day. I suppose it's what it is.
I think I'd be remiss in not taking the opportunity to say that regardless of whatever the outcome is from this point onwards, this has by far and away been the most successful enduro OCE's tackled so far.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
It's actually it's not even just an incremental step; it's a big step forward.
Yeah. We did put a lot of time into it, so we're really happy.
Yep.
But we have all
results.
you to think for the strategy, for the setup. That's all you.
It's all good. Any
just
monkey with a spanner could have put that together.
Oh! So I was just watching one of the Porsches just go around and almost collect 3 guys at the same time. Right behind Martin. So.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that could have been bad.
Definitely had
unfortunately,
a...
Huh? I was going to say, unfortunately, Biggles has got the replay button, so I can't. I can't show the replay for the audience. There's quite a few. There's a couple of people actually watching. So hello everyone. So we're going to be your commentators until if Biggles wakes up. So, but bravo to Biggles because he's been a champion. He's recorded the bloody thing since start. And how long we got? An hour.
Good stream. Hour and a half to
Yeah.
go. We're sitting in a really, really good spot right now.
Sweet. Ah man, I'm done mentally done. So, you know what hurts most? What hurts is these bloody headphones in my ears. That they've been glued to my ears all day.
Oh right. What set have you got?
I've got I think it's called a Jabra Evo. I think it is.
Oh yep. Yeah.
Have you heard of the Jabra?
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm just using that.
I got
that from Christian. Yeah, Christian. His dad gave that to me actually. So
nice.
His dad works with Jabra. So
yeah, beautiful.
can't complain.
I got some G Pro X wireless and hands down the best gaming headset I've ever bought.
How do you find the wireless? I mean, I assume the wireless would be really great in terms of and not having a cord flailing about, but you know, in terms of quality and everything.
Perfect, absolutely perfect. It's because it's not running on a Bluetooth codec. It's a much higher bit rate. And yeah, the G Pro X's are, they're close to rivaling. I've got a really nice, good pair of Sony headphones that I use for music listening, and honestly, in terms of audio punch, they're close to rivaling that when I listen to good music.
Nice. That's great. I don't know whether to go any more headphones. I've got so many different things. But I don't know whether I've picked the right ones. That's the thing. So.
If they work and you're happy with them, you just hold on to them for a while.
Pretty much. I'm really happy with this. It's even though it's corded, the cord's pretty long, so it doesn't get in the way, so it's not that bad. But it's good. It's a good headset. I enjoy it. So.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
It's good.
Other than that, who's got the last stint for you guys? Is it just Chris?
Yeah, it's just Chris in at the moment, so we're if we just hold where we are now, we'll have 4th. P3 at the moment is very fast, like definitely a couple of seconds a lap quicker than us. So we're just sitting where we are. Hopefully, hopefully we have a clean run towards the end, and if we have a bit of luck, we might pick up a spot. We don't know, but if we finish here, I'd be incredibly happy with that, all things considered.
Yeah. Look, as I said, it's as you said. Actually, not me. As you said, it's probably the biggest step forward we've taken. This is what, year 2 for us in endurance.
Yep.
It's tremendous, especially with 3 teams at the mountain. What was the last thing?
I honestly, so far, on every single person that's driven, I cannot fault anything that they've done at all. In basic incidents aside, and I was victim to one myself. I touched the grass in the last corner, and nosed the wall a little bit, and gave us 5 minutes of optionals. It didn't affect the car, thankfully, but I made a mistake. But apart from the meatball we had at the start, which wasn't really our fault, we've had nothing. We've lost maybe 40 seconds in small incidentals, but it hasn't really affected the overall running.
Oh, that's what we would like to hear at the end of the day. The overall running has been pretty smooth, and again, if you're able to get away with the little knocks and it doesn't do too bad, then I suppose you can't complain.
No, exactly.
Exactly.
I think I heard a little cough from Biggles in the background.
You did hear a cough, my friend, because my voice is pretty much done and dusted after this grueling 10 hours and almost 11 hours at the moment. I'm going to try to make it to the end. Why not? Because the OCE
You've been
racing team have.
a solid trooper for us, man.
The throat is giving up, but I was just enjoying listening to you two guys at the moment there, Julesy and John.
We're doing our best to back you up.
I appreciate it.
All good. No, we appreciate what you've done, streaming our team, really.
Teams plural. Of course, yeah, and unfortunately we have one pitch just for one team, but you guys have been filling in the details for the other.
I wonder how we can get visual for all three.
Something to play in the future, no doubt. It just means that we have to share all those pictures. This has always been a test.
Yeah, we're still pretty fresh to this.
You got Blake at the moment, P13, P14 are in pit road. Yeah, my voice is getting really croaky. I didn't realize. I mean, I've done endurance races before, so I think 16 hours is the max I've done. Not straight, probably actually 16 hours straight. And this is why I like testing the Bathurst, because as much as you drivers like to test your endurance racing, my friends out there, everybody, I'm testing my broadcasting abilities and casting abilities to see how long I can go the whole way. And a little bit of a pause moment. I go out there every once in a while, have a bit of a breather. I just in my office at the moment, I do have a little bit of a sofa pull-out lounge right next to it, and I'm just looked at it going, that looks like a really great place to be laying down right now. I want to throw my head on that pillow, but I'm like, no, we are nearly here, boys. We're nearly here to the end. I'm not gonna let us down.
86 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, why would I do that? And if and then all of a sudden the stream's just going to continue like that, and you guys would be like going, what's going on? And nobody's going to hear it in the stream, so no. I'm soldiering on. As much as my voice hurts and my eyes are getting sleepy. But I tell you what, when you're going to keep yourself busy and occupied.
Well, that's the thing. You can't exactly talk for 12 hours straight, so...
I've tried.
You got to do something. You got to do something.
I was picking John's brain to pieces as well as your brain earlier, mate. And I tell you what, I've learned so much about Australian motor racing engineering,
John's the man
and
to talk
everybody
to.
Across the board. Haven't I? Like yourself too, with your racing experience there, Jules. So this is why I actually like casting, because not just necessarily about what's on screen. Go ahead.
No, John. I was speaking racing experience. John's had more racing experience than I have.
But
he's used to drive Formula 4, didn't you, John?
Yeah, I did a little bit of Formula 4 in my teens. So when I was about 15, we did a few national rounds of state rounds. I always confuse the two. State rounds of Formula 4 on a pretty shoestring budget, to be honest with you. But yeah, that was after karting. That was
that's the next step, isn't it?
Peak of my career
in Australia. Formula 4 is after your next step after karting, right? It's still open wheel.
Yeah, there's been a couple of attempts to replace it, and I think we still do really need to have a category that is a step up from karting, that is, a bit more relevant to overseas categories at the moment for kids looking to advance their career.
What is it now, mate? Just to elaborate to everybody who may be starting out in Australia. So, of course, you always start in go-karting. Go-karting is your first step, and that's when you can do it like you're 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, so forth. What's after that step when you do from the pro karting? What's the next in Australia, for example?
There's a bit of a plethora of options, so it really depends. Formula 4 is still around, and despite it having a lull for a couple of years, it's now one of the major stepping stones again. Your other options are to look at XL Cup Series, so XL Cup cars.
What is the XL Cup cars? Just explain to me.
I would like to know this too.
Yeah, so XL Cup cars, they're based off of a very simple, cheap Hyundai XL, which is just it's a car from the early 2000s and late 90s. And it just gained so much popularity. It used to be very, very popular in that it was cheap to run. Now it just seems to be a place where people are spending a lot more money than they probably should, to be honest, honing down their skills in saloon racing. That's the entry point for saloon racing. From there, they go to Super 3, which is third-tier supercars categories. And you also have Formula 3, or until recently Formula 3.
At this point, you also, when you're going into like car series, you're talking about like closed wheel and open wheel. Like, is there
Yeah.
You
Yep.
got it.
There-
How's that, Ben?
There's two different schools of thought. I mean, obviously, people who do want to continue in the open wheel series are going to, try and continue down that path, or if they want to go into tin tops, then
Tin
supercars
tops.
really, tin tops. Really, supercars is a major way to go.
The tin tops, they're the Aussie racing cars, aren't they?
I never heard that before, mate. In my life, I don't think I've ever heard tin tops.
Tin tops is just a generic.
Tin tops is.
Tin tops it's just a generic term for anything that's got a roof.
Okay. I figured that one.
So so the saying comes from the fact that they used to have sheet metal tops on the old school saloon cars in Australia. So back when they used to be modified production cars, and in order to help lighten them up, they'd rip the roof off the thicker sheet metal and put really thin stuff in there.
I had they roll bars on there, mate, because that tin's not going to help you if you're rolling upside down.
I mean, they do now.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Oh, then again, they used to never wear seatbelts and helmets and stuff back in the old school days as well, too. So I guess we've got to learn from our mistakes, but tin tops, I love it. And somebody needs to go back and quote that one and clip it, because, I don't know. I've never heard that term in my life. And, I've been into motor racing, watching motor racing, because everybody casting motor racing on television now in esports. So that's still tin tops. I'm going to call you Tin Top John right from now on.
Yeah, okay, I'll take that.
John
That's
the
not
Tin
too
Top.
bad.
Tin Top up. Yep. And you know all about it, mate.
Where do the Aussie racing cars fit in then?
Aussie racing cars, they're a bit of an interesting little area. I think they are somewhere between a hobby category. So they would be similar to what we do with sports sedans, where people are still modifying production cars. Aussie racing cars being that very, very small motorcycle engine driven car. It's really, karters can go to that too, but it's very much a category that people do for the fun of it. They tend to stay in that category. There's not a lot of guys that come from ARC or Aussie racing cars and jump over to other categories all too often, to be honest.
Okay. I've seen them. Obviously, I've seen them going around sometimes, and I've always wondered where these things fit. It was like where sometimes the supercar drivers can start that. Or...
How you doing, fellas?
Hello.
Hey, Kiwi.
Hello.
Yeah, Kiwi's I can't even speak properly at this point. It's 10 hours and 41 minutes to go there. So, Kiwi, maybe you can speak for me. 142 laps later, what's happened in your racing team?
So, 2 laps into my final stint, someone lost it through Skyline just before you get into the dipper. And as I came through, they were stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. So I wasn't sure which way they were going to go. So once they went, I chose to go to the left because I thought they were driving forward. And then they slammed on their brakes. I didn't have anywhere to go. So I had to keep running straight into them.
So is that smack bang? Are you guys still in it, or you're in the pit lane for repairs?
Yeah, so we were in the pit lane for repairs. We had another 10 minutes of repairs. So we came out P12. And we're
Still in the top half.
Oh yeah, you're back out, but P12 you have to say that's not too bad.
Yeah, P12, and then by the end of my stint, I got us up to P8. And after the pit, now we're just in P10. So we should be about net P8 if it's in the car now.
Oh,
but
so that means
really good.
all 3 teams in the top 10.
Yeah, so if we can hold on, we're at least 10. But yeah, for me, I think I completed 142 laps, and other than those 2 incidents, I didn't get a single off track or a single contact with anything.
That's impressive.
Other than those 2. So.
It has been
really
impressive as well, too, across the BOP at the top of the hour. It was 50, I believe, right? Track incidents that you had as a limit for everybody here this evening.
Yes.
So as a team, we're sitting at 15.
Wow, but you're okay, man. Just I was going to say explore the track limits, but you can't really do it too much, so I wouldn't suggest it. Don't do the Williams esports track limits. No, we won't even go there at all, of course. That's another ball game.
I was about to say.
I mean, like, really, at the end of Conrod Straight, do you need to brake, or can you just keep going?
You can jump it. Drivers have done it, but I wouldn't suggest it for the car or suspension. You probably will see it, mate, in about an hour and change to go from now on. see probably.
I mean, if you were playing the percentages, it's probably like a 10% chance of success.
How much would you get for an off track if you did try that jump?
You'd get a drive
that
through.
jump. It's down the end of the Conrod Street. You haven't seen it before.
You get a slowdown.
Yeah.
You get a
Yeah,
massive
100.
slowdown.
Would you get a slowdown? Or would you get a drive through straight off the bat?
They get a slowdown. I've done it in like a social race.
That's if your nose does a smash into the and flip upside down.
I love the hesitation there. I've done it in a social race.
It's also 10:30 at night, and I'm just jumped out of the car. So just give me a break.
What time's that for you, Biggles? Actually,
mate, it's about 5 a.m. in the morning. That's the reason why I was having
nice.
a little bit of getting to the stretching of the endurance of at least broadcasting and casting. But as Oliver's out there in the chat, the Kiwis team is my team today. There you go. You got the Oliver seal of approval, my friend.
Spoke so much he passed out.
I've had many snoozes in front of the old screens before in the past. Sorry about that one. But yeah, thank you for you guys for coming in there and stepping in there and providing the entertainment for sure.
No stress. I was always going to come back after my stint anyway.
Which was great as well too, Jules. Great job on that one. A flawless stint.
No, it wasn't.
Wasn't it?
I had the accident.
That wasn't your fault.
I partially disagree with this statement.
Really?
I feel like if I had slowed down a little bit more, I mean, look, I put it down to a bit more rush of blood, but I don't know. I demand a lot of myself, so I feel like I should have slowed down more. Part of me says yes, it wasn't my fault, because at the same time, I picked a side, and the guy sort of decided to drive right as I was alongside him, or coming alongside him. So in that respect, no, it wasn't my fault, but at the same time, maybe I could have just slammed on the brakes instead of just rolled. So, I don't know.
Well,
you know, look,
you know what?
Hindsight's 2020.
I might have it here. Let's have a
I
look.
think we should go back to it because I saw it and I don't think that it was personally.
Actually, I don't think the replays can handle it. That's the end of that one. That's actually it says Martin, but this is it. This is the moment. Now I'm gonna just back this one up a little bit because it happened a little bit earlier. Now, where was that out of the exit of?
Turn 1.
Okay, Hell's Corner. All right, so let's have a look. So here you are.
Hop,
is this you, Jules?
It
says Martin at the moment because he's in the car, but let's have a look. So you're doing your own thing, la 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 la, and then the accident goes right here. Boom.
And then old mate just goes boom, straight up.
I mean, you beat yourself up, mate. Where are you going to go?
Hop on board from my cock. I feel like I could have... All carnage broke loose after that, but... I still feel like I should have gone slower, to be honest.
How do you know what's going to be happening down the road? Well, we will have a look, so we'll go on board. Here we go. So Julesy can give us a little bit of interpretation of what's happening. So he's just cruising along now. Start another lap here. Hell's Corner coming up. You see a couple of cars at the road, a little bit of braking. Now, here you go.
So this is when I noticed it here, and then I was like, okay, oh no. So I was like, okay, these guys...
Anywhere. You can't go right, you can't go left.
I still feel like I should have broke or something.
I don't know. John, do you think he's beating himself up a little bit over that one?
I think he is. I think he's beating himself up a bit too much over it, to be honest with you. A block track is... I mean, let's say you did brake and you went off onto the grass, but then, you know, what are you going to do?
Yeah, mate, there's a fence to the right. There's cars crashed to the left. So, unless you can do a little bit of a Houdini maneuver and flashback.
You know, I think if we could say anything, the BMW shouldn't have pulled out right. But the incident should probably never really happen in the first place. It's just such a poor place to have an incident.
And that cost you, Jules, what, 10 seconds of change in the pit road? And did you towed back right? Because that was at the start of the lap.
Yes, my steering was broken. I don't know what I couldn't turn nor kickstart the car back into gear or anything, but we had no required time to fix the car. Only just the 7-minute optionals. So it probably wasn't as bad as what the game was saying for some reason. I don't know if that makes sense.
Sim.
Yeah, it's the sim.
Yeah.
Thank you. If you want a game, mate, go back to the F1 game.
F1, oh man, I don't want to talk about those days anymore. The F1 and yeah, I'm glad we stopped that. But yeah, look, I can see reasons yes, and I can see reasons no. So the no is going to beat me up a bit for a little while.
Are you beating yourself up because you're feeling you're letting your teammates down, of course?
100%.
And Oliver.
100%. That made me feel even more, much worse. The fact that Oliver and Martin had silky smooth stints, and mine haven't exactly been the best.
Like I said before this, though, I don't think anyone's going to lament anybody for having an incident like that, a basic racing incident. There was no stupidity in it. There was no maliciousness in it. It was just an accident that happened because people crashed in front of you and left you nowhere to go. And I don't think that should stop you from allowing yourself to feel accomplished and success in what you've managed to do so far.
I get that. I do get that. What I am happy about is I was able to hold the 203s for a number of laps to string together, so that part I'm a little happy about. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like, yeah. So you know that feeling where you just feel like you could have done more.
Well,
yeah,
you feel like doing more, my friend. Remember, you guys started about P46. You're at 29 positions up, running P8. I know you're close to that podium position at that point, up to that, and that was like, wow. You know, I was sitting there going, wow, absolutely. I can't believe these guys could be on for that, tasting the bubbly stuff. But then, you know, moments like that in the mountain, and you guys were, you'd have to say, you pulled some of those lucky cards out, because it did occur to a lot of the other drivers that were up ahead of you earlier, where they were involved in those incidents themselves. And unfortunately, that luck just ran out for you guys, but then you clawed your way back in, and you still gained 29 positions. The only other car up the road there would be the Beamer, and that'll be the 999 machine running at P5. They've gained 43 positions. So, outside of them, you were the next best team around the mountain.
I'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely, and so you should.
Thanks, Az.
And you know that for a fact, mate, Jilzy, you were telling me earlier, you're like, I'm expecting a top 10. You're still on top 10.
Yeah, that's true.
Even after
that
you would probably, I mean, close enough to even to a podium.
I think my eyes kind of lit up for a podium for a little bit.
Yeah, I should have, because we're lighting up.
Why I'm a little bit disappointed.
Yeah.
So, I think because I knew it was within reach. So I think that's also why I'm a little bit more down at the end of the day. Since it was within reach, this podium, and then all of a sudden, I was speaking about luck before, and I needed some luck for the parting of the Red Sea in front of me.
Think about Blake at the moment, looking for a bit of luck there. The Crofty posting the Sunday Road Racing Team. They've not the best luck, and there's a bit of a tangle down the dipper.
Oh, yeah, he's had a couple
as well. Oh, and they beat it. This car's been in the wars a little bit.
Oh dear.
And luckily survived that one. I think Darren was a little bit further down the road. Let's see if he had a little bit of a contact. And you can see the spin will happen just ahead of Darren. We're looking at the 70 car here. And there it is. So, did he get past? Yes. Bit of massive slowdown, luckily, to get past.
Man, there's been quite a bit of that. Look, I'll take it that it's only happened to us once where the track's been blocked. So we'll take that. Unfortunately, it happened to me, but yeah.
You're lucky it was blocked out of Hell's Corner, of course. It could have been right now. You can see Martin take Hell's Corner. I'll tell you what, blocked at the dipper, mate, and blind corners, bang. And your spotter as well too. Were they kind of like shouting in your ear, "Hey, go left, go right"? Or something was going on up the road?
I think it was at this point. I think Oliver and Martin just quickly went to go grab a drink or something. It was kind of just me. And like, look, it's not like I didn't see the accident. I did see it, and I picked what I thought would have been the best path to go. Obviously, it wasn't.
But mind you, which was the best path? Because as far as I know, John, you saw that as well. I don't think there was any path to go, mate. I don't think unless you can somehow like you would with a pool
so
ball,
hard.
right? Jump everybody. There's no way you would have gotten anywhere.
You know, those sorts of moments, you got to make a decision, right? You're either going to keep your foot in it and try and push, and you're in a race, or you back right out of it, and you probably still would have had an incident anyway, Jules. I don't think you would have avoided it anyway. You went about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jules, you can watch that replay over and over and over and over again, my friend. But I don't think there's any way you could possibly have.
It's not going to change it. It's not going to change it. I don't think backing out of it would have changed it either, to be brutally honest with you.
What could he have done, man? He would have slammed the brakes on, and then what?
Well, that's the only thing I was thinking of at the set as well. Like, maybe I should have slammed the brakes.
You had cars behind you. Where would they have gone?
Yeah, they could have grabbed you into the fence easily behind as well.
Better front damage than rear in these cars.
I'll see if I find that replay again to go back on that one. I don't want to be rubbing salt into the wounds, but that's kind of like.
I'm sorry, I ducked out there for a couple of seconds to tell my driver to let the person that was climbing all over the back of him go.
Yeah, smart move.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, what do we got? We've got, man, almost 60 minutes to go.
That's it. Coming into the last hour now, so.
Now, as drivers, and endurance, of course, has kicked in. Now, endurance, of course, because you guys haven't been doing the whole stint by yourself, but you've been doing double stints each person. Martin's in his now 4th and 5th stint. So he's doing.
He's third stint at the moment, so.
Third stint, yeah, of double stints. So
we can check how much fuel. Okay, so look, Martin's got about 12 laps of fuel, so he can probably short fuel for the last stint. John.
Yep.
Might be able to work this one out actually, and let Oliver know, because they've got estimated 12 laps.
Estimated 12 laps right now.
Yes.
Yep. So that's going to be approximately.
Whoa! Hang on. There's a green Ferrari that's lost it right behind. Sorry, I'm a bit ahead of you guys.
No, you're right. I think it's Jacob.
What sort of times is he doing right now?
There it is. You called it.
Oh dear. That is a big spin.
Oh, did he get the right direction? Oh, quickly.
Oh
he's
wow.
kept it.
That's impressive how well he's kept it
Oh
out.
no! It almost got collected.
Thankfully, he's behind you guys and ahead. That's what tends to happen. You can see that.
We've had a lot of close things happen behind us.
It looks like Ming. I have to say, this car as well has been in the wars a lot. Because I had to imagine the QR team here.
Yeah.
Now they're running about to P24, and that's a lot. Yeah, you can see the snap of it. Too much speed into what was that? No.
No, that's turn 2.
Yeah, turn. Well, what's that one called again? The Griffin's Bend. There it is. God, geez.
I think so. Yeah, that's the one. But yeah, John, sorry I cut you off before. So we got 11 laps to go.
Yep.
Probably
Exactly
work out
11 or so
11.5. So we've got
Okay, so he's
38
got 10 laps. 10 laps to go essentially.
Yeah. So you can probably work out how much he needs for the last stint.
What sort of times is he doing? 206s?
207 flat was that last one, but I think he was held up quite a bit. So let's have a look.
And we've got an hour and 2 to go.
So 205.2 is about his average-ish. 204.6. He's been held up a little bit, so we'll know a little bit more after this lap what he's. I reckon it'll be high 4.
There's your lap times on the screen. So 203s, 206s, 205s. You said 207. So in par on average, you have to say, with most of the drivers around.
Yeah, definitely.
And last lap time, last lap I'll give you at the moment, pit lap that everybody has been done. So your last pit lap was on lap 287. You can see up the road there, 281. So you know the Flying Fart team's going to have to be coming in a little bit earlier than you guys, and everybody else is pretty much on par with similar lap strategies.
So I believe he'd be looking at coming in with about 40 minutes remaining. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Yep.
No.
Okay.
20 minutes. 20 minutes remaining. Because there's 10 laps, 2 minutes a lap. Roughly.
Which is 20 minutes, so therefore
Yeah.
40 minutes to go before he finishes.
Yes. I thought you meant
yeah.
40. He's coming in 40 minutes.
Yeah, for the
No, no,
early
no.
stint. Now, will that affect anybody else? Because once again, I'm going to pull up the last pit lap from everybody in the field. I don't think it's going to throw that much of a spanner in the mix, will it, with the other teams? Now, Flying Farts, so they have been boxed a little bit earlier than you guys, and 281 was the last lap that they did. 283 there for P4, P5.
They're going to be taking approximately 73 liters.
Okay. I'll let Auria know. Where is he?
He's in the chat for a second. He's pulled up the fold-out chair, my friend, sitting in one of those great places, Bathurst. Did you hear before in the chat there? I don't know if you were aware there, John, but one of the chatters a little bit earlier on, and I can't pull up the chat previously, but he was saying that his dad actually owns the one of the properties that are just outside of, I think that is Forest Elbow, to the driveway entrance to his property, his father's property or whatever, was in Forest Elbow.
Jeez, that'd be worth a bit of money around race time.
Yeah. And I'm surprised how you didn't get in there. And he's, I don't think he's around at the moment, but Tim was talking about that. Was interesting to know. He was actually lived in Bathurst for 10 years, I believe. He said he was been to the Bathurst events about 5 times before in the past. Crash here from Lewis. Go back to that one. Lewis is currently running. Well, this is crucial because Lewis is in P5 for the 999 train. So it looks like a subtle mistake. Yep. There it is.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh, it's not too bad
Is
at
it
the
a block?
moment. He's just
Backed up.
Oh.
he's kept himself out of it.
Got to allow some cars to go through here.
Yeah, he's done all right for himself.
He's managed to ensure he doesn't wreck the car, so that's always
Would have been nice
no
if
harm,
he did.
no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, that's
Hey,
harsh.
other people's misery
Just
is our
because he has a
benefit at
British
this point.
flag next to it doesn't mean we have to punish him there. We all, Lewis, we do live in a convict colony, my friend. We live in a convict colony.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, the competitiveness takes over. If his misery is our benefit at the end of the day. So, whilst I don't 100% want him to, but 80% of me does. So,
Yeah, okay, so you are looking at a pretty much a minimum of 70 litres you need to take. Would be your absolute minimum to get to the end, but I would prefer you take about 72, 73 to be on the safe side. It's only going to cost you 0.3 of a second.
yeah, I just told
I would
Aurea
listen
put
to
it
John,
into
my
the
friend,
jury.
because he's been an engineer for professional racing teams in the past. So
I know.
he's talking about he'd be talking about milliliters, but I think. What's that in gallons there, John? Go over to the NASCAR
Gallons?
side of
Oh,
things.
jeez, jeez.
Oh, jeez, it's
Jeez.
like 4 litres to a gallon,
Yeah.
so we're looking at probably 20 gallons.
Do you guys
Let
throw
me-
your
let me-
wheel jacks across the board there like they do in NASCAR
I
and
love
IndyCar,
that.
man, when they just chuck those things? I mean, those things are solidly...
I was very close. It's 19.2 gallons.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. So, no, absolutely not. I can't believe they even do that. I
So
love
these
watching
things
them
are
do that.
expensive,
though.
guys. Like just
Yeah.
shortcut. How many did you have actually going back in the day? How was a pit crew generally for? You said was the sub series, well, the second series to the V8 supercars.
Second series was a bit different. The second series we only had one pit stop series, which was one pit stop event, which was Bathurst.
How many crew were doing that? The pit stops.
Well, so that's interesting. You had a car controller, a spikeman, a refueler, and only 2 guys to do tyres. So you only had 5.
5. Okay.
Yep. Whereas in
So
a
you-
main
yeah.
series pit stop, you would have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on average.
So you wouldn't be pulling a Formula 1 pit stop, which is about 2 point something seconds, because they have, 12, 13 people, I believe, involved in that one. Yeah.
Yeah, the quickest we could do in a main series pit stop was about 6.
Did you ever do,
That's-
brake changes that you generally do have in endurance races. Well, endurance races, not regular sprint races per se, but they change brake calipers and all that sort of jazz, right? So you pull. Is that when you pull it back in the garage and you just slap the brake calipers off, or you do that in pit road?
We did that in pit lane. So at Bathurst, we'd have a rotor and a pad change. So at the time we had
you must have a caliper or something, right? Because I mean, if anybody has ever done their road car and you had to bleed your brakes and all that jazz, right? You know that you have to do that for the brake pressure. So how would you handle that? Like, you snap something in and out. There's probably a valve.
Yeah, you would have a quick. So we had a quick release fitting on the brake line. So the car would come to a stop. You'd have two people on the fronts. You'd pull the wheel off. The first guy would undo the caliper bolts. So there's two caliper bolts with a drill, and take the caliper off and detach it at the line. The second guy would pull the brake rotor off using welding mitts, essentially.
Yeah, it'd be hot.
And then we'd have a brake rotor and a caliper with pads already in it that had been sitting in an oven, preheating to about 400 degrees centigrade.
I was about to say they have to be heated, right? Because you don't want cold brakes.
Not only that, but there's so fine of a tolerance putting it onto the hub that if it was cold, it wouldn't fit onto a hot hub.
That's true.
So you actually have to ensure they're hot. So, and then we'd put the brake rotor back on, caliper would go over the top, screw it in, reattach the line, wheel back on, and then car down and out. And in total, that was about 18 seconds.
That is amazing, considering the amount of effort you have to do. Like, you'd have to go to like a mechanic and say, "Well, mate, you know, even when you give your car and say, change my brakes up there and give me a wheel alignment." He's like, "Yeah, okay, I'll get your car back in about 24 hours from now." You're like, mate, this guy's can do it in 18 seconds. What are you doing wrong? But yeah, you're right, isn't it? It's a bit of work.
Oh, okay, something's just big has happened in my split. Third place, who was ahead of us, has just had a major incident. Sorry, I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Yeah, be back in 2 seconds, mate. There was a major incident before there for the Lewis has gone on the pit road. Lewis has not been having a very good run at the moment, which could potentially bring ourselves into play there. Mr. Jules,
sorry, I'm back.
Ourselves being
Martin
that's racing in your 11 machine.
Yes. I'm a little worried with this guy because he tends to be quite aggressive. So
are you talking about this Red Mist machine that's just behind you currently at the moment, or what's you pulling about?
No, the Porsche behind us. Wait, which one are you talking about?
I have tried to keep an eye on that one, Big Cat. I think you're okay at this point. Because, I mean, obviously on track is on track, and then I'll pull up the track map as well, too, just to let everybody know. So you can get an idea of the traffic on the track map.
Oh, this Merc is really just trundling. And I don't like where this how close this Porsche is, because he does tend to send it.
That was the Porsche as well too, my friend, that has been off on many occasions, because I've definitely pulled up a lot of replays on that one. And you'd have to be kind of like going to Martin, just let him through, because I don't think you want to be in the walls right now, but Martin's flashing his lights for some reason. Why would he be doing that?
Probably telling him to get the hell out of the way.
Yeah, because this Mercedes is not in your battle. He's got to follow through the chase right now, mate. Painfully.
He's gotten out of the way quite
nicely. He did lift off. He did lift off.
Oh no! What do you call it? The Porsche and the Mercedes made contact.
They did. I think that was Blake Holden. Here we go. Have a look at the replay of this one. Yeah, it is. And that. Oh. And this Sunday road racing team have been in the wars a lot. In this case, I wouldn't give it to them as being the fault. But, oh man, they just somehow along the line, the camera action finds them, or the action of Bathurst finds them.
It definitely does. Where'd John disappear to, by the way?
So he was going to go check out his team. Remember, they had a bit of an incident moment where something happened with the car 3 or the car P3. John went to investigate that one. Race leader's in.
Hopefully he can come back with some spicy intel.
Ah, he will. So there's Ricky Lindbeck, and they've gained 7 positions to be in a very strong position here for the 159 car. Now, the car that's behind them is Connor, and remember, at some point, Jules, you were racing this team of the Scuderia Little. Remember this team? You at some point we're going a little bit challenging them, and because they
were.
Yeah, a little bit of a moment.
There was, from what Oreo was doing some investigation. Apparently they've got one driver that's like 7k iRating.
Yeah,
And
there
then
was.
they've got
Yeah, I'll elaborate that to you. So it was about 6.7k, almost a 7k already. And then this kind of driver's a 4.4. But the other driver, my friend, was 800 iRacing.
100.
That's what we were surprised about. And he did one stint.
Yeah.
It's legal in the rules. Of course, you are allowed. However, you have a super higher class I rating, and then all of a sudden you have a driver that's 800. Well, you have to balance it out because the average, Jules, LDS strength of field is 2.2k in your split.
Well, that's the thing. Like, he's kind of. They've got someone to bring them down into a split. They know that they're probably going to dominate. So, I don't know.
Is that fair? I mean, you have to say they're down one place. And they're not leading this, but they were leading. And at some point, remember, you were battling with these guys.
Well, yeah, but
yeah,
I don't know. Like,
here's. I mean, you gotta just to let everybody know out there. This driver you're watching right now on your screens, he has a 4.4k I rating. Now, nobody else in this split at all has approached the 4Ks. Nobody else.
No, aside from his teammate, which is higher than him.
His teammate was a 6.7, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So you got a 4.4 and a 6.7 I rating drivers in amongst a field of an average of about 2.5, 2.6, 2.7, which is what the strength of field is. And then they had an 800 I rating. The lowest I rating out of every single driver so far in the split, all race, has been 800. And he did one stint, just one stint, and then allowed over that word. So, once again, it's in the rules. They are allowed to do it. And whether or not they will pay off or not, well, they have to try to make their way do, because they are a lap down from our racing leader of the 159 car.
I wonder whether they should make a rule where you have to be within 1,000 I rating between the top and the bottom driver in your car, in your team.
If people do take advantage of this, exploit, you can certainly do. It's legal exploit. Trust me, Formula 1, motor racing, you always take advantage of exploits you can. Whether people agree or disagree with it, it's in the rules, it's legal. Yes, that's something that iRacing should very well look at. But at the end of the day, you know what? If you're going to win a race because that's the way you want to play the game that way. But it's also about having fun. And Martin's in, my friend, right now.
Yes, he is. He's on for his last stint with 48 minutes to go.
So right now it's just the last final pit stop, isn't it? Up on the jacks there, change the tyres there, in the fuel. What would he be thinking? What's going through Martin's mind right now?
Survival, I suppose. Maybe just getting through these last... I mean, look, Oliver was about done with about 15, 20 minutes to go in his final stint, and I felt it on the last lap of my stint. I was just kind of willing myself on before that, and then when I knew, like, it's the last lap, I'm like, don't switch off, like, we've got one more lap, we still got to get into the box. So it's like...
Did you stall Julesy? Because we were talking about this a little bit earlier when you came out of the pits and stopped for a second and then you resumed that.
My very first one. The very first pit.
Yeah, I remember you went up the jacks, you came back down on the jacks, and then you went.
Oh, hang on.
And then it went.
Or are you talking about... So yeah, my very first one I stalled because we didn't realize that they'd already changed the tires and done everything, so we didn't know what was sort of happening.
Yeah, that was the one I was thinking about. Yeah.
So before my finishing of my third stint, start of my fourth stint, we forgot to update the fuel and tire, so we went to the pits, and the lollipop man decided to lift up the lollipop. He said, "Ready to go." I'm like, "Wait, what? You haven't put any fuel? You haven't changed the tires?" Like, I need fuel and tires here.
Was that after the accident he had the 10-minute repair for? Because I know that you had... Yeah, that was... Okay, we kind of... That was pretty much a guess on that one. We thought you probably even like to do those strategy changes because that's what happened, of course, that 10-minute repair through that.
Yeah.
into play.
Good
But
out of
it was that other one I was talking about earlier where that happened. They dropped the jack, and then you went, and then you stopped, and then you two went again. Which
Yeah,
I mean,
well, I
taking
use-
about
I
a
use
second
it.
or two in endurance racing is not that bad.
Look, I've been practicing with a clutch, so it's for me. I kind of make sure I learn to do it with the clutch. Yeah, I kind of got flustered a little bit when we didn't know what was going on in the very beginning. But that sort of fourth stop for me, it was just like I was just sitting in the pit lane for like 5-10 seconds waiting for fuel and tires. It was almost like a bad strategy in F1. Where like Ricardo's waiting for the
You're
tires.
in a Ferrari,
and
mate, so
everyone's
maybe
like,
you got the Ferrari curse per se. Or is that too soon?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. But look, at the end of the day, we got through. We did it. It cost us maybe 5-10 seconds, but I think I ended up clawing that back. So.
Car's looking good, but I tell you what, the car you want to be near right now, you want to be letting them through because they've been in the wolves of things. That's the Panda team.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Now he's got the BMW on the back of him.
Yeah, and at this point you probably have to let the Beamer through. That's not for track position, of course. But Martin's gonna
No,
hold
I
off
don't
there.
think it is.
No.
Yeah, no, he's in 9th, this guy, so...
And they're lap down. Trying to unlap themselves essentially here.
Well, this is the thing. We've got one lap to the guys ahead of us and one lap to the guys behind us, so... I think, Martin's
Martin's
just...
left.
I think he's just gonna finish it off, and we're gonna finish in P8, I think. I think that's where our heads are at. So...
You got to think at the moment, so there's the pit lap that we pulled up, so we'll have a look at gap overall. And there it is. So you guys essentially are 6 laps down, so the Flying Farts team are 5 laps down, a couple of 4 laps down, and then 2s and 1s, and those are pretty much
a lot of-
out of reach.
Yeah, there's a lot of people with 10 laps down.
Yeah, and right now, as you know, somebody bidding it or making a mistake and you having to hit them with some heavy repairs could put you into that 10 lap down category, which you don't want to be. But you have a buffer there of a lap to the Red Mist racing team. But then again, you only have, it says 1.35. That's 1 minute and 35 seconds to the Flying Farts. That name just gets me off, isn't it? Flying Farts team. That's the Canadian driver as well, too. So at this point, it's up to really Martin just to deliver the car to the consistent lap times that he has, navigate his way through the traffic, and just maybe see if anything happens up the road there between those drivers. And
I mean, I get the feeling that everybody's kind of in this mode where, like, you got 43 minutes to go now. Just nothing silly. Just keep it natural and flowing. Just like, if you need to break 15 minutes early, just break 15 minutes early. I kind of get the feeling that if any of the guys ahead of us or behind us are going to wreck, it would have been earlier. But I think in this last sort of hour, I don't kind of see it happening.
And on top of it, the magic number next to your name is that a 29 places gained? Better believe it is. Now, if you count yourself, look at that top 8, my friend, and you're currently running a P8. Who's gained the most places? Apart from the P5. That's 43 positions gained. I'm very curious, how did they gain 43 positions? Because I thought you guys did a fantastic job. Look at this one. This could be something. It's a little bit further down. That's P20. Let's have a look what's happened here for the Tiger 58 Racing Squad. Is that just a little bit, out of... Jules, you've been here before, haven't you? Out of the final corner, except you went on the other side of the fence.
Yep, that is very much true. I know
Easy
he's paying.
to do it, isn't that? In that final corner, surprisingly enough. It's a very simple corner, but it's hard.
Yeah, the final and the first corner are pretty much identical, and so you can get identical accidents in those two corners. I can't tell whether that was like a
think about what happened
bird
to this
or...
BMW team, mate. How they've gained 43 positions. I thought you guys did a fantastic job.
They
Quietly
would have started
just
plumb
dumped.
last. Literally plumb last.
Yeah, and it's the 999 machine. Here they are. Do you remember seeing this car? You look at the livery right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Actually, you know what, man? I don't remember seeing them too much in the pictures that I've been broadcasting so far. So they've been quite achievers, which is what you exactly want to have in an endurance race.
It's true. We've passed them a couple of times, but I mean, they're not one of the cars that we've seen the most regular.
And the car's
Definitely
looking pretty snappy as well too, without a maximum amount of damage or anything. So, yeah.
Well, they had a moment earlier. I'm pretty sure you captured that, and I think that might be the end of their day in terms of any surprise attacks for them. So, yeah, as I said, everyone's just kind of in this sort of coast mode because the gaps are pretty big in between everyone. So everyone's kind of just like coasting along, and it's good. It's interesting to see the top 5 cars. There's 3 Ferraris. So that for me is actually quite interesting.
It has shocked it, and you have to give it to the Porsche that is currently driven by Kyle. That's the right on cue there. It's a massive little bit of mistake at down into the dipper, I think it was, and I think Kyle managed to survive that one. But we'll definitely pull up a replay. That's Blake Holden again, I think. And here the Japanese driver may be involved in this one. Have a look at this there, Mr. Jules.
I am doing that right now, so I can't work out. Is Kyle ahead or behind?
I think Blake was actually just lost it on himself. Cole survived it. And
no, but I was trying to work out
this is the Crofty posting Sunday Racing Team that you mentioned before too. Remember when you guys were going to go side by side and you were kind of like saying, well, you know, just to hang in there and to Martin, don't get involved in that. And that's probably the reason why you don't want to get involved. Let's have a look at the This is the only Japanese team, my friend, and you guys were racing them, remember, earlier?
He was extreme. If you go on board his cockpit, he was extremely fortunate. I don't know how he missed him.
That's very close.
I'd go on cockpit on board with him.
You want to go on who do you want to go on cockpit with? Just real quick.
With the Japanese driver.
Okay, here we go. Down the mountain.
I think this would be scary.
Yeah, where's he going to go? Oh, yeah, that's kind of deja vu for you, my friend, but very, very lucky, of course, that it was Blake, I think, that had to go a little bit forward and allowed the Japanese driver to just continue on.
Yeah, so what I saw happening was Kyle was slowing down for the guy ahead, and Blake just said, "No, I'm going to send it around the outside of Forest Elbow," and, like, I suppose just made contact with Kyle.
Now, we've seen this car at the moment. It's been in the wars a lot, and that's the number 1 car. And look how dinged up it is, mate. It's dinged up even more currently at the moment. Look at the fenders are running off the track there. They're running in P16. And the ring is open, my friend. Well, that's not the Nordschleife ring. This is the Bathurst ring. And that is definitely a tow, I'd have to say, back. No, they're not going to tow it. So that car's dinged and bent and needs a little bit of a panel beating.
Just a little.
Just like that. This race can switcheroo, so Martin is still in P8, and all Martin has to do is continue. Hey, by the way, John's back. John, give us a little bit of feedback, because I know you had to run down there and find out what happened with your team.
Yeah, so we're just doing the last fuel stop there. The car ahead of us, which was P3, had an incident and had to pit, so we leapfrogged them. We've now taken our last stop. We're only 15 seconds behind them, and we're currently a smidge around a second a lap quicker.
Wow.
So we're on a 20-lap run to the end. If Chris is doing an absolutely stellar job right now, if he can keep it up, we might be in with a shot here. There is a question mark over the car that we're battling, whether or not they took enough fuel.
This will be a question because, all right, now, and we can get the pictures on the other teams. All right, they're all 3 teams are running at the same time. This will probably be up for the discussion for Jules and everything, because Jules, you probably have to make the decision whether or not Martin's going to be able to improve too much more on this one or not, or should we make the executive decision for me to switch the pictures over to the other action that's happening.
I mean, you can always... I wonder if I can stream Martin from Discord and then you can jump across. So
yeah, true. Let me work on that. We'll get pictures happening.
See how you go. I mean, ultimately, you've been following OCE Red this long, so
I know, but
finish up with them.
Yeah, I mean, and granted, either way, maybe you can stream it or somebody else can stream it as well too, and I can put the picture-in-picture so we'll still keep the main pictures on here because anything can happen. It still could happen in this team, and we've been, once again, we're following one of the OCE racing teams the whole time. We don't want to spoil the party on that one because they've gained a ton of places, 29 of them. It's doing a great job. We'll see about that because there's also crashes and incidents that occur in the mountain, and also Kyle's made an incident. Daniel, what's happened here? They're a little bit further back and down the field, but Kyle believes in P3, so maybe this has caused an issue.
I can't see what's going on.
It should happen in a second, I hope. I don't know why that's not actually showing. Let's go to Kyle. Now, Kyle is the 117 car. They are running in P3. They're running in P3 at this point.
Oh, no. You might need to actually hop on board.
I don't know what that's showing. There it is. Yeah. Kyle's stuck at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
The chopper. Oh, chopper cameras sometimes are horrible around here. There's too many trees, guys.
I
Cut
can't
them down.
tell how much damage did he cop, is a question.
I'm going to go back and have a look at Kyle again. And she said, let's ride on board. Now, I think there's an accident.
Just a case of, oh dear. Oh, he's...
I wonder how much
lucky again,
damage
aren't they, to get
away
away from it? Now, he is in P3. They have a bit of a gap, but just in the last couple of laps right now, the driver in the Porsche machine, the 117 car, is just consistently not having the best of luck.
The driver ahead of us is currently being held up by a back marker.
Is there any way you can share it there, John, to me, like in Discord, and I'll pull it up in a picture-in-picture soon?
Oh, yeah, I can...
yeah, I'll sort that out while we're live. That's not a problem, mate. I do enough of this. 34 minutes to go. That shouldn't be a problem for me to figure out that one as well.
There you go. You should be able to watch John stream now.
Yeah, I will get that up in a second. No doubt. Don't worry about that one. Done this a few times there, John. Just throw those overlays off and give us a...
yeah. I'll leave the relative up because I am...
That's fine.
If it's okay with you.
Yeah, no, it's not a problem, mate. You're spotting in now, part of your team. I'll get those pictures up in the corner in a minute.
I think Kyle's just... Yeah, he's gone off the track again.
Yeah, you're right, mate. I'll pull that up in a second.
He's at the wall.
Oh, that's heavy. That's heavy.
That's massive.
He's still on track, so that's not a tow, but hey, a P3 may not be up for grabs right now for the Porsche.
Whew.
Just like that. Just like that, Jules. Things can change. You guys were saying we pretty much have a P8. I have a P7 if this rampage is occurring up the road from you guys.
Let's see if he needs to pit or he's just going to carry on. He's got 2 laps to the guys behind, so I feel like they'll try and carry on at just a crawling pace. But he might get mugged. To be honest, he's not boxing.
Can't be damage. I'll get those pictures in a second because I'm just trying to pull up whether or not I can get John's pictures.
Suppose it'd be a question mark if the car's not too bad, whether you would bother boxing at this point in time.
It's true. Look, he's definitely a lot slower. What was his last lap? 2:32, but that was also because of an incident. But we'll now see what I reckon he might become a potential block, which then might put him in more danger. So, never know. Never know.
You never know in the mountain, my friend. Absolutely.
Especially with a bit of aero damage, your braking becomes a lot different. You turn into the corners, so he could even just make a mistake just from that. For us, if he's going to have an accident, we kind of need it in the next 10 minutes. I think when he gets past that sort of 10-minute mark to go, I think it's probably game over. But you know, never know what happens.
You never
He's kinda
do
just-
know, do you?
He's kind of just trundling around. So yeah, they're going for it towards the end. No box. The guys behind's are closing him, and I feel like he's just going to be a bit of a roadblock and just get out of the way of people.
Move. Get out the way. Get out the way. Exactly. That tends to happen. But you don't have to, of course, on a motor racing. We'll get these pictures coming up soon. I'm just going to saw there's a camera workout that John will be providing in a second.
Christian Gillia, P4. He's doing a stellar job.
He's doing great at the moment.
John's going to pull up some of that information. And, I don't want to show all of it, of course, but some of it. Little picture-in-picture live action you have. It's very stretched there, John. I'll try to give. Very bottom corner. In a second. Yeah, because you got these little overlays and all sorts of jazz that are happening. John's also spotting, showing the relative thing. And I think it'll be probably time to show that information up there. So look at it for your bottom right-hand corner. And John, you can explain to us exactly what it is that you're showing and where your team currently is at the moment.
So we've got Chris in the car currently. He's sitting P4, and he's about 13 seconds off of P3 right now. We've taken our last stop. We believe P3 has taken their last stop as well. And we were lapping around about a lap quicker than them. So with the run to the line, it could get very, very close at this point in time. We do have some back markers ahead, but hopefully we can clear them nice and quick. Quack will hopefully be on comms right now, telling people to get the hell out of the way, and we'll try and press up. The guy ahead of us was stuck behind another car, so it's going to be one of those situations. Any small incident here could make a massive difference.
Yeah, don't mess with Grackle, my friend. He'll be time to get out of the way. That's for sure.
There's been some choice words already.
I would have loved to have been in there.
Well, yeah, and you can't see on your picture-in-picture in the corner there because, once again, you are spotting your team.
Back
So
marker up close here.
we are, yeah. But to let you know, your position currently at the moment is
P4.
P4. There it is. So that's your
Yep.
picture-in-picture in the inside. And you are the team, just to keep the eye on livery, that's green for sure, right?
Team green. Yeah, team green at the moment.
Good to see that. That's definitely heated up there.
Boy, he's super close behind Chris.
Yeah, he is. I might have to love you and leave you and get back over to do a little bit of management here, but I'll leave the stream up if that's all right.
Easy.
Well, if you leave the Discord, you will. But I'll pull it back up later. Don't worry about it, mate. If you pull it back up in a bit, we'll just shut that down.
No
and
worries.
John will come back and give us some information later.
Certainly will. Thanks, boys. Catch you in a few minutes.
Thank you, mate. Good luck in your team for sure. Definitely give him a bit of management.
Cheers.
Catch you, John. Well then.
Yeah, it's exactly that, Jules. So you're doing a pretty good job. But you've done your essentially 4 stints, right?
Yes, I have. My stints are all done. Or Oliver's stints are all done. Martin's got 27 minutes left of his last stint. So it's looking good. Looking good.
Martin's pulling 204s, 0.9s. The leaders are doing 204 flats or 204 mids, which isn't too bad. And believe it or not, the other drivers up the road, my friend, are doing 205s, 207s. So John's a bit quicker than everybody else currently at the moment.
Yeah, Martin's kind of picked up the pace a little bit. I think he smells Kyle.
Should we go on board right now? And it's about time for you to give us a bit of a hot lap around Bathurst. There's certainly a hot lap around Bathurst in the car that's been doing Bathurst in 11 hours and 33 minutes. Jules,
Crazy.
hot lap.
Well, coming into turn 1, you kind of want to brake just after the 100-meter board, sort of towards where the one of the light poles are. So stay right off the curb as much as you can, because if you're going to accelerate out of there, you kind of want to be at least full facing forward, not any deviation. Otherwise, you're going to the wall. Coming into turn 2, mind you, I don't know all the names of this track, but braking just before the 50-meter board, sort of hugging the inside of turn 2, and then you kind of want to make a little sweep through turn 3, and then hug the corner. Actually, I think this is actually considered turn 3. So you're hugging the corner in there. Don't go too close to the curb, otherwise that will unsteady the car crazily, because the car just tends to sort of bounce and then throws you around. Into turn 6, you kind of want to stay as wide as you can to open up the next corner. Here, you don't want to really be touching the curb, because that can send you flying. Braking just before the flag at the top, sort of guiding close into the inside of the dipper, and then sort of accelerating straight through, heading into Forest Elbow, where you want to be hugging the right as much as you can, and then sort of light braking before a heavy brake into the Forest Elbow. On the power as fast as you can. You maximize the amount of top speed you can get, minimizing time loss. So effectively, you're just flat out all the way down Conrod, holding it into the little kink section here before you get into, it's called the Chase, isn't it, down here?
Is she correct? Go ahead.
Yes,
272, braking the Chase right now.
Yep, right after the 150-meter board, sort of around 125 meters, sort of hugging the inside, then coming into the very last corner where you want to be braking right around where these sort of red, white, and curbs are. And then that is Bathurst.
It is a lap around Bathurst. Thank you very much for a driver that's been driving many laps around Bathurst this evening here, Mr. Jules. It's running these, one of the administrators here at the OCE Racing League. And of course, if you are tuning in here on the JP Broadcasting Network, the Discord link is there. So if you want to be in there and chat out to the Aussie guys and Kiwi guys and everybody else who's from the land of Down Under, they're here, they're friendly, they're welcome. And Jules, once again, you don't run a regular racing league, but you blokes kind of get together for the endurance, like these events, right? Which I find that you guys kind of plan for overall, right? Hang out and say... This
has kind of been the new thing. Not started by me, actually. I started the racing league with Chris, and we've been obviously owners of this community for a good part of... What was the end of 2020?
It's got to be a few years now, because I remember hanging back with you guys back in the day as a set of the F1 game, and now, of course, thankfully, you guys had moved on to real racing sims. And Chris, of course, is Chris Mania.
Christian Gilia, as you can say, he's the one in the car currently. So, yeah, good old Chris. Yeah, we started this back at the end of 2020, and still going strong in different ways. We obviously were running the F1 league, but with Codemasters, and at the end of the day, found that they just couldn't provide us with the professionality that we needed.
Let's not even talk about that. That's just getting me a little bit of a foul taste in my mouth, even thinking about that right now. And I'm so glad that you blokes did move on from that into iRacing. And once again, so you're not doing regular racing leagues. So if you are wanting to hang up the OC lads right now inside the Discord, like you're not going to be expecting weekly league races, but what you are going to expect is that you guys just hanging out and just racing for fun, right? Just chilling, having social races, social laps around any track and whatever. And perhaps what you said, I think, is more of a trend right now, is that it seems to be the OCE are a massive, great endurance racing teams, isn't it? Because as you see, all three cars that you have, and this is probably the first time ever you've had all three cars at the same time racing with 9 drivers, not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the second time we've had 3 teams, but probably the first time we've had 3 teams in the top 10, and definitely one fighting for a podium. So I think the last time we had 3 teams was Le Mans last year. So we had 3 teams, 2 it didn't go very well for, mine included, and one it went pretty decent.
I remember, mate, I was casting for another team for a broadcast. Actually here on James' network. It wasn't actually on James' network or not, but it was with James. And I remember seeing your team out there, OCE, is like, I know these blokes. I know the Thunder from Down Under. And you're, believe it or not, racing against the team that we were broadcasting as well, too. So it was fantastic, and it was good to see. That's kind of like spiked up to the reason why I wanted to hang out with you guys for more of these endurance races. And I hope you can continue to do that, for sure.
As I said, it's kind of been a Kickstarter on accident, to be honest, because I only started doing endurance races last year, with Bathurst being my first endurance race, whereas Gwackle, Jacob, and Chris were sort of doing it with Oreo as well. We're sort of doing it a little bit before that, and they sort of kicked it off, and they were doing it here and there, and then all of a sudden we just like, we'll just hit Bathurst up and see how it goes, and we entered 2 teams, and I think for our first official sort of race that we all ran in OCE colours and everything, it was okay. It definitely could have been better, but it was our very first endurance race as OCE, and it's kind of just kickstarted like that. Really, we just made up, I think, P6s in the pits. Did we just make a spot?
No, you're P7. So that's Victor in the pit road right now. I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, we just made up a spot. We're from P8 to P7.
Oh, you did? You're correct.
Oh, sweet. So, yeah, like it
They're
just
doing
started
a driver
on accident.
swap, I believe, as well, too. That's the reason why the camera went to Scenic and have a look at Ben going off a little bit of venturing.
So that's why there was a bit of a gaggle at the top. So, yeah, it started kind of an accident, and in the end, we've just decided to go, hey, you know what? We're gonna regularly run some teams, and it's not going to just be endurance races. We're also going to do like normal sprint racing, normal racing at the end of the day, having some teams. I participate in the F3A. I'm not sure if you've heard of it. It's a Formula racing group where they run Formula 3 cars, the Dallara F3.
Okay.
So I
I
participate
may be
in that.
sleepy at that point if you're doing it at different time zones, but yeah, I know, I'm well aware of those iRacing game you're talking about.
Yeah. So the next thing will be once I can't. They've got their season 12 kicking off right now, but I can't do it because I've got training on Tuesday nights when they run their races. So when my training moves back to Wednesdays, then I can jump back in, but it might be towards the end of season 12 or start of season 13. But yeah, once that all settles down, I'll enter not just myself, so maybe someone else to come and join in with me, and then we have OCE in another form with the F3s, which is my domain.
And this is not the first time we see the Panda Racing team actually managed to survive that one. Sorry to cut you off, but you can see that. They've been in the wars too for now. Remember, this was a team that was running P2. Had a little bit of a moment, slamming to the back of one of the cars, not their fault. But I tell you what, since then, Jules, they've been too aggressive, my friend. They've been too aggressive. Now,
I won't be surprised if a couple of people get DQ'd or some end of race penalties, to be honest.
I don't know why they did that, because they had the pace, but they've been frustrated since. And this is the good thing about OCE, and this is probably the reason why you need to be joining the OCE team, because one thing that you guys can teach people is the patience, isn't it? Just relax, calm, be chill, be cool. Remember, endurance racing, take your time.
I think the one thing that we do quite nicely is when someone's driving, we will always try and make sure someone's spotting. So there's at least two drivers per team at least, or one driver, one co-driver in a sense. So it kind of helps with a bit of morale, and it keeps you in the right headspace as long as possible. So that having Oliver and Martin in my ear while I'm driving in my stint definitely makes a big difference. So I just have to focus on making the corners, keeping within a certain time frame and delta, and looking after my right rear tire, which is the one that was eaten up the most here. And I'm sure the right front for a lot of people heat up, but for me specifically it's right rear. So having them in my ear, just looking after the tires and the car and whatnot, is always a big plus.
And on top of it, I think they're keeping the cool head. So this is something, I guess, if anybody's going to slap that Discord button and join the session there, it's probably a great thing for them to be able to just to chill and ask you guys when you are generally doing your social races and stuff, to come in.
Oh,
and,
definitely.
And you know, you guys will be awoke. Hey, you're Aussies, all right? So, you know, arms are always open. You know, g'day, mate. Welcome to Down Under.
Yeah.
We're always friendly. And
Definitely,
help
always.
out perhaps some new drivers that are looking at doing things like this for endurance races or other races and kind of need that, hey, why are you guys so consistently good at doing this? And asking those questions.
I mean, look, the more drivers we have, the more opportunities it gives for us running teams in all these different areas, because it's not just endurance races that we want to look at. So, as I said, I participate in the F3 league. So, if there's drivers that are interested in driving F3,
Blake Holden, of course, he has a very Australian name there, but bang into the fence, and they have not had a great day, have they? At all.
No, they really haven't.
I'm
I
surprised
think
they're still running in P13 at the moment, only losing 3 positions. I'll tell you what, they've not brought any flowers to the mountain here this evening. And somehow
I think I've seen them spin more than going in a straight line, to be honest.
How are they still here? How are they still in P12, if I'm not mistaken? P13.
Sometimes it's not about it's not about where you are at the time. It's about where you end up if you keep going. So.
And they are keep going somehow. It's amazing. Yeah, but continue as you said. Like, yeah, it's not you don't just do endurance racing. You do all sorts of racing. Of course, OCE.
We'll definitely be getting into it. I know Oliver and Cole, which Cole is one of the drivers in the OCE Blue Team. Or Kiwi, as you know him on stream. They both do a supercars iRacing league where they participate in, and they run OCE in that, which is really good. So we've branched out from endurance so we've got endurance, we've got supercars, and I mean just the lonely me running in the F3. So eventually we'll hop into some more stuff, but you know, for the meantime, this is pretty good. So at the end of the day, these things
actually
take time,
don't have the luxury of casting any. So far, James' broadcasting network as well does not cast any V8 supercar leagues. So maybe if you want to reach out that one to Julesy and say, hey, if you want to put a great production on, we can certainly do that one for any of those
100%,
leagues.
I'll definitely let you know. I'll ask Oliver and Kiwi when they're doing their next one. I mean, John has a lot of opinions. I have a lot of opinions on the V8 supercars and iRacing. John specifically is very displeased with it, with the handling and acceleration.
And John knows, my friend, because if you didn't catch that little mini podcast that I had with John earlier, he was he as an engineer and hands-on with real-world racing, not simulators, but real-world Look, I didn't get that. Trust me. 11 hours and 46 minutes. Real world racing experience. That's the word I was looking for. He knows his stuff.
He definitely does. Definitely does. And look, at the end of the day, it's the one thing that he's got on all of us. So he's got more experience than any of us. So, and not just that, he's actually got a lot more experience than most people have in racing. So he's really great to listen to. And at the end of the day, like he agrees with what I was saying when I was driving it. Because at the end of the day, like it just feels like there's probably a little bit too much delivery with the power system, and like it kind of feels like F1 2021. I think it is where
don't go to that game. You are correct, my friend, because I spoke to Will in a racing league at the moment. Martin's just let that car through at the moment, saying, "Hey, I'm here for another 12 minutes and change to go, and I don't want to be risking it for the biscuit." And this is a lucky thing I've had as a racing experience, not as a racing driver, as you know, but just only as a racing broadcaster and caster, that getting to reach out and experience chatting to different drivers around the world that are actually a part of real-world racing and esports sims. And Will actually is an engineer of IndyCar. It's talked so much about IndyCar racing, where I know, did know quite little about it, and I learnt a lot over the past year or so. And even in a racing league that he was running, he didn't run the modern IndyCars. He ran the earlier IndyCars in the iRacing because he didn't feel that the modern IndyCar racing cars were very difficult to set up and not really iRacing
Realistic.
hasn't really adjusted them for the performance of the real world scenario, as what you.
Yeah, I mean, look, iRacing's it gives a great racing experience. It gives you the chance to be put in probably a similar real world experience as you can possibly get in terms of headspace. You get to fight with all these different types of people all around the world at pretty much any point in the day. So it does a lot of things great, but I think a little bit of the shortcomings in the reality of this sim is it is running on a 2003 system, and there's only so much they can really do in terms of getting stuff like this right. Now, from what I hear, they're bringing out a new patch for graphics. Rain is apparently not too far away in the distant future.
I have heard that trembling, of course, for sure.
And they do need a bit of a tweak to the braking system, which I think they are making a slight tweak to that in the new update. So, and the tire model. Apparently, the tire model is not great, not amazing, but apparently they're making quite a bit of a tweak to that. So if they can bring that closer to real world, these little tweaks and stuff is what creates a better racing environment, because at the end of the day, we all know there's exploits in esports because it's not one-to-one, and what you can do on a computer is very different to what you can do in reality. So the more you can make it closer to reality, the less exploits there is for people to, and people will still find some sort of exploit, but at the end of the day, you give them less things on the plate to pick from. It's makes things a little bit closer.
They always will find exploits like they do in the real world racing course, in real life racing, because every edge and every tiny little gain you can make inside the rules without being caught is the way you do it. 9 to go, 9 minutes to go. Can you believe that, Jules? You can do it the Bathurst.
I really,
and,
I can, but I can't.
Okay. You guys are running P7 currently at the moment. As you can see on the pictures there, Martin is going to be on the bringing home. Martin's got a bit of traffic up the road. He's about, a little bit of a gap down of the road there from the 27 machine, but he's got to navigate this traffic.
Just to get back onto the topic about streaming for the V8 League, I think you got Mr. Zach Sweeney, I hope I pronounced that right. He wants to join you in the combox for the V8 supercars.
Zachary, you want to join us for the last dying 8 minutes and change to go? Because we do have one of the legal administrators. Zach, if you go down there and scroll down and hit... by the way, Zachary, my friend, Jules, this man is going to be the future of casting, okay? He's a very young caster. He's joined the JPBroadcasting network, and I tell you what, he is gold, my friend. I'm just worried. He's going to send myself and James into retirement anytime soon. So he is amazing.
By all means, if you want
Zach,
to jump in for the last
join the
minutes,
league right now. Jill's can hook you up there because you got about 7 minutes and change. You would have called the end of the race. And I'll tell you what, I would love to hear Zachary and yourself, anybody else, call the end of this race, because now I can't believe it. 7 minutes to change to go, mate. 7 minutes, just like that.
I think about it. I was about to say, I think about like this morning. I woke up and it's like I got onto this sim at like 9:30 to spot Oliver, and like it's 9:34 now, and it's like I've planted my butt on this chair for like 10 hours of the day. I'm not even. I've probably been in this chair for like 11 and a half hours. Really.
Are you in a racing rig chair or just a regular chair?
My racing rig.
Oh, you're in the
I haven't
racing
really
rig.
left it. So.
Zachary, you're not getting out of this one. I know you say it's too kind. All right, you give me a good retirement. Yeah, Zachary would be like as a spoon feed. He'd be in a retirement home going, Biggles, remember you used to have the microphone in class back in the day? Like, yeah, Zachary. Yeah, but Zachary, mate, 12 hours of Bathurst. Well, not quite yet. It's 11 hours and 53 minutes. Zachary, hopefully you can come in there. Join the Discord. The link's in the description below. And this man, at the moment, one of the league representatives of Jules, will be able to sort that out. Jules, of course, is from an Italian descendants, I believe, right, my friend, as an Australian. And loves his... Do you love your pineapple on your pizza or not? Because, you know, Italians are iffy about that one.
It's not my preferred pizza to pick. I don't mind it, but it's not something I would pick off the back, but
Okay.
my word, what is this gaggle of cars that's
I know, mate. He's got a
happening
bit of
here?
trouble in the mountain. Well, it's not trouble so much. Talk to Taylor Swift about the trouble.
I
Could be
don't
trouble.
actually mind the Aussie pizza where I think it's got a fried egg or something on it with ham, and
Oh,
that's
true,
not
mate.
bad
Yeah,
actually.
You're right on that one. People don't get that. Realize the pie in Australia is a little bit different than we get the pie out overseas. There was a bit of a debate. James was talking about that before on the JPB network about Chicago pizza or New York pizza. Is another one to talk about.
Oh yeah. Yeah, look, I don't mind the Aussie. Even the barbecue chicken is actually quite. I enjoy the barbecue chicken.
Ooh, now you're foaming my mouth.
And that's got pineapple on it, and actually it goes quite nicely with it.
Yeah, Zachary. Well, Zachary, save your voice, my friend. Well, don't worry about it. You save your voice. My voice is done and dusted. I'm about dead 5 minutes ago, thankfully, on that one. But,
Well, Zachary, you can join next time if you like, by all means. But yeah, like that pineapple on that pizza I think is a lot better than just the normal Hawaiian pizza. With I find it just complements the flavors a bit more with the chicken and barbecue.
sound like you're selling a product right now. It complements the flavor. Tune into the OCE and JPB Broadcasting Network if you want to have a nice pizza. A little bit of barbecue flavor. Maybe a spice of pineapple to your Bathurst 12-hour racing.
I am Italian, and we do pride ourselves in our taste of food. So
Yeah, true. Absolutely. And you're fantastic Ferrari racing cars, my friend, because you gained 30 positions in P7 currently at the moment. May look like you're going to be hanging in the P7 situations as long as you can make your way around the traffic. You don't have to really risk it for the biscuit. I'm sure Mike might be risking it for the biscuit too much on the traffic.
4 minutes to go. No way. I think Zachary's got a question for you, Biggles.
I know Biggles is renowned for the what is that word there for a second? I can't read that one.
Ungodly amount of time.
Ungodly amounts of time. It's on
I
my
think he's
4K
asking-
monitor, a little bit stretched over on that one, but Zachary, pick it. Don't you pick on Zach.
How long you boys been on here? Look, you've been on here since the start. I mean, I've been in and out because I've been driving. So you're the one that's been here since 9 o'clock in the morning.
I
mean, 9 o'clock for us.
endurance racing for not just the drivers but also for the casters, because I want to stretch my rim of 12 hours. Of course, it's Bathurst in Australia. I have to, as an Aussie. I'd be letting the strains down if I couldn't.
Would you ever do a 24-hour straight?
I've 16, 12, 13, 14, 15 is about the max, mate. But you're killing me on that one. That's just... if everyone was to join me in the booth, maybe have a look at it over a bit of a moment there from Pedro. Yeah. And this is difficult now, isn't it? You'd have to say, what do you feel like as a driver? Like, put yourself in the gas team there for Pedro, the 13 car. You've gone so far into this race right now. This is the last place you ever want to make mistakes.
Look, at the end of the day, 2 minutes to go, that's race done. So it's, especially if he's needed to tow. I mean, look, you don't like to see it. At the end of the day, stuff happens. So you just got to take it.
It's like, I mean, that was spin completely by himself in the mountain as well, too. There was no traffic, no other cars. So
Look, the good thing is he towed himself out of that, and it could have been a lot worse had people been arriving at full speed across there.
they have get a little bit of a spin up the road there. So this is the car that's been essentially going to be winning this race, you'd have to say, from Ricky in control of this car for the iRacing Today Motorsports team. 159 car. They've gained 7 positions to looking very, very happy. Smile on the face to perhaps win this one. A little bit further back, this is the team that's been leading the race for most of the time, but now they had to challenge their way back in there. So they did start in P1 and now in P2. Connor's back in control of this vehicle. Once again, it's another Ferrari. Got to give it to Kyle. I'm surprised currently at the moment too, my friend, that the 117 machine has been having a lot of off-track excursions recently in this one, but luckily enough, in the end of a 12-hour enduring race, that they've had enough of a buffer to survive to continue to get this place, and they've just gained 1 place in this race. But more overly, and more importantly, going to the OCE Red Racing Team, because you guys have gained 30 positions currently at the moment, looking for a top 7, if not 7th
Simply
place.
lovely. Simply lovely. And that's white flag. We're on the final lap.
It is.
We're about to start the final lap of the Bathurst 12 hour. And Martin is just going to take this supremely slowly. And I think Zach, you got a bit of an admirer there, Biggles, with Zach on stream.
Zach, thank you very much.
But yeah, like final lap.
Yeah, give us a little bit of a final lap around Bathurst, of course, because we've been following your OCE Racing Team and your OCE Racing League during this whole endurance, and we've been chatting to all your drivers, of course. In the this is the red OCE Racing Team. We have the blue and green teams that are also racing similar at the same time, the same time split right now. They'll be finishing on their last lap too, you would imagine, and we'll get a little bit of feedback in a minute after we do wrap up this one and have a bit of a yarn to the drivers and the teams. See, but here we go, on board the mountain, perhaps for the very final time here. Jules in the casting booth with myself, Dean Biggles. How's Martin going to be feeling?
Relieved, to be honest. Quite relieved, because I know he was a bit tired even before he started his stint. So, yeah, relieved will be the big word. But so long as he can once he gets through the dipper and then into Forest Alba, I don't like how close this Tinder car's getting to the back of us. Once he gets into Forest Elbow and out of that cleanly, down Conrod, unless something almightily crazy happens, and I think Martin's just letting him go.
I would let this car go, because that Tinder car's been in the wars a lot, my friend. I've seen the replays there, tip and all.
They're just waiting for each other. I think they just realised that they just want to finish it, and that's it.
You go over to Ricky, got the job done. There it is. So Ricky gets it there, Connor, and Carl a little bit further back. But of course, we'll have to definitely go back and focus on Martin. Martin's only got a couple more corners to go, my friend, right now. The OCE Racing Team.
How'd you go, John?
Well done. P4, 5 seconds off.
Oh, no.
P4. We'll get that in a second then, John, because Martin's got to cross the line right now. Here we go.
Well
the
done.
OCE Racing Red Roo Squad. And that's the Red Roo Squad in the outback of Australia, of course, in the Blue Mountains of New South Wales, Australia. That is a gain of 30 positions there. Martin and the OCE Racing Team from practically pit lane all the way up at P7. Job done. GG's. And Jules, of course, you'll be in control of that car. And Martin will be stoked, of course, to get a flawless finish across the line there. Back to you, John. And you were in a part of the OCE Green Squad. And where'd you guys end up finishing?
So P4 for us. 5 seconds off P3, unfortunately. Just missed out on P3. We got held up a little bit towards the end, but yeah, wow, well done to OCE Red there. Fantastic job, guys. That is awesome.
And you guys started where? Because I remember every one of the OCE teams at the moment started outside the top 20 or something.
Yeah, we started 34, so we gained 30 positions.
Wow.
Oh, that's incredible.
Is that like an OCE thing? Like sign up to the OCE Racing Team and you're going to gain 30 positions in an race? That sounds good.
Oh, man. Oliver, Martin, awesome stuff, you guys. Well done. That was nuts.
Yeah, a lot of the teams and drivers are going to come into the chat right now very soon, for sure.
Everyone's coming. I told them all, get your butt into
someone's
the
done
chat.
a jump.
Absolutely.
That is way too soon. The timer is still going.
I did a jump.
Oh my god.
Oh, no, I think the thing rang out. I think the timer ran.
It didn't.
Did it count?
Oh,
is that really
protested?
Is that my only 4x the whole race?
That is your only 4x.
Oh my god.
Don't take the jump. Good job.
Martin, at the moment, mate, I'm not sure what plastic surgery you went to for your lips or what lipo surgery. Look at Martin's face at the moment.
Oh,
Yeah, because you're brave.
Akers hasn't even finished yet.
Oh my god.
Where's Blue ending up?
We're finishing right
here we
now
go.
in P9.
Let me just
P9, fantastic.
Well, everyone, this is OCE. We're all in here. All the drivers.
Alright, by the time you get to the
everyone.
jump, the time is out. Okay, Echoes?
By the time I get to the jump, okay.
Yeah, we won't
If
be
I don't
able to
meet
pull
all
up
that-
you guys going through the jump at the moment, but we are seeing currently at the moment Martin just be happy camper around here. The results
Oh,
should
that
come up
bloody
on the screen
helmet.
in a minute. Yeah, that
you
helmet,
go.
of course. If you want to see that helmet at the moment, that just throws me off. We can look at it right now. Is he got a smile on his face? Yes, he does. Why not?
Man, I think may as well first start, first go as one of the admins OCE. Well done, everybody.
Hold your brakes.
Well done, everybody.
The timer's out anyway.
Ah,
Oh my god. Just everyone extremely well done. That's 3 cars. That's crossed this line. Two are definitely in the top 10. When did you guys finish in OC Blue?
careful.
Pardon?
Oh no. I don't think we're making a
P9.
jump.
I'll pin
P9,
that.
P9.
Be nice. That's three cars in the top 10.
It's crabbed.
Am I going for the jump? Quack John?
Send it anyway, Zekers.
You damn well
Yeah,
better be
come on.
going for the jump.
It was the crabbing car because he just spun it. The
If
cutting
you guys
he
aren't
was
aware,
ready.
the jump is just before the chase down there,
Yeah.
so you can get up above that tire wall.
was-
You're airborne.
For
You guys-
speed.
You guys ready?
Can't even drive in a
Yeah,
straight line
let's
right
go.
now.
Let's go, Martin. Still got.
Yeah,
Oh,
Martin, you
Jason's
have to
doing it
show
with
it
us, I
because
think.
you're the only one right now on the broadcast, so it's up to you, Martin.
Let's go.
Here we go, Martin. Here we go, Martin. For the final time around the Bathurst 12 hours. Guess what? I hope you did it, chiropractor. You'll be saving 10% off your car insurance. Let's go airborne with Martin. Gonna get it done.
Shannon's.
Boom. Here we
It's
go.
broken. It's broken.
Oh,
Gotta call Shannon's for that one.
Oh,
Oh man.
I think we get a replay
Full
of that one,
send
Martin,
deckers.
mate. You want to see how it is from Martin's aspect? As here we goes. Martin for the final time. As he lifts it, he does it, and lifts it in style, and he's back on track without a 4X, apart from slamming to the back of that car that was already parked on that one. But GG's, Martin.
Hopefully the crab can stay. Oh, is that a 0x?
Yeah, you
I hope
got
so.
0.
Wait,
I hope so.
Holy shit.
Oh, well done, guys.
That was so
Oh,
Zekers
man.
just hit somebody so hard the car got deleted.
Oh.
We should
didn't
have
see
those
that.
race results up in a second as everybody like mounts that little jump, of course. In a second, Zachary in the chat has said he's done it exactly. And
We
Oh,
finished.
Wait,
We finished 6 seconds behind P3,
Yeah,
who
John.
had help from another car to stay ahead
I
of
knew-
us for the last 30 minutes.
Look,
Oh,
boys,
man.
Jules and
Look
Sex,
at
we
this.
maxed out our I ratings. Everyone, OC Red, we all maxed our I rating. Safety rating, sorry, not I rating.
Thank God.
Oh, beautiful.
Hey,
Yeah.
wait, is anyone in my stream right now? Like,
Yeah.
We're in
I needed.
the J,
I nearly
the
lost
JP
my,
broadcasting.
Okay. I'm just
Why?
watching a replay.
Just do. You nearly lost your bleep, and then we'll
I nearly lost my my 0x
well,
from this.
Josie, mate, as you join us here for the OCE, we'd like to go through those race results here for the Bathurst 12-hour, 4-hour split that we'll be watching, of course, which is the Team
that was a
Red.
contact, dude.
Oh, that's good. Let's do it. Let's do it, Liggles. Let's do it.
You can go ahead, mate. Go through those teams.
What am I saying? Let's see. I gotta bring this up actually because I can't see this properly.
Oh,
All
Alright.
You don't know that off by
you get it in
heart?
a second, mate. It's up there.
Alright. We have in P1, it's a little bit blurry for me. So racing today, iRacing today, Motorsports in first with Scuderia Littell in second, Moon Corp Endurance Team in third, so that runs up to the podium places. Virtual Racing Peru in P4, damn you guys, we were in front of you. CBR X Prime Motorsport in fifth, Flying Farts in sixth, OCE Racing League Red in seventh, Red Mist Racing eighth, Bauer Racing Ferrari in ninth, Purple Sector Motorsports 37 in 10th. That's the top 10 with Purple Sector, what do you call it? Twisted Racing GT3. I think that's the one that had multiple trips into the wall, if that's the team there.
And they
With,
finished where?
They
P10?
had P11. They had like,
Not bad.
I think they at one point ripped off the entire front bumper at one point, if that's the team I'm thinking of. Yeah,
Take it.
Visamondo Grip Racing White in 12th. Crofty Posting Sunday Road in 13th. What on earth? Jatich Race On's GT3 in 14th. I've got no idea how to pronounce that. Epic Fails Motorsport in 15th. 7 Esport 16th. JD Sim Racing 17th. And Samsoid Simsport Delta in 18th.
Yeah,
I think we'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we'll definitely leave it at that one for sure.
So,
Man, my pronunciation, oh my word.
all right, who wants to see it all unfold for the blue team?
Go
Yes.
on.
That'd be great.
This is how I ruin it.
I'm about to
What
download
a
the entire
Bathurst
12
race we've
hours.
had, boys and
Oh.
girls, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely amazing.
No, Kiwi.
Yeah, it was terrific. It
I
was
was like, oh
terrific.
no, he's going
What was
forward.
this, Kiwi? What was this?
This is my second meatball.
Oh,
It's like he's
Yeah.
spinning up the tires. He's going
Oh,
forward.
no.
He's going to close the gap on me. Oh shit!
Yeah,
I better turn
we're
left.
live, so be careful.
You want to say we're live?
Oh,
12 hours and then right at the end.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's okay.
and then he
Oh
stopped,
no.
and I was like, I have no idea.
Kiwi.
Yeah.
It's been good.
Well, that's-
I'd have to say it's been amazing, and the mountain has definitely delivered. Guys at the Australians should be proud. And
the name
overall,
is.
right, in all the teams, of course, we're talking about the OCE
Oh, you're
Racing
in
Red
this?
Team, the OCE
Yeah,
Racing
I
Green
won.
Team, the
Honestly,
OCE
I still haven't
Racing
seen it yet.
Blue Team, all started outside top 10, all finished inside the top 10.
E47. We gained 40 positions. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's amazing, guys.
Unbelievable.
We started 34th. We finished in 4th. Pretty bloody happy with that.
30 positions.
How many
Both
laps
finished
do you all
third.
complete?
142.
I think 330.
100.
no, I
No,
mean
no,
in
no,
total.
like individually.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, what?
I meant in total, but yeah, I guess in.
Oh, we did
okay.
327 all up.
We did
say
335.
Quackle, one.
Like 161, I think it was. Kiwi lap 160.
That's
I'm
pretty
about to
good.
download the entire 12 hours.
All right. I think it's time for
Fantastic.
some dinner at 10 o'clock at
All
night.
right, guys.
Yeah, it's
quickly,
time for some
quickly,
tucker.
quickly.
Thank you, everybody. Guys, we'll
Who
get a
wants to
little
see
bit of last
Kiwi have an
words. This has
aneurysm?
been broadcasted by, thankfully for James allowing us to
Yeah.
do this on the JP Broadcasting Network.
I was-
And
Yeah,
of course,
Biggles, mate.
Oh
well
my
done.
god.
thumbs
You did a
up,
great
like,
job.
and
You put on a
subscribe,
great
everybody.
show.
No, like, this is what I saw, and I was like, actually having an
Hang on,
aneurysm.
Kiwi, for a
trying to-
sec. Just for a
Hang on,
sec.
one sec, Kiwi. Yeah, go, Biggles,
you've
go.
done a great job. We really appreciate the effort you put in, man. It was a wonderful stream. It looks fantastic. We love the energy. Really appreciate it, mate. Well done.
Thank you very much,
Absolutely.
everybody.
Thank you, Biggles.
Everybody, take care. Let's have we'll have a bit of a chat after there. We'll fire up the barbecues. But that's been everything, and all the broadcasting network and all everybody, the drivers and the teams, and even the other casters that are coming here and dedicated some of their time here just to be loving the mountain. Loving the mountain has loved everybody here at the OCE Racing Teams for sure, because they've delivered the performance. The mountain is conquered by the Aussies. Thank you, everybody. Take care, stay safe, and definitely tune in for more and more and more racing that's going to be occurring. Good night, everybody.
See you, everyone.